doing it right? Oh, no. Shit. Share screen. Yes.
Good morning, Paula. How are you?
Welcome in, everyone. Welcome to the Fantasy Coaches Podathon today with the Humane Society, talking about a very important cause out there in the fantasy world here and in the world in general here. I know I spelled humane wrong here, so I apologize, guys, to start off the show today. Embarrassing. Let me fix that real quick. There we go. Saved. Things were going to happen. I knew it was going to. My spelling is atrocious, so it's whatever. But yeah, guys, we're here today to talk about fantasy football, but in reality, we're here to just mention and talk about what great things the Humane Society of the United States do for all the animals out there in the world. It's not just the household pets, it's all kinds of animals surrounding the world today here. And we're here to just talk about some of maybe our pets. We're trying to help raise money and for donations to the Humane Society. You can do that below our screen here on DM on us on Twitter. We're happy to give you the link to help donate here for us today. We're hoping to get towards $500. We're about 40% there now. We're hoping to get that done before the end of this show today. Again, anything is helpful, as low as $1. We're just here to try to help raise money for the Humane Society and all the furry creatures that really just don't have a name, not a name, but a voice in this world that we can offer them here. So welcome in, everyone, guys. I hope you enjoyed the show today. It's going to be a long one. We're podcasting here from 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time all the way to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as well. So if you can come in and out throughout the day, we'd appreciate it. We really much will. And of course, we're going to give you some football content today too, as well. So let me introduce our first guest on today's show. Kyle, what's going on, man? You're back already on the Fantasy Coaches. What's going on?
Yeah, recent appearance just a couple weeks ago. But Stephen Gibbs, thanks for having me on. Appreciate being able to kick this off. And, I think that video showed a really good sense of all the different tasks that the Humane Society has. It's not just sheltering, but, investigating, the medical treatments, dental, veterinarian. And so just, the world to take care of animals is so large. So needing a lot of contributions. So happy to help in any way I can.
Absolutely. Like I said, I know I have pets. I know Jibs, my co-host here. What's going on, Jibs? I know he has pets as well. So we all know what it's like to love a little furry creature here. Kyle, do you have any pets?
No, my wife's family has pets, so kind of like in the family, because I think like that's the real sense that pets are family. It's not just separate apart. I know my wife and I are potentially looking about maybe rescuing potentially next year. Probably cat is I think it's what I want.
That's awesome.
I don't think it mattered to her too much.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
rescue is always great because they always need a home for sure. So I mean, we all get it. Family, our pets are families basically, and I know my sisters have dogs, and I basically have to buy them Christmas gifts every year. So it's again, they're family members. They're not just a pet. They're their family. So
where's Milo's Christmas gift at?
Milo's Christmas gift. I will get Milo a Christmas gift this year. Don't you
give
worry.
him a bone or something.
I got him. I'll get him a bone. I'll get him a bone this year.
Podcast dog.
The podcast dog. He is basically our mascot. We just need to have a picture of him now on it. So, like I said, guys, please help donate today. We'll bring this up throughout the show today. A couple other things before we start talking about maybe some football here today. We will be giving away 2 giveaways: a signed Gabriel Davis jersey here later on in the show, and a draft kit from the We Know Fantasy Network, and with their premium subscription. There will be 2 words that will be announced throughout the show tonight at different times. And basically, if you tell me what those words on Twitter or DM at Coaches Fantasy, and you give us a donation, again, it can be as low as $1. It doesn't need to be a lot of money. You'll be entered to win this, and we'll have the winners hopefully picked out before the end of tonight's show, or at least by the next morning. So we thank you guys for tuning in today, and look forward to talking some fantasy with a lot of great guests on today's show, like Kyle. So we're going to get right now and started. So let me share screens here once again with my other computer here, and I have it on the right one. So we're going to be talking about some fantasy players today, too. And I thought it'd be a cool, fun twist to, make them into a wheel and just bring up random players. We didn't have time to really go and give you steady numbers. We're just going based off what we've researched, what we've been doing this whole entire offseason here to give you fantasy advice. So the first one, let's find out. Spin the wheel time. And we have no idea who we're going to talk about first here. It could literally be about anybody. And we're going to talk about Robbie Anderson first off. And that's perfect because you know why? Robbie Anderson has an injury currently right now that's keeping him sidelined this offseason. He's not practicing right now. I believe it's an ankle or calf injury, if I'm not mistaken. So he's not playing, but he was a big part of 2020 last year and had a career-high season in terms of yards. Kyle, I'll kind of let you go first. How do you feel about Robbie?
I mean, last year was so tied to volume. I mean, he led the Panthers in targets. But even so, I think he had maybe about 15 more targets than DJ Moore in half-point PPR and on a points per game basis. DJ Moore scored about almost a full point more than Robbie Anderson on less targets. So definitely tied to volume. And if to repeat a top 24 season, he'll probably need some similar volume to that. Maybe he doesn't have to quite be 136 targets. Maybe Sam Darnold makes better efficiency. We've seen that happen with Anderson in the past. So maybe he can get there on only 120 targets. But anything less than that, if it significantly drops, then I think his fantasy ranking will drop as well.
Yeah, it's definitely he's definitely an interesting character this coming season here with his ability, because it kind of switched last year. I mean, we mentioned this briefly on the last podcast. He became more of a possession style yards after the catch guy than he was a deep threat for his years in New York. But he's got Sam Darnold back, so there might be some magic there that's untapped there. So we can only hope. Jibs, what about you? How do you feel about Robbie?
Sorry, I'm just torn. I didn't notice I was on the clock, so I've been trying to make a pick.
That's all right. You pick your picks right now, and we'll actually go to that real quick. So both Jibs and Kyle, both in the Fantasy Coaches Charity League. Basically, it's called the Secret Play this year. And the way this works, if you've played somewhat similar to a Vampire League, 2 players will be announced on each league each week, and they will be the Secret Play of the week. They can't tell anyone who they are. They can't tell their opponents that they're the secret play this week. And after that, if they win their week, they get to trade one player from their starting lineup to the other team's starting lineup and basically get an upgrade possibly on any position they'd want on their starting lineups. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out this week, this year. It's the first time we're doing it. It seems to be going well. And Kyle, actually, you got the draft already, your first pick here. Tell us about who you took on your first pick.
So I think any draft I always go into, it's the first thing you look at is scoring settings and roster settings too. But particularly, scoring settings, I looked at full point PPR, but then I noticed running backs and tight ends both get an extra half point PPR. So it almost nerfed wide receiver just a little bit. Then I looked at the rosters and noticed 2 running back, 2 wide receiver, 1 tight end, 1 flex. So only starting 3 wide receiver max kind of tells me, okay, right off the bat, my thinking was I wasn't going to touch. Knowing where I was at 111, 202, I wasn't going to touch wide receiver with either of those 2 picks. So I don't know if that's making Jib's choice easier here.
Yeah, but I don't think it was either.
Yeah, so it seemed like right away that was kind of an automatic fade. And super flex quarterback, super important. I know I was DMing Steve a little bit earlier and noticed in super flex 3 running backs going off the board right away. That's a little unusual. I mean, the names Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, Saquon Barkley, it's probably the 3 names you'd expect. But I know I'm fading Barkley more this year than most. I personally, I wouldn't have him as a first round pick in this format. And here he went 103. So it shows the wide disparity of what people believe in ranges of outcomes. If you want my pick, I can give that too.
Yeah, if you're on the clock, Jibs, talk about your picks while you're there now and let's see how we look on these.
So basically, like, I played in Superflex League one year, my first time, and I went off the bat 2 starting elite quarterbacks. And my roster was pretty much crap. I didn't like it. So I guess from this approach, I've just been kind of changing things up. And like Kyle said, the format kind of entices you to take running backs that kind of have a receiving role. And I saw Nick Chubb up there, and I was like, yeah, I know he'll get the carries, but he ain't gonna get them any. He ain't gonna put the reception bonus to proper utilization. So I went with Elliott. I feel like he'll get enough tread in that Dallas offense, and then getting that quarterback, I'm gonna take one early, try to find some guy later. Hopefully, I don't get sniped and dragged out because I know Kyle's gonna be picking it before me. But yeah, I figured I'll get one now, and it was between Dak and Russell Wilson, and basically with the Dak shoulder stuff, I just don't really want to deal with nothing. I'll go with the hype buzz machine with the Seattle offense that could be prolific this year. So that's my philosophy, and that's what I was thinking.
I like the picks a lot there. Kyle, where are we going?
Well, I am thinking about Dak right now, really debating between him and Aaron Rodgers. I think that, yeah, for sure, at this corner, I knew I wanted to get at least one quarterback. And again, looking at the tight ends getting a half PPR bonus, I know that's not a huge disparity. I've played in leagues where it's 1.75, maybe even double, really pushing up the tight end scoring. But even so, I mean, I view Kelsey, especially in a redraft setting, in a tier of his own at tight end, and to get the tight end one and with the bit of bonus, relative to running backs, he may not score high, but in this scoring setting, he'll probably be close to being the wide receiver 1 again. So I'll definitely rather take him than really any receiver. I think I can fill that depth up. And like Jibs was saying, I wasn't crazy about the running backs because of the pass catching upside. I love Nick Taylor. I think that's a golfer. He's Canadian, so I do like him. But Jonathan Taylor, Nick Chubb, I mean, 36 receptions is a career high for both, which, I mean, Taylor in a rookie season, Chubb his second season. So that's good. But I think you made the right call, Jibs, in terms of going with Zeke, because we've seen him reach 50 catches. Didn't he get to 70 catches one year? I think I thought he had a close to 100 target season.
On 2018 or 19, he had almost close to 70 receptions that year.
So yeah, so I think that made sense there from a running back. But again, I really wanted to push that tight end scarcity, just grab Kelsey off the bat. And honestly, I think one of the things we talked about on the Dynasty Gambit show I have with going for 2, I know this is for charity, I'm going to be a little selfish and plug there. But one of the things we talked about with the fantasy sports doc, Dr. Jim Ferretti, was about Dak's shoulder. And really he equated it to, it's the first time he's thrown in 10 months, maybe longer. About that, or I guess maybe a little shorter, but so the muscles in his back would be a little tense or stressed. Probably most of the quarterbacks in the NFL were dealing with some form of that. I imagine Joe Burrow, after such time off, was probably dealing with something similar, but it seems like the Cowboys are just being overly cautious with Dak. So I'm going to put my money where my mouth is saying that and actually take Dak right here, kind of buying in that I don't think the shoulder issue is a big deal, and I think it's going to just be a healthy ride. And I've got him at QB5 in my rankings, and as much as I'm a Packers fan and would love to grab Rodgers here, I'm gonna stick with my rankings and go with Dak. So I've got a Kelsey Dak start. I'm pretty happy with that. I would have been shocked to get really like almost a little surprised to get either, but let alone both. I wouldn't have expected that. So I'm pretty happy. I don't know, Jibs, your first 2 picks, you seem pretty happy.
I'm happy. I'm kind of disappointed Kelsey wasn't there, but I figured when I saw your name next to mine, I'll get a couple people snagged. So
don't worry, you can steal them during the season this year. That's all you got to do now.
I hope so.
Steal them that week you're playing them. So I'd like to welcome in one of our fellow coaches here, Coach Jesse. What's going on, man? Long time no talk.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
What's good, Jesse?
Been busy with that baseball life. He's going to be our future attorney when we get into lawsuits. No lawsuits here, though.
Nice to meet you, Jesse.
Man, welcome in, man.
Nice to meet you. How tuning in? I actually just saw both of your guys' picks, so and I saw you kind of took it easy on me. I know you mentioned the stupidity of the running backs getting taken early, which I acknowledged in the group chat.
Yes, Jesse is also in this league as well. The 3 of them all together in one league. So
I don't mind. You can't go wrong with it.
He did take CMC 1 overall, which again, not a bad pick, honestly, man. I know it's super flex, but CMC is a different kind of beast.
Well, with this scoring setting, if you're going to go not quarterback, that's the pick to make, I think.
Yeah, it would definitely be between CMC and Mahomes, probably debatable between the 101 and 102. You could probably even make an argument. I mean, gosh, these top 4 or 5 quarterbacks, any one of these guys could have gone as the top picks. So
absolutely. So let's get back to some football talk here now, guys, and see what we got on our next pick here. Who's up next here? This is the right one, right? Yeah, that's the first one. I just want to make sure I'm giving the right one here. It is not. So we're on the wrong one. Sorry, boys. There we go. I guess it doesn't work that way. It won't update it right here. My card thing doesn't work right, apparently. Okay. Well, you guys had the Washington football team, the Tennessee Titans, and the Arizona Cardinals. So I'm just going to randomly pick out a player here for you guys to mention here. And you know what? I'm going to go with, first overall, I'm going to go with Logan Thomas. That's the next one here, guys. So the spinny wheel thing isn't working out as I thought it would. So it happens. It happens to the best of us. So Jesse, I'll let you go first since you just jumped in here. How do you feel about Logan Thomas this season? Was last year a fluke, or are you excited with Ryan Fitzpatrick as his quarterback now?
I generally steer clear of these like one-hit wonder guys that kind of come out of nowhere. I believe I have Thomas ranked as my 8th or 9th tight end right now. But I don't feel great about it, if we're being honest. I like the top 6 guys, and then I'm probably just avoiding tight end until I get to, some of the lower guys. Jonnu Smith's kind of a value right now. I'd rather just wait a little bit and take him. I'd rather have the touchdown upside of maybe a guy like Tanyan or somebody like that. Maybe even take a deep shot at like somebody like Higbee or Gerald Everett or somebody in that range. I just generally am going after the top 6 guys, or I'm just going to wait and probably take 2 of the guys in that same range just to play it safe. A guy that's going way late this year that I think could still have a valuable role in the offense is a guy like Austin Hooper. I mean, I know Harrison Bryant kind of came out of nowhere last year, but they still target Hooper, and especially in the red zone. I think they've even mentioned earlier this offseason, the coaching staff did, that they wanted to get him more looks and get him just different schemes and everything to kind of get him open a little bit more. So he's a guy that I'm generally targeting pretty late, and I'm generally avoiding this tier.
Way to steal Cleveland Brown from someone else later there, Jesse. Way to go, man. But no, I love the take there for sure. Guys, Kyle, I'll let you go next. How do you feel about Logan Thomas, my friend?
I think Jesse said it right. The one hit wonder. I mean, it kind of came out of nowhere. I know it worked. It kind of worked well with Mark Andrews and Darren Waller, but is also kind of expected, right? Like, and we kind of still expect those guys to be the top target on their teams. But with Terry McLaurin there, we knew that's never going to be the case with Logan Thomas and bringing in Curtis Samuel, Diami Brown. The receiving core is much better developed than it was there last year. And, Fitzpatrick doesn't excite me for Thomas at all. I mean, if anything, it's a negative for Thomas, just because Fitzpatrick's kind of shown to be a more of a perimeter targeter. He likes to sling the ball downfield. His wide receivers are pretty heavily targeted relative to league average. So I think that it does altogether hurt Logan Thomas. I guess I'm the super hater on him because I have him down at tight end 15 in my rankings. So I'm definitely kind of staying away of I know I'm looking at Fantasy Football Calculator right now, and then like what I've seen in drafts, it seems like this is kind of true. 7th round ADP. That's pretty ridiculously high. And yeah, if he repeats what he did last year, that's amazing. But I don't expect him to get to 100 targets like he did last year. So yeah. Logan Thomas is not someone that I'm going to be heavily investing in. Austin Hooper's a good call. They don't even have him listed on Fantasy Football Calculator ADP, and they go to, I guess, the 16th round. So I'm all about, if you don't get an elite tight end like a Travis Kelce in the first round, you wait as long as you can. Hooper's a pretty good target.
Yeah, and I think you might eat your words there, guys, because I think Logan Thomas has some value this year. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, I don't think last year was a fluke, to be honest, but. Let's go to another player here. Jibs, you're going to go the first on this one. DeAndre Hopkins, Jibs. He's a premier talented player. I mean, he's been a first-round pick, and I think first or second-round pick over the last at least 3 years now. But is he a must-grab in that round 2, early round 3? Like, is he being overlooked over guys like Hill and Adams right now in that offense?
I don't think he's being overlooked. It's just running backs rule fantasy football, and you're going to have to peg a couple of them, at least 12 to 15 of them in that starting 2 rounds. But I don't mind where he's getting drafted at right now. It's probably at pick 16, 17, I would imagine. I'm not really too sure off the top of my head, but that middle or the second round range, I think is excellent value, especially for teams that are getting that elite running back in the first round. You're already setting yourself up with a stud wide receiver who's already shown you that he could be a top 6 pretty much no matter what, given the circumstances. Although, you could be a little bit down on him that the Arizona Cardinals have a plethora of receivers. Christian Kirk, AJ Green was at it. Still have Larry Fitzgerald. They got Rondell Moore, but I still think he's the cream of the crop there. And between the rest of the guys fighting for that wide receiver 2 role, wide receiver 3 role, I think they'll probably get injured. There'll be constant chess pieces going in and out the lineup, waiver wire fodder. So I love Hopkins. I think he's just elite.
Okay, I love the take there. Jesse, over to you, my friend. Do you feel the same way? Is he someone you're targeting in drafts this year?
He's not necessarily a target. I believe I have him at wide receiver 5. I have Ridley at 4. So he's right in that range. It kind of just depends on really what your draft slot is as to whether or not you're going to be able to get him. He's not a guy that I would reach to get. The volume is going to be there, but they did add Rondell Moore. That they have other pieces around him. He's going to be probably double-digit touchdowns in a high passing volume offense, so you can't really go wrong. I mean, he's shown consistency year in and year out, and the guy never stops playing. He plays every game, every single year. So, they always say you don't want to. You can't win your draft in the first 2 rounds, but you don't want to lose it. He's the type of guy that fits well in that plan because he's not going to miss games and he's going to be pretty consistent. But again, it kind of just comes down to what draft slot you have as to whether or not you're going to be able to get him.
No,
I think he's. Sorry, I think he's fairly well priced. Kind of to Jesse's credit, I have Ridley 4, Hopkins 5 as well. I mean, you can sell me on AJ Brown ahead of either of them, maybe even Justin Jefferson. I think they're all kind of going in that same range draft wise. So none of them seem overpriced. None of them seem like a value. They're just kind of all appropriate. It's take your choice really. So I'm less concerned with the receivers. I'm just more concerned with Kyler Murray. I mean, it's like what he did last year, not the lofty seasons he used to have with Deshaun Watson, or even maybe there's a couple of years before even some poor quarterbacks that weren't so great. So a little bit of drop in points per game, although, I mean, it was identical to what DK Metcalf did last year. Now, does DK Metcalf have room to grow over that and maybe surpass what Hopkins did? Does maybe Hopkins have more room to grow with Kyler Murray in year 2 as well? So I think there's arguments to be made for all those guys in that range. So like I said, it seems well priced.
Yeah, and that's a really great point there. I mean, I feel like you're just getting consistent targets for the most part. Just as long as Kyle Murray can keep up what he's able to do. I mean, his ability to run just keeps him active on the offense there, which makes him very dangerous. So just as long as he can continue to do that, I think DeAndre Hopkins should be a pretty safe bet in round 2 for this coming season here. I mean, you can't really say he's a bust. So I think he's going to be pretty solid overall. Let's see if we can get 1 or 2 more people in here real quick. Ryan Tannehill, guys. Obviously, Ryan Tannehill, I mean, he's been probably one of the best fantasy quarterbacks over the last year and a half. But now he gets the addition of Julio. He gets, Josh Reynolds isn't a bad wide receiver. And, of course, he's got A.J. Brown and Derrick Henry and Anthony Firkser at tight end now. But I know, are you someone who's making him a top 10 quarterback right now in fantasy? Is he in that range for you guys? Kyle, I'll let you go first.
I've got him at QB9, and that was, I think I had him a little higher, a little earlier in the offseason. I think I had him as high as maybe 7. I think Rodgers returning kind of, you kind of have to give that production to Rodgers. But, I don't really see a big difference between Russell Wilson and Ryan Tannehill. Both offenses we're kind of worried about could become run heavy. Neither defense is overly great, so there's chances that either quarterback could, sling it. They're both super, even hyper efficient, especially in the touchdown department. So they both have super high ceiling. They're both mobile enough to maintain a floor. So yeah, I think Tannehill firmly as a top 10 for me.
Likewise, I actually have him at 7. So I'm a big Tannehill guy. Have been for the last couple of years. I think what doesn't get brought up enough with him, it seems like everybody is cautious on him because of, they just say he's just a safe floor guy. I think his ceiling's a little higher than what a lot of people think. The stats have proven it. I think that there was that graphic maybe over the offseason or last year, like the production between him and Mahomes was neck and neck. He with that rushing upside and his ability to get rushing touchdowns. And I 2 straight seasons of Derrick Henry having over 400 carries, you would think the league would catch on at this point to stack the box. I think he's just going to have a lot of, pretty weak secondaries to be able to pick off, especially in that division. I just think there's a lot of things going for him. The addition of Julio, obviously AJB, there's just not a whole lot to not like. And the difficulty I find in not having enough of him, like when I'm doing best balls, is that it's pretty similar to tight ends where I feel like I'm taking the top guys or I'm kind of waiting a while. Especially all these rookie quarterbacks I'm seeming to like a little bit more and more as the weeks go on. I kind of just like stacking up, like Lawrence plays Houston early. So if you don't have Fields or Trey Lance start the year, just plug in Lawrence, get a few big games under his belt, and then maybe back him up with one of those other guys for security. So that's the tricky part for me, is I just don't end up with as much as I feel like I want of him, because I really do like him.
And
I feel like I have more dynasty shares of Tannehill.
I think I honestly have a lot more redraft shares, because I feel like Tannehill was already in so many people's eyes at this point after the season before that, I'm not giving him up. But again, I think if you're going with Tannehill, I think you're taking a smart option there, because you're getting him cheaper in drafts right now, guys. You're not having to pay up the Kyle Murray, the Lamar Jackson 4th round price. You're getting him at round 8, round 9 right now in drafts, and you should be pretty happy with that, because I think even with Julio maybe missing a game or two here and there, because he's a little bit older, unfortunately, Tannehill should be pretty good. I mean, I always said as a Dolphins fan, Tannehill, I thought was a great quarterback and a guy who could really do something if he was in the right system, and he wasn't in Miami, and obviously he's been there in Tennessee the last 2 years, and it's been fitting perfectly for him. So it should go really well. So do
you guys worry at all with the offensive coordinator moving at all with him?
He said he's going to keep it very similar to what Arthur Smith did. So maybe a few changes here and there, but I would expect it to be really similar this year.
Julio going there should probably help quarantine that a little bit. And actually,
I would say
helps,
so.
I think helps his ceiling. To your credit again, Jesse, with talking about his high ceiling, I think Julio does nothing but help that.
You gotta stay on the field though.
That's very important. Very important.
But guys, you would never guess it. I had guy asking for donations at the door. He's like, "Hey, you want to donate to some environmental like preservation?" And I was like, "Hey, you want to donate to like my Humane Society?"
You're interrupting the podcast. You might as well donate.
Yeah,
I
somebody
got
check out the
$2.
podcast today and donate. So
I should.
you probably did. But Kyle, Jesse, both you guys, thank you so much for jumping on today's show. Kyle, just real quick, let everyone know your stuff so they can check you guys out too.
Yeah, so I'm at Senra Says. Later tonight, I should be putting out my CFL DFS article. I know I'm Canadian again, so I love the CFL. And I play a lot of CFL DFS on DraftKings. So I put out an article for that every week, best values this week. So definitely check that out. It should be out today. I also co-host the Full Press Fantasy Pod. Excited we finished our tier series. I know you guys are kind of doing the same thing on the Coaches podcast. So going to be some interesting discussions coming after that. So check out the Full Press Fantasy Pod at FPC_fantasy pod.
Absolutely. Appreciate it, Kyle. If you're around later, let me know. We'll bring you back on. And Jesse, my friend, anything you want to mention before you get off?
Yeah, I won't be as active as we all know, but I'll try to be as much as I can, as much as the schedule allows. You can find me at jcrockett24 on Twitter. Joe and I will still be doing the DFS article, and if I can hop on the DFS stream, we'll do one show a week. If not, we'll still pump out that article on a weekly basis. So that's pretty much all I have. I just kind of glad to get back on the saddle here and join the boys before everything starts getting crazy again.
Well, we appreciate it, Jesse, as always, my friend. We'll talk later for sure. But boys, thank you so much for joining in. We'll catch you guys later.
See you guys.
All right, Jim. So that was pretty good. The first 30 minutes, man, not too bad, guys. As you guys all know, we're here today to talk about Humane Society, helping raise money. If you didn't catch the video in the beginning, it was so moving. Like I said, we're just here to help them out, raise money for them. They do wonderful things for all animals around the world. It's not just pets. They do everything for all kinds of animals, wildlife, everything. So check us out. Check it out. Donate. We're just trying to help raise money. And, of course, now we have 3 new guests on our show at this point now for the 5 o'clock hour here. First one we got here, Joe Pisapia. What's going on, Joe?
What's happening, fellas? How you doing? Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, man. This is awesome, man. It was great for you to jump on today. I listen to Fantasy Pros. As you guys know, that's where he is. You guys have a fantastic podcast over there. What's going on?
Yeah, it's all right. It's okay. It's a pretty good show. It's not bad. It's all right. We do okay. I'm not gonna lie. No, man, it's great fun, man. And it's been a long couple weeks with Tags being sick there, but we've all tried to pick up the slack. So hopefully people don't feel like it's lagging at all, because we are working double time, triple time, overtime to bring everybody some really good content and stuff. And we got our huge, giant 12-hour fantasy football fest tomorrow, 10 to 10. Ooh. I mean, just cancel your plans, send your kids to camp. I mean, let's go, baby. all day, fantasy football. It's going to be a beautiful thing. So
I might have to take off just to listen to it. I'll probably be tired by the time I'm done today.
By the time you get to, this might be an older reference, but if you're old like me, you'll get this. There's that old SportsCenter commercial with Charlie Steiner had his tie around his head and he was screaming "Follow me to freedom" was like The Office and ESPN was burning. If you haven't seen this, it's probably on Google somewhere. Hilarious. That's probably going to be me somewhere around hour 9 or 10. So it's going to get wild, I'm sure. We're going to get real punchy real fast.
I can't wait. That's for sure. Let's get the next 2 of our guests on here. A fan favorite, John B. What is going on, buddy?
What's up? Pardon the I'm moving in the next couple of days. Yeah,
Did you get in trouble? Why are you in that? What happened to you? You got banished to the
everything's okay,
here?
I promise. I'm not sending up smoke signals. Everything's good. I usually look a little bit more like Joe's background, but yeah, I'm moving in a couple of days. So I got early unpacking. Yeah. What's up?
You coming back up north?
I am coming back. I'm coming back up for the weekend, and then I move Monday next week. Yeah. I'm going back for the FTLS draft. It's a big weekend this weekend, the FTLS draft, the big home league that we've been in for, I think now close to, holy smokes, 12 years. So this is the big draft weekend, live draft. So we're super excited about it.
I was a little worried we'd have to call the police or something. Where you?
No, everything's good. I promise.
You have a safe word? Like, what is going on?
Yeah. Say Scott Fish if you're in trouble.
yeah. He saves everybody. He's got me. He's got me too.
Exactly. So let's introduce your co-host of your podcast, Brian, buddy. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for having me in here.
Yo, Brian.
Welcome
How's
to
it
the
going?
show.
Thank God John's closet looks a little better than normal, at least. I mean, he's got boxes back there. Usually he has the dresses he's usually wearing. And
Oh my God.
I love it. I love it. All right, guys. So, like I said, you guys have the Baltimore Ravens and the the Kansas City Chiefs in this section here. So I'm hoping
studs.
Yeah.
All right. It's not working here. No, it doesn't. For some reason, I had a wheel, guys. I had this cool wheel, and it all was set up with nice things that you just spin the wheel, and I pick a player and talk about it. But for some reason,
to hosting, where you think things are going to go well, and then everything just falls apart on you.
Joe, they think it's so easy, Joe. They think it's so easy to just host a show.
Look at this bald moron. Like, I could do that. Look at him. What does he know? And then they do it for a couple of days, and they go, "Oh, I see now. Now I get it."
Yeah, that's hilarious.
3 hats at once.
And I stayed up all night last night too. I was like, I got this wheel.
We can spin a fictitious wheel. What were the options?
Sure.
Baltimore Ravens and Kansas City Chiefs. I'll go. Let's talk about J.K. Dobbins. Let's start with J.K. Dobbins. Let's start running back today, guys. As everyone already knows, J.K. Dobbins, second year in the league now after a really great rookie season now, hoping to take the reins as the main starting running back, unless, you count Lamar Jackson. But how do we feel about J.K. Dobbins this season? Because, there's that receiving upside that might not be there because, we all know Lamar Jackson. But, I mean, he's effective on the ground and likely to be a big scorer this season here. Joe, I'll let you go first on this one. How do you feel about J.K. Dobbins this year?
I feel good about J.K. Dobbins, especially, unfortunately, now that we've got Rashad Bateman, who I was very high on coming into this year as a nice late-round flyer. But then, of course, everybody starts to, when you start listening to all the shows and reading all the content, next thing you know, Rashad Bateman gets a little elevated and becomes a little bit more of a dicey investment. Then the injury now has knocked him back down. So what that does now is put you right back into where you were last year in the second half, which is the Baltimore Ravens running the football. This is what they do. They run it down your throat, then they run it down your throat some more, and then they run it again. And you know what? It works. If you play defense and you can run the football as efficiently as they do, I would like to see them, again, be less predictable this year. And I think hopefully if Bateman gets healthy, he's able to help out with that. I don't have a lot of help for Sammy Watkins doing that necessarily. But I would say this. I think that you look at J.K. Dobbins and people will say, well, he's not going to catch a lot of balls and stuff like that. Well, who knows? I mean, let's not crush this kid before he gets a second year in the NFL. What you saw last year was very solid, consistent. You saw touchdown equity. So especially in a half PPR situation, if he's your RB2, I think you're doing very well. And he's going right in that cluster with guys like Chris Carson, David Montgomery. I think if you end up with 2 of those 3 guys, if you went, let's say, early wide receiver, then that's a pretty good setup to a half PPR team.
Absolutely. And I said Dobbins he has that upside that you got to really love in him. And if he's going in that, Montgomery and Carson range, there has to be something about that receiving ability that kind of scares you off. But John, how do you feel about J.K. Dobbins yourself, man? Is he someone you're taking in an early 3rd round pick as a 3-1? Are you taking J.K. Dobbins?
3-1, probably not. That's early because then you're relying on him to be your running back 1 or back end 1. Because I'm assuming you might have gone wide receiver. You probably have Travis Kelce. If you're coming off the turn like that, he might be your running back 1, and that's scary. But if like Joe said, if he's slotted in as your running back 2 with that upside that he has, I like that. So if you did hit running back, say you got Christian McCaffrey at the 101 and you come back around in the 301 and you pair him with J.K. Dobbins, that could be pretty lethal. I like him. I like the opportunity. It's a war of attrition right now in that offense. It's basically they need healthy playmakers. I don't care where it's coming from, whether it's going to be on the ground, through the air, however it happens. They need healthy playmakers. And right now, J.K. Dobbins seems to be the only one outside Lamar Jackson. So I like J.K. Dobbins right now, and I think could be primed for a hot start, which everyone knows in fantasy is important.
Yeah, definitely. Hot starts are where you got to go, guys. That's for sure. So let's talk.
I know Brian invested heavy in J.K. Dobbins. That's all I know. So it's I see him stirring in his seat.
Brian, do you want to hype up? Do you want to give some hype on J.K. Dobbins?
I like J.K. Dobbins a lot, to be quite honest with you, but I liked him a lot more in the pre-draft process than I do at this point. Look, I think we kind of know he's a smaller back. He's a really good back, but when it comes to that offense, you're going to have kind of this 3-headed monster if you include Lamar Jackson in it. And I think that when you split it all up, he's going to have a sizable role and he's going to be very good. And he does have that high upside appeal to him if a guy like Gus maybe misses some time. But you have to temper your expectations for J.K. Dobbins. I do like him a lot as a pretty safe RB2, excellent flex player that does have that upside. If the situation changes, I mean, this game is going to revolve around the run game. Lamar Jackson, those two running backs, and Mark Andrews catching the ball. Once in a while, they're going to go over top with Marquise Brown, but Dobbins is a big cog to that offense, and I like that.
Okay. A lot of love for J.K. Dobbins. I love it. Jib, man, I'll let you pick a player, man. I haven't let you pick a player yet, man. I feel bad, man. You pick a player for everyone to talk about here.
All right. So we went the
Ravens and Chiefs.
Ravens and Chiefs.
So pick us a guy.
We'll talk about the polarizing Mecole Hardman.
Yeah, that's your boy right there, man. And
yes.
It's a game over. So.
Yes. Me personally, I don't know what to feel about him. I'd rather get him at a cheaper cost than what his ADP reflects nowadays, but it's the same old show. Like, I don't know if he's gonna like take on Sammy Watkins targets, or at least like get a healthy 5 or 6 per game or so. But still, that first preseason game and just watching it, like he got a little dinker, like 3-yard like kind of catch, and like if he's gonna be utilized like that in the offense, I don't want nothing to do with him. He might as well just be Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
That's a great one. Joe, over to you, my friend. How do you feel about Hardman? Is he someone who's taking that next step now, or is it just fool's gold this year, man?
Well, that's the whole thing. It's like, okay, where's the ADP at? And then you start to look at some of the late wide receiver values that are out there, and there's guys like Gabriel Davis, who I think became a really favorite target of Josh Allen in big spots. And you gotta like when a quarterback sees a young wide receiver show up in big spots, and Stephon Diggs got all the work he possibly could last year, and I imagine going to spread that out just a little bit more. Also, guys like Sterling Shepard, right? Free. It's a free square guy at wide receiver who's going to have a way more volume than Mecole Hardman. See, that's where I struggle. It's like Mecole Hardman's, they're going to find ways creatively to get him the football, right? Because that's what they're going to try to do. But at the same time, you've got Kelsey, you've got Hill, you've got CEH, and then it's Patrick Mahomes playing Patrick Mahomes, where he basically just finds out who's ever open and he's able to make these incredible throws. And, last week we saw Byron Pringle catch another touchdown, right? And anybody who loves Mecole Hardman had to basically throw something at their television when that happened. Like, you had to absolutely do that, right? And now you're looking around, and I think you're looking at this game, what did they play Friday night, right, if memory serves this week? So I think that you look at this game and you want to see something out of Mecole Hardman. You want to see at least some target volume going his way. But I'll be honest with you guys, like, I just think there's better free squares out there. The Bryan Edwards of the world. There's a lot of deeper wide receivers that you could throw some darts on that I think have a better target share in their offense. And to me, that's going to outperform the guy who is really fun to watch and exciting and what if. Like, I just can't get there.
And I kind of agree with you, honestly. I feel like he is like his upside is their wide receiver 3. While there are still players out there who have that upside to be their team's wide receiver 1 still. So that's what you're kind of going for. Like, you're taking the upside of a high power offense as the 3 guy, or you're taking maybe not as high power as the wide receiver 1 on another team that might get 140 targets, 120 targets. But Mecole Hardman might not get that. So Brian, Joe, John, how do you guys feel about Mecole Hardman?
Brian, I'll let you have the floor on this one first.
Right, let's ready to
go, my friend.
I actually like Mecole quite a bit this year. I think the increase in his role is going to be somewhat significant. I think he's finally made it to year 3 where he can take that step. I don't know if you guys watched a lot of this guy, but just seeing the progressions from his year 1, what he was as a wide receiver and a route runner compared to now, like last year, I actually think that there was a lot of progress made there. Is he going to be the prototypical number 2 receiver? Absolutely not, right? He's going to come in for 3 wide sets. He's a weapon. They're going to use him on jet sweeps. They're going to use him on a lot of different things, but I do think he's become a better route runner. I think that there is an increase in role here, and the fact that he has that home run ability and he has that built-in, he's kind of second fiddle to Tyreek Hill if anything ever happens to him there. He's a bit of a handcuff, if you will. I don't know. I'm digging him. I just like home run hitters, man. I mean, and the people are pumping up. I was telling John today, the Byron Pringle thing. I'm like, all right, well, the 2-year red shirt depth wide receiver is 27 years old. I guess he could have a breakout this year. Maybe not. But yeah, Mecole Hardman, if I'm going to take a whack at somebody there outside of Tyreek Hill on that wide receiver depth chart, it's going to be Hardman. And I'm fine with, going, obviously not over investing here, but he is a good lottery ticket, I would believe.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm all about his ADP. Like, where is he at? What round am I in? And what's the situation? If it's late enough, then yeah, of course, I think he's perfect. And in best ball situations, I think he's even better when you don't have to worry about getting him in your lineup, because he's bound for a couple big games. He's bound for a couple big plays, and you're going to catch that in best ball format every time. It's a little bit harder.
John, we lost John.
Taken.
My God.
Oh, God.
I knew the cops were coming for him. I knew the cops were coming for him where he was.
I'm back. And so I think he's, it's always good to have those home run threats that you can just throw in your flex, and all of a sudden you have this, 2 touchdown big yardage week. It's not going to happen all the time, so I don't want to have to rely on him as a 3, which I think in some cases the way the draft falls out, if you might have to. But if it's late enough, he's a good bench stash, and he's awesome for best ball. He's like one of my favorite best ball targets.
And I like that a lot there too. For me, it's just like not a fan of him personally. I just don't see him taking that next step really. And the way I see it is that, I mean, unless Pat Mahomes is in for another career season, which is possible, but I just don't see it happening at this point right now. You talk about Clyde Edwards-Helaire like taking that next step as well. Everyone seems to be kind of back on that bandwagon, like myself. If Clyde's getting back in the passing game, I just don't see Mecole Hardman seeing more than 700 yards with Clyde kind of taking that next step back in the passing game. So I'm kind of just fading him. But again, he's a good boomer bust guy that will help you win a week or two here, but isn't someone you can rely on a week-to-week basis. So let's stay on the Chiefs here now and talk about a guy, I think another running back here, because I feel like Clyde Edwards-Helaire needs to be talked about more. And I mean, I'm a big fan of Clyde, but maybe you guys aren't. So Joe, how do you feel about Clyde Edwards-Helaire this year? Is he bound for a rebound season, or are you just assuming he's what he is at this point?
It wasn't a bad season. It was just bad by comparison to where people wanted to elevate him to. That's the problem. Like, Clyde Edwards-Helaire got drafted. I remember texting all of my little fantasy football friends, oh, what a great landing spot. What a great value. This is going to be really fun. We'll get tremendous value on him. And then I saw him going, by the time we got to the end of August, as like a top 6 overall pick. And that's just nuts. Like, he was not set up to do that. And you have to understand that that's going to be setting yourself up for failure, because the offense does not run through Clyde Edwards-Helaire. It's not like looking at Saquon Barkley's rookie season or Ezekiel Elliott's rookie season. And those are the only 2 seasons in the Black Book that we had a rookie running back as a round 1 running back. And guess what? Najee Harris is right on that door this year. But that's the thing. It's got to be a matter of, how is this offense going to run? And Patrick Mahomes doesn't care. Like, it's just, that first year everyone's chasing of Kareem Hunt, but like, you can't just keep chasing that and just copy and paste. It doesn't work like that. That's not how the NFL is. That's bad, lazy fantasy analysis. And we went from a really good value last year, became an anchor because you put first round capital in him. And if he didn't become a first round talent, all of a sudden then you're working from behind, right? So to me, this is the perfect scenario, because now he's like a high-end RB2. In PPR, I think he's a great running back to have. He does have upside to crack the RB1. He might even crack top 10 this year, potentially. So if Le'Veon Bell showed up last year, things got a little weird, unfortunately. Had he had 1 or 2 more touchdowns, he would have ended up as an RB1. So I think with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, this is now the appropriate value, and this is a great time to buy back in, or even buy in dynasty formats. I think this is where he should have been all along, but unfortunately, this is why we can't have nice things, because people want to take something nice and then put too much on it, and then they ruin it.
I love it. That people can't handle nice things, and that's what happens.
That's what happens. Like pineapple on pizza. It's gross. Pizza's good. What the hell are you doing with the pineapple? Get out of my house. I can't
be friends with people who do that.
No.
This won't be your friend. It's like, no, I'm good. You're good.
I certainly won't split a pizza with you, no.
All right, John, over to you, my friend. How do you feel about Clyde? Are you okay with him as your RB1 possibly this year?
It's funny. I'm with Joe. I am very comfortable with where he's as a post-hype sleeper, because I mean, he went in with so much hype last year that he was bound to fail. Like, it was just bound to let people down, and that's kind of the feeling that people have right now. Is like, oh, he was such a letdown. You go back and watch him; he looked good as a rookie, and he's in a high-powered offense. So that's what I want to look for. Again, if people didn't overvalue him last year, we have a different song and dance about CEH going into this season. Hopefully this player takes this year to leap. He's tied to Patrick Mahomes. He's in a high-powered offense. You love everything about it. So I'm with it. As my RB1, I think that's a scary life to live, but odds are I probably stacked my wide receiver core, or I took a high-end quarterback. Maybe I paired him with Patrick Mahomes. And so then I'm a little bit better with that. So I guess it depends on how my team is built. He could be you watch him play. He doesn't have breakaway speed, but he's got enough power and pop in between the line to rip off big chunk plays. And those turn into touchdowns in Kansas City. That's just how that works. It's just crazy. So, the more touches he gets in Kansas City, the more opportunity he gets for touchdowns. And so he could be one of those guys that hits double-digit touchdowns easy in my eyes, similar to like what Aaron Jones does in his offense. So I like CEH a lot. I'm a big fan.
If he hits double-digit touchdowns, I'll be the happiest kid in the world here. Brian, what about you, my friend? How do you feel about Clyde in general?
Just echo the same exact thing they all said. I mean, I really like him. I like the value. Last year, it got a little bit out of control. This year, he's kind of correctly valued, I guess, actually with a little bit of room to grow. I mean, God forbid he does kind of bounce back in a big way, touchdown-wise, which this Kansas City offense has been known to do for their running backs. I think sky's the limit. Is he like a high-end RB1 at the end of the day? Can he reach that? I mean, yeah, if the touchdowns come plentiful, maybe, but I really think I like where he is as a front end 2, back end 1. I think where he's getting drafted is great, and I'm trying to scoop him up in drafts for sure.
I love it, guys. I love the Clyde talk. Love the positivity on him, guys, this coming season here. So, Jibs, my friend, your turn to pick, my friend. Let's go back to the Ravens this time and see what you got for the Ravens.
Oh, you guys don't want to talk about Travis Kelce?
I don't want to
Is he good for fantasy? I can't.
Oh my God!
Wouldn't it be the
I've
thing
actually
if
never
this
had
year
him on a
finally
team. I
falls
wish.
off? Like, could you imagine, like,
God
this
bless.
is the year he gets hurt? Like, and everybody's finally, like, even the people who fought against it went, okay, finally, he's a first-round pick, and then all of a sudden, wouldn't that just be the way things go, right?
You see him
that would just
shaved
be
today?
the
It was
universe.
the beard. It was the beard. That's what it
Yeah,
is.
the beard.
It's so
The
relevant.
beard thing is
Yeah,
weird. He looks weird.
Yeah,
Like
I think
Samson,
he
when
lost
Samson cuts
around
his hair, he loses all the
value on
strength.
that.
Doesn't even like Travis Kelce anymore.
Ravens. There's not really many people on the Ravens, but freaking Mark Andrews. How do you guys view him in that like middle range? I guess the second group of tight ends.
I'm not a middle range tight end guy. I would go. It's like Ricky Bobby. You're kind of first or last here.
Yeah, that's so
it's
true.
like, give me Kelsey, or I'm just gonna take shots on Jonnu Smith or Tunyon or Higbee or Cole Kmet. I like all those guys, and I'll take 2 of them. I don't care. I'll stick one on the bench, and it's the same strategy I worked last year. And I had Jonnu Smith and Blake Jarwin, and Jarwin got hurt, and Jonnu looked real good for the first 6 weeks of the season. And I was like, all right, here we go. And then he got hurt too, so that was bad. But luckily, I picked up Dalton Schultz, and he was okay. I mean, he finished as a tight end 1. He only had 3 less points than Hayden Hurst, who everybody was in love with last year. Hayden Hurst was going to be that guy. So what's funny about the middle tight end is that I'm shocked that the Kyle Pitts love didn't get out of control. Now, maybe it's going to. Maybe he has a big game this weekend and all of a sudden people lose their mind. But so far it hasn't. Like, I thought that was going to be the guy, and I feel like for weeks on Fantasy Pros leading up to preseason, we're saying, be careful, please just be reasonable. Please be reasonable. Draft responsibly with Kyle Pitts. And then now it's almost like he's a value in some drafts. And I look at Mark Andrews, he's going ahead of it, and I'm thinking, well, I'd rather have Kyle Pitts because the upside of Kyle Pitts is fascinating to me, whereas I kind of know what Andrews is. The problem with all those mid-round tight ends is you're passing up on absolutely integral, valuable running back and wide receiver depth. And that's just something I personally want to do. So if I can get Waller at a 3rd-round price, okay, I see the joy in that. Kittle's the guy that scares me because of the injuries. He also never historically scores a lot of touchdowns. Quarterback's going to change at some point, probably sooner than later over there. We never know what that's going to look like. So for me, it's Kelce or kind of bust. Jamie Eisenberg was on the show a couple weeks ago, and he dropped this great thing, great or late when it comes to tight end, and I could not agree more. So I like Andrews the player, but I'm out on Andrews this year because I'm just out on any tight end not named Kelce or Waller, and then after that, it's pretty much whatever I can get late for free, I will take it, and hopefully one of them hits.
And that's the best velocity in terms of tight ends this year. I think at this point, everyone's pretty much agreeing on. But boys, Brian, John, how do you guys feel about it?
Yeah, I'm with him. I honestly was really turned off by Andrews going into the offseason. Now with all the injuries at the wide receiver position, it's more like solidifying him being well over 100 targets and all that stuff. But still, I'm with Joe with like, I think there's more juice to squeeze in those rounds with other guys that you can get in higher ceilings. And then the fact that you can grab some of these other guys that maybe are values. Maybe Gerald Everett is a value this year, a guy like that late round that has that kind of target share or close to and can provide you with some really good games. Or you can deploy somewhat of a tight end committee, which to be honest with you, some of the more successful teams I've had, that's what I've done, a tight end committee where I'm just kind of mixing and matching for the season. Now, Kyle Pitts, I don't know, we weren't really getting on him, but I think he's a little bit different because he has a ceiling that I just think is just otherworldly. I would take a shot at that for the right price, but he's clearly ahead of Andrews for me.
Yeah, I think, that's we're not getting into a Pitts Andrews conversation. That's not what we're doing here. Mark Andrews is fun. We could get into it.
Whatever you want on this podcast.
So sure. I mean, you're picking. So this is a safety. That's just the safe play versus an upside play, and that's what you're getting into. And it's like, what you're getting with Mark Andrews. It's very safe. You're very cozy. I'll take it. Kyle Pitts provides immense upside, and to me, for fantasy, like that's what you need. You want these home run hit, like the Chase Claypools of the world, the ones that if they hit, it's game changing, where all of a sudden they make your roster next level. Mark Andrews is never going to be that guy where it like levels up your roster. It's just like, no, he's going to be there. He's very good. He's going to probably be in that tight end. We've talked about it on our podcast. He'll probably be in that tight end 4 to tight end 10 range, and I don't see it going anywhere outside of that. But what does that really do for you in terms of the season long, like a massive upgrade to your roster? It's helpful and it's comfortable and it feels good, but it feels safe. Take Kyle Pitts 10 times out of 10. Like it's not even close.
All right. Sorry, Mark Andrews, if you're listening to this podcast.
Yeah, sorry. But like Joe said, you're a great football player and you're awesome for the Ravens.
I respect Mark Andrews.
You're great for the Ravens, and I'm sure they love having you.
Let's throw this out there. If you're in a salary cap draft, right, auction draft, and Mark Andrews comes at a good discount, I think that's something that's interesting, depending on how you. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, we forget, like, every player has a value, every player has a place. It just depends on what you want to pay for it, literally. And I think in the auction scenario, in the salary cap scenario, there's something there where if you get a good value on a Pitts or Andrews or Hawkinson, it's worth looking at because wide receiver is so deep, and maybe you hit on a Darnell Mooney late, or you hit on somebody like that late, and Jalen Waddle, those kind of guys, and all of a sudden you can make up that deficit. So there's definitely an approach, but it's that snake draft capital that really we're just kind of locked into ADP to a certain extent.
Sure.
Absolutely, guys. All right, real quick. One quick last one, guy I just want to mention here. Gus Edwards. Everyone has some kind of love for Gus Edwards, of course. But are you guys drafting? Would you be okay with him as your third RB this season?
I'm okay with him as my bench RB, and I'm the guy who drove the Gus bus last year. And every year and every week on every show, I was telling people on the waiver wire segment, you gotta pick up Gus Edwards. I don't know why no one's picking up Gus Edwards. Please, for the love of God, pick up Gus Edwards. And Gus Edwards does stand in line if something happens to J.K. Dobbins to get a massive workload. I don't like him as a guy that I want to start. If I have to start him on a bye week, okay. But as a bench running back, it's like him, Jamal Williams. Like there's a cluster of guys there that I think are very interesting, that if there's an injury, all of a sudden, Pandora's box gets open and all of a sudden they become really good returns on investment. Edwards is one of those guys. And, you've seen them jettison the Ingrams and some other guys and stuff like that. And now I think you're looking at him and saying, okay, well, he's going to still get some workload. But if the worst case scenario unfolds, all of a sudden he gets a lot of that timeshare.
Which would be amazing because I have him in all my dynasty leagues.
Good job. See, somebody finally listened to me in the segment last year. Thank God.
All right, Ryan. Are you someone you're targeting Gus Edwards?
I am not. It's just more of a philosophy thing. I don't.
Ryan, get off the show.
I don't typically.
This is the bus stop. I'm driving the Gus bus. You have to get off the bus now.
It's nothing to do with Gus. I actually love Gus, and I love watching him run. It's just Lamar Jackson or Dobbins for me is the guy in the run game there. Gus, if he happens to be on the waiver wire and Dobbins I will throw all my money at that, but. I don't think he's a guy I'm going to try to hold on to. And he's just one of those guys, like he's definitely going to have weeks even with Dobbins there. It's just good luck predicting it. I don't know when it's going to come.
John,
Yeah, it's tough. He's touchdown or bust kind of guy, and those are the types of running backs that are really hard to predict their weeks. It's really hard to sit there and say, because Gus Edwards is never going to be a yardage monster. He's never going to be a volume guy. It's just like he could fall into the end zone a couple times and have himself a big day, and you're like, oh wow, that's tough to predict. But if you look at it where, like Joe said, he is a uber upside handcuff where if anything happens to J.K. Dobbins, then forget it. I mean, we watched Darrell Henderson go from nothing to something in an instant. So the same thing could happen, but you could say that for a million players. So you got to be careful. But yeah, Gus Edwards is, to me, I guess he's worth the late round Ben Dad. He's there. Joe said, if you're in a bye week pinch, you need someone, anything can happen. But if, goodness gracious, if something happened to J.K. Dobbins, then Gus Edwards would be unstoppable.
There's a finite number of them this year. It's Tony Pollard, it's Gus Edwards, it's Jamal Williams. It might be AJ Dillon, but the funny thing with AJ Dillon is like if they loved AJ Dillon so much, then why the hell did they bring Aaron Jones back with money? Why did they pay money there? That was the thing that was odd, because when you watched AJ Dillon last year at the end of the year and you watched him carrying 4 guys on his back, you're like, okay, well, I see where this is going, and then it didn't. And then all of a sudden they brought Aaron Jones back, so that was kind of surprising. But they did let Williams go, so maybe there'll be something. But maybe you throw Dillon into that conversation too, at least, especially in those standard leagues where touchdowns, are everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they didn't set the market with Aaron Jones, which is why I think Green Bay knew that they needed stable. It's just you have a committee all the time now, and so we're going to use up the rookie with AJ Dillon, and we'll pay Aaron Jones, and with those two, they're set.
And the 17-game season, man.
I mean, they paid him a lot. They paid him good. Yeah. They paid him a lot of money. Yeah,
they did.
Nothing to sneeze at.
Contract. And that 17-game season, I think everybody just wants more depth now. It doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. That extra game really does make a difference, I think.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, definitely 100%. All right, boys. The end of the half hour is here. Joe, my friend, thank you so much for jumping on, man. It was a pleasure getting to talk to you about some football, and let everyone real quick again the Podathon tomorrow, man.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for taking a shot on somebody new to the industry, giving me some time here. I really appreciate it. It's nice, I don't get to do this very often. No, man, tomorrow we got wall-to-wall fantasy, 10 a.m. in the morning till 10 p.m. at night on our YouTube channel, Fantasy Pros. We are going to be doing our Fantasy Football Festival of Friendship. It's going to be amazing. We got huge guests. I mean, who knows who could pop by? Anything could happen, but we got some great plans. So send your kids to camp. Just cancel your work schedule, just make time. It's going to be a blast. And then after that, we're going to obviously you go check out the Fantasy Football Black Book over on Amazon, and follow me on the Twitter machine at Joe Pisa PS17. This was fun. I always like hanging out with people and talking football. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, boys, down below here, give your guys a shout out before you guys head out.
Yeah. So, I mean, we have the big FTLS draft this weekend. So I have to shout out Audubon Bar in Boston for hosting it. If you're in Boston area this weekend, Saturday, we'll be there around 4 o'clock. The big FTLS draft is live. It's 20 guys. We've been together forever. And so it's what started the podcast and what made me and Brian start doing rankings and do our own draft guides and all that stuff. And so the league draft is this weekend. Thank you to Audubon Bar and Grill for hooking us up, giving us the back patio. And if you're there, come by, I'll buy you a beer.
I was in Boston 2 weeks ago, John.
Next time. Next time.
I want to go back there. Damn.
And make sure you check out the podcast, right, John? FTL.
Oh yeah, and the podcast.
Podcast.
Check out the podcast if you want. Check out the
draft.
podcast. It's doing well. It's not quite as good as Joe's podcast, but it's getting there. We're getting better.
Hey man, listen,
it hits the notes.
12 years ago, me and Dan Strafford stealing equipment. It wasn't this easy. Back in the day, guys, we had to steal equipment from his work on the weekends to do a podcast, okay? Like, literal, like, we're setting up mics, we're doing all this stuff. Like, these things didn't exist, like StreamYard and stuff. So, let me tell you, I always say anybody can have a podcast because I did. So, I mean, look, you just keep doing what you're doing, man. That's all you can do. And hopefully, you get the reps, and that's what it's all about. But don't discount, man. Everybody's got a voice now, and I think that's fun. I think it's good for the conversation to make it a wider conversation.
You never know, guys. Well, Sunday could be a household name, in 2 years.
Someday, for the love of Sunday, certainly
someday
could be.
people will troll you on YouTube.
Yeah.
They can all be yours.
I have to look forward to it. I can't wait for the day I get trolls on YouTube. That's when I know I've made it, Joe.
I've been preparing for the trolls on Twitter right now. You say one thing, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm the guy who has Dalvin Cook #1 overall, and so all of a sudden I'm a bad guy.
Bad guy. That's an interesting conversation too. The Christian McCaffrey 1-1. Is it just that easy? I don't know. I mean,
that's a lot of games to miss to come back as the 1-1. It's just, to me, is a lot of question marks, and to make him my 1 overall
isn't it fascinating, guys? Year over year, the first round last year felt like the deepest. Oh my God, any of these guys could be one. This is so great. I love this first round. And the year later, we're all sitting going, I don't want any of these guys. Like, I just keep going back to Derrick Henry and Nick Chubb and the guys that I'm like, well, I just know they're going to get, 1,500 yards, and I'll take that in the touchdowns, and everything else is gravy for the other guys.
Right.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. So yeah, I got the Twitter hate a little bit. I don't have the YouTube hate yet. Not yet.
Wow.
That's when I'm telling you, that's when I know I've made it. When
someday
I get YouTube trolls, then I'll look back and go, that's when Joe told me I've made it in this world. I became something.
All right,
Thank you for
boys,
hosting this podathon, though. This was a ton of fun. This is you're doing a great cause for the Humane Society. I got my dog from the Humane Society, so much love to them, and much love to all the work they do. So I appreciate it.
Absolutely, guys. I appreciate you all jumping on once again, and hopefully we can all talk again in the future, some more football for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Take care, boys. All right. Well, Jibs has disappeared at this point now. Oh, there, Jibs is back, guys. As always, we're now in for the first hour done. Wow. I can't believe I had to do this for another 5 hours tonight. But it's okay. It's going to be fun. I had 1 beer so far. I got to eat at some point, maybe another beer. We'll see how it goes. But again, guys, if you're tuning in just now, we're doing this for the Humane Society. I lost my banner here. But the Humane Society does amazing things. They do more than just, take care of pets. There's doctors there. They help rehab animals. They help the environment. They help the wildlife. It's not just your typical pets. It's all kinds of things here. And if you could help us out just by donating, just send us a link, hit us up on our DMs on Twitter. We're more than happy we're trying to raise money for the Humane Society. We're at $500, almost getting closer to $500, and that we're trying to hit today. It's not a lot of money, but it's something. It's something to help out, give back to the staff, help them do better things for these animals so they can find their own homes or just enjoy their life in the wilderness this year. So please keep tuning in. We'll be here for another 5 hours, most of us at least. We'll see how it goes. Maybe Coach Jizz will surprise us and be here till 11 tonight. Who knows? He's shaking his head no already, so it's okay. But again, those were fun guests we just had on. But we have even more funner guests coming on. I know that word doesn't make any sense, but our first guest of the night is Michael. What's going on, Mike?
What's up, fellas? How's it going? For the Humane Society, I figured if I'm gonna have a beer, I might as well have a little Animal Cookies IPA.
Hey,
so
like that.
I love it. Where'd you get that at?
That's actually, I might as well just promote it. That's from Tavor. It's actually an app you could download on your phone.
Oh.
And you set up a shipment of beers to be shipped to your home, and they're like all different IPAs, like this one, Animal Cookies, comes from the Block Brewery, where I'm not even sure where that's from. Oh, Oregon. So you set up a whole case of beers, enter the promo code FACEOFF, FACEOFF. I've done this before. If you spend $25 or more, you'll get $10 off. So it's cool. It's good stuff.
This is a promotional segment.
That's it. It happens.
Plug it in.
That's it.
Plug it in. I might actually do it now. I love some beers, I love a good beer. So. And on for our next guest for the night now. Jorge Martin. What's going on, man? Long time no see.
Right.
Yo, how you doing? Orale, how we doing, boys?
Orale.
Jorge, my friend, glad to have you back on here tonight, guys. We're talking said Humane Society. Do you have any pets, Jorge? I don't think I asked you before.
Yeah, my dog Dino. He's come here, Dino. Come here.
Go get your pets on the screen.
Let me see if he listens to me.
Like if you have a pet, throw him on the screen now.
Let me see. Here we go.
There we go.
Nice.
It's 85.
Hey, there's our mascot.
Oh, there we go. Okay,
That's
now
our mascot of the show here.
There we
Nice.
go.
He's a star
There we
now.
go.
He's a star.
Well, Dino's 85 pounds, so he doesn't fit on my lap anymore.
That's right.
So he's a rescue, so that's why I love that we're doing this. We rescued him just about 4 months ago. 4 years ago, which feels like 4 long months. But yeah, they told us he was 22 pounds and 4 months old at the time, and they said, oh yeah, he'll only be about 50 or 60 pounds, so he's up about 85 pounds of solid muscle. We think he's a Dalmatian pit bull mix, and he loves football. He loves football. When the first year we had him, the second year we had him, I'm in the championship game, and I had Antonio Brown. So this was 2018, and Antonio Brown scored a touchdown that put me ahead in the championship game. Eventually won, and my wife was sitting with me. I said, "Hey, high five!" And the dog gave me a high five. So
Nice.
Gotta
There you
love that. So he's a football lover.
The goal for sure. Mike, you have a guest coming on with us tonight? I just sent the link again.
I might if he sees that, my podcast partner Anthony Servino, and I'll tell you this: when I mentioned to him what the cause was for, he said he absolutely wanted to come on. I mean, listen, he loves talking football, but when he heard what you guys were doing exactly, he definitely wanted to be involved. So I'm sure he'll pop in at some point. So Roman is actually his dog, and that's the official mascot of the FFA Soft podcast. So
love it.
Yeah, he pops in quite a bit.
So. I love when there's a pet involved in any podcast you got going on. So
yeah, I mean, I currently don't have any animals here, but I mean, I've had animals my whole life when I was living with my parents, of course, and my brother has 3 dogs. I'm always over there. Man, my sister has a rescue that she got actually when she lived in Austin, Texas. So. Yeah, so this is definitely a cool thing you guys are doing. So definitely a shout out, and you guys will be just fine.
No, I appreciate it.
Timing wise, you guys will be fine.
Yeah, appreciate it. So we're hoping to make a goal today. So we'll see how it goes. We're doing what we can to help out. So that's all we care about. But again, if you have pets, please donate. If you just love animals, help donate. That's what we're here to do today. But we're also going to give you some fantasy advice, of course, here today, so you can listen to some of it. So in this segment here now, we do have the what are we at here? The New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks, guys. So if you guys weren't listening before, I had a wheel thing. It was really cool looking, and I couldn't figure out how to get all the right players on there because I thought I was saving separate ones, but I wasn't. So now the wheel is a metaphorical thing that I spin my hand and I just come up with a player. But it looks like we have our final guest coming on here at this point. There he is.
There he is.
What's going on?
Oh, man.
Hey.
How's it going, guys?
Oh, what's good, Ant?
We heard you have a pet and very passionate about what we're doing today.
3 pets, but yeah, I'm a big time animal person. So when I heard it was for the Humane Society, I wanted to join up.
So we appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining in here. We love it. I said we all have pets in some way for sure. So it's just fun to hopefully get some donations in, and of course talk a little football today. All right, so like I said, you guys have the New England Patriots and the Seattle Seahawks. And again, my metaphorical wheel is going to spin right now here at this point now. And the first player I think we need to really talk about here is Tyler Lockett. Obviously, we know Tyler Lockett last year, big boom games. We all remember those games against the Arizona Cardinals last year. But again, there were some duds in there that we really didn't love at all. So, Michael, I'll let you kind of go first on this one. How do you feel about Tyler Lockett going into the season? Because if you look at his season in a total, it looked really good. But if you look at it a game per game basis, you weren't happy all the time. So how do you feel about Lockett this year?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. And you do bring up that Cardinals game where he absolutely went bananas. And I think, but in his career prior to last year, you did see a little more consistency. And, I guess some people would want to say the argument, well, it was so extreme on this end. Like you mentioned, he had the one big game. After that, he gave you a whole lot of duds. But I think he evens it out a little more. I think DK's the main man there. And I think that's now been solidified with ADPs as well. So I think you can get Tyler Lockett. I think he'll be just fine for you. I think he'll be more consistent. I don't think he's going to be the most consistent wide receiver in the league. But I do like Tyler Lockett quite a bit.
Okay. I love that take there for sure. Jorge, how about you, my friend? How do you feel about Tyler Lockett?
At his ADP, oh my goodness. I love him. I'm looking at him right now. He's going off in the 5th round. And I'm just like, this is a guy who's going to get 100 receptions this year. They
upgraded. I don't know what they did. They updated their offense. They're going to be using a lot more. They might. I had an interview with writer Mookie Alexander for SB Nation, who covers the Seahawks, and he was telling me that everything that the new offensive coordinator is going to have a more up tempo attack, and that Russell Wilson is very happy about that. And he also pointed out the fact that part of the inconsistency for Lockett last year was the fact that the second half of the season he was battling a lot of little injuries, so he's gutting through, and that maybe. That led to the fact that he just wasn't that good there at the end of the season. I mean, I'm looking here. He did have a 12 reception game in week 17, but before that, I mean, between that monster game against the Cardinals, I mean, he never got past 67 yards receiving. So, but I mean, again, battling through those injuries, and it's a guy who got 100 receptions in the 5th round. I'd be happy to have him be my wide receiver 2 or wide receiver 3 at that point.
We'd all be very happy if he was a wide receiver 3 for sure. But Anthony, let's say this, let's say you get 2 stud running back. Let's say you get a top tier quarterback and tight end. Would taking Tyler Lockett as your wide receiver 1 at that point in the 5th round, would that be okay with you, or you prefer him as that wide receiver 2-3 value?
Are we talking best ball or?
We're talking normal seasonal redraft.
Normal seasonal redraft. I cannot trust Tyler Lockett as my wide receiver 1. In best ball, sure, but in redraft, I'm more or less targeting Tyler Lockett as my wide receiver 2 or wide receiver 3 at that point. I want a little bit more stability. Like if I'm building my team, running backs early, and I'm looking at guys around Tyler Lockett who are going to be a little bit more consistent. I need a little bit more stability because Lockett, a lot of the times, he's extremely volatile. And I trust the target share in Seattle will go towards DK Metcalf. So we're looking at Tyler Lockett. He's going as the 36th player off the board. If I'm looking at wide receivers going around him, guys like Robert Woods, Mike Evans, Cooper Kupp, I'm more or less looking at one of the Rams receivers over Tyler Lockett because I think I'm going to have the higher floor.
No, I think that makes a lot more sense. The higher floor is kind of the direction you really want to go in a lot of your leagues, especially at wide receiver for sure. Jibs, my friend, over to you, my friend. Give us a player.
Let's go. What was this? Patriots. Damian Harris.
Damian Harris. Why Damian Harris?
Oh, he's a very interesting candidate, I guess, in the latter part of the round 7-ish range, but. I feel like if you miss out if you get like a running back or a top tier running back and you kind of want to play the wide receiver game and fill your roster up that way, I feel like he's a candidate or someone you could be looking at just to try to fill up your rest of your running back roster. So I just want to hear the guys' thoughts about him. I know Cam Newton's definitely a minus on that offense because of his rushing prowess in the red zone. But do you guys think he could have a standout year even with his lack of receptions in the passing game?
I think Damian Harris can have. I think he can have a solid impact of where his ADP is. I mean, I'll say this: he's going around guys. Currently you talk about Myles Gaskin, Chase Edmonds. I apologize. Michael Carter, Raheem Mostert. I would probably rather take a stab at those guys before Damian Harris. The only thing that frustrates me is it's always every year it feels like with the Patriots. It's always there's not a consistent guy. There's good players there. There's talented players there, but the running backs are never consistent on a week-to-week basis. Would like to take a stab at these running backs in best ball or in DraftKings DFS. So Damian Harris, I don't like him compared to where those other players are going around him, but I don't mind Damian Harris, the player himself. I probably won't have him rostered in a ton of leagues. I like to work smart, not hard. So I try and avoid those running backs committees where I really don't know who's going to bust out. It's a week-to-week thing.
Yeah, and it seems like more than ever committees are just
popping up everywhere.
Popping up everywhere. That's exactly how I like to say it here. Jorge, how about you, though? Do you think Damian Harris maybe can kind of break the mold we've seen in New England over the years here and maybe be that actual, confirmed RB1 on their team?
I wish I did, but, there's history on our side. Just the fact that, that New England, they love to surprise. And I mean, everybody remembers that. What was it, Josiah Gray, who got that 4 touchdown game, and nobody started him. So I wish I could feel confident that he was going to be the guy. And then plus Ramondre Stevenson last weekend looked like, he looked like a stud for them. I mean, granted, it was against against second and third stringers who are probably not going to be in the NFL in a month. But again, I could see that they're going to want to just bring in him, use James White, and I do like his ADP in the 6th round. I mean, I think to get a potential 1,000-yard rusher at that point, to get him, I kind of like Chase Edmonds, but I worry about James Conner there. And actually, you guys, Steven, you mentioned it right there. The committees, they are all over the place in the NFL this year. Everybody's so worried about that 17th game that they're piling on running backs and the workhorses, the lead caballos, as I love to call them on our Familia FFP podcast. They're few and far between right now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more on that, honestly. Anthony, my friend, over to you. Does the possibility of, again, maybe Mac Jones starts week 1 over Cam Newton? Again, it's a possibility, still maybe not likely to happen, but if that were to happen, does that change your view on a guy like Damian Harris possibly seeing a big workload in the red zone area at that point?
Damian Harris is in that running back dead zone in a draft where you can make a case for or against any of these guys going around him. But what I like about Damian Harris, he was the number 1 running back last year. And he only played in 10 games, but number 1 running back in terms of average defenders in the box, enemy defenses knew the Patriots weren't going to pass the ball. They couldn't pass the ball, and they stacked the box. But Damian Harris was still uber efficient, 5th in true yards per carry, 22nd yards per touch, showcased his elusiveness. So if Damian Harris can do that against those stacked fronts, what can he do if this passing game can get going, especially when you have a guy like Mac Jones, best accuracy coming out of this class with Trevor Lawrence in it? I'm kind of bullish on Damian Harris, but I don't know how much I trust him. I'll have some Damian Harris exposure, but guys like Ramondre Stevenson, the way he's built, he's going to be the LeGarrette Blount. He's going to be the 4-minute drill guy. So Damian Harris is going to have to do his damage earlier in the game, because if the Patriots are leading and dominating a football game with defense and it's low scoring, look for a guy like Ramondre Stevenson to come out and close it.
Mac Jones.
I love Mac Jones. I love Mac Jones.
That's it.
Whoever starts, as long as they go 4 and 13.
I heard a dog.
That's Milo.
That's our
how many weeks? How many weeks before? What's everybody's over under on how many weeks before Mac Jones?
I don't think it's going to take that long, man. I think it's going to be I think it might even be less than that, to be honest with you. I just listen, and Anthony knows this. Anthony always jokes that I'm on Cam Newton's payroll. I love Cam Newton. I've loved Cam Newton since he came into the league, but. Yeah, there you go. There's Roman down there.
Good old scheme.
Well, he's behind the microphone. You got to put him up a little. There you go.
There he is. Cute pup right there.
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, Mac Jones, I think he can take over fairly quickly. I just think Cam Newton at this stage in his career doesn't have enough in the passing game to fend off of Mac Jones. Sure, he could still run the ball. We saw it last year, but I don't think he has enough to fend off Mac Jones. And I'll say this. The Mac Jones hate has gone too far. People hated Mac Jones the moment he was rumored to go to the Niners 3rd overall. That's when this whole thing started with, he's not a good prospect. He's not that great. We don't like him. What a waste. I'm telling you, Mac Jones is going to be a good quarterback. Is he going to be on the cover of Madden? No. But he will be a productive quarterback, and he will win some games in this league. I'm telling you. People are sleeping on him. And don't forget, by the way, people hated another quarterback a while back. His name was Josh Allen. They hated him too.
Well,
I'm not saying they're one and the same. I'm just saying maybe Twitter perception is not always correct. That's what I'm saying. And that's a fact.
That is true. That's 100% true. Like I said, I think Cam Newton has an ability to start more than just, 5 or 6 games and Mac Jones take over. I mean, I think he has that. He has a rushing floor. Let's forget that. The rushing floor is fantastic for quarterbacks. If you have that, you're great. You have something going already there. But again, we know him as not the best passer in the world, but he's got more weapons now this year. He doesn't have to deal with the COVID situation. He was coming from an offense where he knew nothing about this complex Bill Belichick, Josh McDaniels offense now. And now he's got a year into it at least. He's got a full offseason after, not, dealing with the whole COVID offseason we had last year. There's still a possibility that Cam can get things going still. But again, it's a wait and see kind of game here. But he's got that ability in him. That's for sure.
People forget last year, Cam Newton, the first 2 games of the year was the QB6 and the QB2 in fantasy football. Only 1 interception in that time span. Did most of his damage as a rusher, 4 total touchdowns, over 47 yards in each game. 397 yards against Seattle that week, too.
That game was filthy.
Then but then was it week 3, right around week 3 is when he gets the COVID, and Cam was not the same.
No.
Even with Cam not the same, they still won 7 games. So, I mean, the roster is better. They upgraded at all levels. This defense could be the best we've seen from New England in a while. The offensive line is going to be better. They added the tight ends and a receiver upgrade with Nelson Aguilar. And yes, he is an upgrade. I don't know if Cam starts winning games, and I like Mac Jones a lot. He is the future. I don't know how you take Cam out if they're winning.
I mean, the Dolphins did it last year, so I guess anything is possible.
Well, that's we're talking Dolphins versus New England.
That's true. That is true.
They do get the Dolphins right off the bat.
Yeah,
so
sure
maybe
they
the
do.
Dolphins can knock it out.
I hope we win.
Actually, it's a tough schedule for New England. I mean, they got Miami at the Jets, not so tough, but New Orleans and then Tampa Bay in New England.
I can't wait for that game.
You think that one's going to be a fun game on Sunday Night Football?
No,
it could be a blowout.
No.
It could be a blowout, but let's quickly stay in there on that team here for one last one here. And Jonnu Smith, obviously we all loved Jonnu Smith last year. He was a sleeper, breakout candidate, whatever you wanted to call him last year, and he performed in the beginning, early on at least, very well, and the touchdowns kept him afloat on and off throughout the entire season here. But he's on a new team. They paid him a lot of money to be there as basically their primary pass catcher, you could say, at this point. But he's going so late in drafts. If you're not getting the top 3, is Jonnu Smith a guy you're targeting this year?
I mean, I'll just jump in and I'll say I'm still targeting him. I find that in these drafts, though, I'm going a little top heavy at tight end. This is probably a better question for Anthony because he likes to punt the position of tight end, but I don't mind Jonnu Smith, and I think Jonnu Smith will be the most productive tight end there. I'm just usually not drafting him in that spot.
The one thing about Jonnu Smith, he's a great blocker, and I have a feeling that they're going to do a lot of running. That they're going to be primarily a running team, maybe not to the level of Baltimore, but I think they're going to be very, very close to 50-50 running and passing, and I think they're going to end up using Jonnu Smith a lot as a blocker. Plus, the other thing that I'm looking at Fantasy Football Calculator ADP. He's going in the 13th round, so he's second tight end or a guy you punt, but one guy who's going right there with him, pretty much equal. Is Adam Trautman. And I'm just kind of like, ooh, that's as wide open as those targets are. I think I'm going Trautman over Jonnu Smith.
Yep.
I honestly,
not bad.
I don't hate that at all, honestly. Again, to me, I'd prefer Adam Trautman, but Jonnu Smith, I still consider Jonnu Smith in the right situation because I feel like he's going to be their primary guy. He's going to see close to 100 targets, I think. And it's very possible he does this year.
Why over Hunter Henry? Just out of curiosity, because I like Hunter Henry more. And we've seen him in the past, Hunter Henry get, a lot of targets. We've never really seen that out of Jonnu Smith.
And no, we haven't. And honestly, that brings up a great point that people probably want to know why Hunter Henry over Jonnu Smith. Personally, I just feel like Jonnu, they can do more things, I feel like, on the field with Jonnu Smith. They can line him up, and I think in better situations on the field, whatever they're trying to do.
He took a running back pitch a week or two ago at practice.
They did do that. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, that's what you can do. You can't do that with Hunter Henry.
Yeah.
You can do that with Jonnu Smith. Remember, was it 2 years ago? I think when he was kind of just like in and out of an actual tight end 2, basically. He ran like a 70-yard touchdown run, basically. I mean, that's That's what Jonas
Yes.
can do. I mean, he's got that mobility in him, and Bill Belichick's going to find ways to use this guy to their advantage somehow. He always finds a way to use their tight ends when they're actually good tight ends to really get this offense to the next level. So, all right, and lastly, last one here, guys, for the night. Let's see here. Jibs, give us somebody back on Seattle.
I'm gonna go Gerald Everett.
Gerald Everett.
Ooh,
Okay,
good.
So this is basically the latest, like last 2-round kind of guy here. I get it. I like it. How do we feel about Gerald Everett, boys?
I'm in on Gerald Everett. I love the ADP. And when you talk about guys behind Jonnu Smith, well, it's Adam Troutman, then it's Gerald Everett. I feel like Gerald Everett's more of the ceiling play between Adam Troutman, and because we see a path of targets where Jonnu Smith, I think he has a higher ceiling, because if we go back to the last time the Seattle really had a productive tight end, an athletic tight end, it was Jimmy Graham right around his prime when he came over from the New Orleans Saints. Gerald Everett goes to Seattle with his offensive coordinator, Shane Waldron, that wants to emphasize pace of play and the passing attack. And I do see a world where Gerald Everett is this team's wide receiver 3 behind Lockett and DK Metcalf. And yes, he's a tight end, but I call wide receiver 3 in terms of targets.
Right. Absolutely. No, I definitely get that. Boy,
he's got history with the OC. Mm-hmm. So that's the big thing coming over from the Rams. I mean, that to me is a big thing. I think he's going to be a distant third. He might be, in there. He might just barely beat out Chris Carson for being the number 3 in targets on the team. But there's really not a lot. I mean, Dwayne Eskridge, the kid that they drafted, he's been hurt. So I don't see him being much of a factor early in the season. Everett, he's going to a place where he doesn't have to, battle for targets with the Tyler Higbee. So I actually kind of, getting him in the 14th round, I'd rather take a chance on him in the 14th round than Jonnu Smith in the 13th round, just because I think there's less competition for targets, and this team I think will throw more than the New England Patriots will.
Yeah, I think I can get down with that too. Yeah, but yeah, it's close, but I think I can get down with that. And Gerald Everett too. I love playing DFS. He is a guy I'm probably going to grab in some DFS plays, because he's not going to cost you a lot. He's going to be a little bit lower. Exactly. First week, I'm going to take Kyle Pitts at 4,400 though. Let's be clear, but. Gerald Everett, though, later on in the season, I envision, listen, I do think I buy into what Anthony's saying about the targets, but I also think he's going to be a great asset for Russell Wilson towards the red zone. We've seen Russell Wilson show an ability to gravitate towards tight ends when he needs to. So I think he's going to gravitate towards Everett in the red zone. And so I think it's more of a best ball. I think it's more of a DFS play, but when you're talking about the draft price too, if you're punting tight end, Anthony loves to punt tight end, and he does well with it when he does. I would be okay with taking Everett, man. I wouldn't lose any sleep if I fell asleep having Gerald Everett as my tight end.
No, those are fantastic points, guys, for sure. I mean, he definitely has that upside, and you're getting him basically pennies on the dollar. You're not really spending a lot of money to get a guy who can provide you that big upside this year. And again, we had Joe Pizza on. He goes either, take a grade or take him late. And you can get him as so late as possible in drafts this year. You probably get him undrafted. That's how great he is. So, Jared Everett's a good one there, Jibs. Like the way to end that there, though. So, Jorge, I'll let you sign off first, my friend. We appreciate you jumping on, my friend, as always. We've had you seen you like twice in the last 2 weeks, so it's always a pleasure. So, I'll let everyone know your guys' stuff you got going on if you want to have anything to say.
First off, shout out to my buddy Drop the Mic FF. Hola, papi. How you doing? You can find me on Twitter at Jorge Martin 17, and I'm kind of winding down a beat writer series with where I'm interviewing a writer from all 32 teams. So I've got about nice. I think I've got about 4 more to go, and it's been like a 2-month project. I was really hoping to be done by now, but things just kind of stretch sometimes when you bite off more than you get to. But also, our podcast is called Familia FFB. You could find us on Apple, Google, Spotify, also our YouTube channel. So find us there where we, when I'm not interviewing beat writers, I'm arguing with a couple of my cousins. So, and we talk a little Mexican food and beer in there too. So just to keep it interesting. So salud, everybody. Thank you. Everybody donate to the Humane Society. They do great things.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And boys, Mike, Anthony, thank you as well for jumping on, my friends. Let everyone know the things you guys got going on over there.
Go ahead, Anthony. You first, sweetheart.
See, we have a lot going on at the FF Face-Off. We're going around 4 times a week, sometimes more now that we're entering into the football season and through football season. We really don't take any time off in the off season. We just launched a website. We're about 3 months into that. So go to fffaceoff.com. You'll see everything we have going on. We're looking to bring on more writers onto the staff. So if anybody is interested, hit us up. And also the Humane Society, it's a great cause. If you love animals, I love animals. And this industry does a lot of great things for kids and to help people out. And we do the mental health podathon, but it's nice to see animals getting some of the love too. It really is.
Yeah. And, I'll say this too, listen, we all know how saturated this market can be, fantasy football. And it's kind of they talk about copycat league and it's kind of copycat fantasy football. But you know what? If there's anything we should be copycatting, it's doing podathons that go to great things like the Humane Society. So I love this. I'm glad you guys are doing it. Keep it up. I'm going to put the link out there. Hopefully we can get some people to get some donations in. I'll make a donation myself a little bit later. But yeah, so just keep it up, guys. Good stuff. And I just, again, the one thing, if there's one thing I love about this community is that they're always doing good, or they're doing their best to do some good when they're not fighting with each other.
Of course. Absolutely. And again, all you boys, thank you guys for jumping on again. I guess we love the support here. He said, anytime you guys need us, you let us know. We're here to help support you guys as well. This is a family community here. And thanks for jumping on today, guys.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having us.
Cheers. Guys. Take care.
Good luck, boys. Fellas.
All right, Jibs, man. Whew. Hour and 35 minutes. And man, I'm tired already. I think I might end it here. No, I'm just kidding. There we go. Chase. Chase, my friend from the FF Intervention, what's going on, bud?
What's up, man? How we doing?
Is that pristine Lions gear I see back there?
Yeah, we got a little bit of it, man. I got a Swift autographed helmet right there, and then I got a Swift jersey, and then I got some cards up there because I collect trading cards with DeAndre Swift in it. So I'll take it, man. I'm not a Lions fan, but I love DeAndre Swift. So I actually like Hawkinson a lot too. I'll take either one.
Are you GA guy?
No, just a fan of the players, man. I'm all sorts of into fantasy, so sitting there and being able to check out these individual players, that's like my thing, man. Also, I was a Washington football team fan, so it's really tough to be a fan of football and be a Washington football team fan at the same time. So you kind of gotta, you gotta mix it up a little bit. You gotta get some players in there. So DeAndre Swift and Hawkinson season all day.
I hope so. Too bad we're not talking about the Lions right now, man. I feel like that would have been your kick right now. Should have switched it.
Oh man, 10th best team in run blocking, 13th best in pass block, and they add in Penei Sewell. It's going to be game over. Plus, Jared Goff is extremely accurate when targeting tight ends. But we're not talking the Lions, right? We're not talking
Lions, unfortunately. Maybe if you jump back on at 8:00, maybe we'll talk some tight ends, some Lions then. But the main portion why we're here, guys, if you're just tuning in once again, we're trying to raise money for the Humane Society. I keep losing my banner because I keep showing everyone's tweets. But again, we're just trying to help the Humane Society of the United States raise money, for whatever they do. They do a lot of different things that people might think of. It's not just the shelters, that they have running, and they do a lot more than that. They treat animals. They help get them back to a sustainable, normal lifestyle again. They also out there in the wildlife and trying to help them as well. It's not just your average dogs and cats. It's more than that. They help out all animals in the world here, and they're doing great things there, and we just want to help continue to raise money for them. We're getting close to the 50% mark of our goal this year at least, and we're hoping to get to 100 before the next 4.5 hours end tonight. So if you have your pets, please help donate. If you just love animals, please donate. I just posted it in the comments below. I also posted it on Twitter again because I realized I didn't really post that out there for everyone, so I figured I'd just post it for everyone to be able to donate $1, $2, $3. It doesn't have to be a lot. It's whatever you have to offer. We're just trying to help raise money. So In terms of that as well, we're also, talking fantasy tonight, and that's why we brought on Chase to talk some fantasy. Unfortunately, not Detroit, but we do have some other teams we're going to talk about tonight.
Dude, I can talk about whatever teams you want to throw my way. Let's do it. Let's go.
We have a bunch here. So for tonight, this next segment, guys, we have the Indianapolis Colts, we have the Buccaneers, we have the Chicago Bears. We'll try to get through as many players as possible. This is the first segment of the night where we only have 3 of us. Usually it's like 5. So we'll get through a lot of players. And Chase, we're going to rely on you to talk for the next 30 minutes here. So
I don't think that's enough time, but we'll
more.
Probably not. But hey, man, if you want to stay on for a little bit more, man, you can. We only got one the next time too, so it's up to you. But the first one, we'll start with the Colts. And again, my imaginary wheel, because the wheel thing doesn't work right, as we mentioned before. Let's stick here in Indianapolis and start with Michael Pittman. Obviously, we all liked Michael Pittman last year as a rookie. He showed flash, especially in the playoff game. And we really loved, him pairing up with Carson Wentz this year. But obviously, Carson Wentz is dealing with some injuries, as we all know. And hopefully, maybe, who knows if he's back by week 1, week 2, week 3. We don't know yet. But Michael Pittman is going pretty late in drafts, honestly. You're getting him as your 4th wide receiver more times than not. But he could be their team's wide receiver 1 this year. So, Chase, how do you feel about Michael Pittman this season here?
Yeah, Michael Pittman's like a giant tease, and I don't know whether to go all in for it and try and score or leave him hanging. So with Michael Pittman, it's tough because we're sitting there, we're looking at the 7th in receiving yards. He was 69th in receptions, but then you see his yards after the catch, and what was he, like 32nd, I believe. So Michael Pittman, he's somebody that you want to believe in. Like, you want to get on board with a 2nd-round pick, big physical guy. There were really no alphas last year outside of him and, maybe like Brian Edwards when it comes to like that size, like that go up and get it type receiver. So you want to believe in Michael Pittman. It just wasn't there, though. Like, he was not connecting with Phillip Rivers. He was not connecting with Jacoby Brissett. Passes were errant. He wasn't on the same page with the routes. So I think a second year in this offense is going to be majorly advantageous. He has to be that guy, though. If the Colts are going to make it that this year, he has to be the guy. And although I don't know if the volume's going to be there for him, I don't know if, he's going to see a ton of red zone opportunities. He still is worth it, where his ADP is. I mean, like you said, he could be your 4th, even 5th wide receiver in some cases. I mean, I think best ball, he's going as like your 6th or 7th if you decide to go a little light on running backs off the bat. It's kind of like, it's just so tempting, right? He's just a giant tease, and I love it. I'm here for it. I'll take it.
He definitely is a big tease, and it's to me, I'm like, I really want to, he's sitting there like, oh, Michael Pittman, like, as my 3rd or 4th wide receiver. I'm like, yeah, that sounds like it's such an upside win, possibly. That's I love it. Jibs, man, like, how do you feel about Michael Pittman, man? Are you on that same page? It's like, I gotta have him, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm on the same page. You look at like receivers relative to where he's going in drafts, like Michael Gallup, Corey Davis, Marquise Brown, Henry Ruggs. Yeah, those guys, I'm going to take my shot on Michael Pittman. I know last year, different quarterback with Phillip Rivers, and he definitely has a tendency to love to throw those running backs, or running backs that are over, we'll say just predominantly Nyheim Hines and Jonathan Taylor had 22% of the target share. So I think he get a maybe close to 90 targets at least. Maybe Zach Pascal takes a seat back, and you could have maybe even a 100 target season. But like, I know his upside is kind of capped because the Colts love to run the ball, and they're going to be conservative and kind of lean on that defense. But I like where you could get him at in drafts, and I wouldn't mind taking my shot there in round 11.
Now, real quick, this system that they're in, it hyper targets running back to an extent. However, how much of the system actually had to do with Phillip Rivers last year being the check down king, essentially? When we sit there and check out Carson Wentz, and Carson Wentz only attempted passes to the running back 17.2% of the time, might have been 17.1. Either way, he's probably not going to target the running backs as much, which is actually very, very promising for Michael Pittman if he can see those downfield targets, because it feels like Michael Pittman actually had open opportunities, but nothing was there. The ball just wasn't getting thrown in his direction, whether that had to trust the play calling and the system and the reads, or just the fact that, hey, Phillip Rivers is the check down king, so he wasn't going to take a chance on a play when Carson Wentz actually will. But I honestly feel like the most slept on player in this offense, outside of Paris Campbell, because Paris Campbell could get hurt, so we could have that debate all night whether he's going to be healthy or not. But T.Y. Hilton, man, like T.Y. Hilton didn't see the opportunities last year. When he did, he made most of them, or made the most of them, but they just weren't there for him. Meanwhile, Carson Wentz, I mean, he likes chucking the ball deep, and he's actually, I believe he's pretty accurate while doing so. I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I think that T.Y. Hilton is definitely somebody to keep an eye on. It's something that, you know, players are kind of sleeping on right now.
I think you make a great point there, Chase, for sure. I mean, I think T.Y. is going like as your fourth or fifth wide receiver in a lot of drafts here because people are just like, he's washed, he's over 30. But Carson Wentz had moments last year, even with Deshaun Jackson last year when he played that 1 or 2 games he was in, and Rager had a moment where he was decent at some point there. I mean, there's that opportunity still to do that. And you're right. Phil Rivers, I mean, you saw Phil Rivers 2 years ago when he was back with the Chargers. I mean, made Austin Eckler what Austin Eckler is now, like just many targets to the running back. Carson Wentz is not going to do that this year. And I think this offense, as long as Wentz comes back and healthy, and even if it's Jacob Eason for a couple of weeks, I don't expect them to just target their running backs on that consistent of a basis last year. I mean, his deep ball, Carson Wentz was 28 last year. The year before that probably was better. It was like 19. So it was better. I mean, it was definitely better, almost top half, you could say, in the NFL. I mean, again, the offensive lines have been kind of shaky in Philly and all that. So, I mean, Colts have a strong line. We all know that. So, Jibs, my friend, go over to you. Go to the next team here. Go to the Bucks. Give us a player on the Bucks to talk about here.
We'll talk about the Bucks in totality. This offense is so good, it sucks. With all the freaking viable pass catchers, with all the freaking running backs in the whole situation. So I'm going to pick Mike Evans.
Mike Evans is an interesting one there. Chase, how do you feel about Mike Evans? You know, I mean, he is like, everyone's saying he's the overvalued guy, but he technically has the most experience with Tom Brady over the last year now.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Evans is in a great situation because guess what? He's the red zone target. And, you know, like you brought up, they're going to be in the red zone a lot. Like, they're going to be scoring a lot. This team's going to be very good. So if there was any upside play I'd take here, it's going to be Mike Evans. What is it, 7 straight 1,000-yard receiving years, you know, since he was a rookie, the first player to ever do it. I believe if we sit there and we kind of dissect where Mike Evans is inside of this offense, he's just in a great spot. However, I do think that he might be the most overvalued player, essentially. If he is in a position where, you know, he's not going to hit that 1,000 yards, is he going to be worth rostering? And in which weeks can you start him? I mean, he had tons of weeks last season where he had kind of like hit or miss, or at least potentially hit or miss. I mean, he had the one game, 2 receptions for 2 yards and 2 touchdowns, right? I think that was like week 2 or 3. You know, those types of weeks can happen for him. So how much of a boom bust type play can he be? And when you're getting a receiver that early, I don't know if I want that. Like, I want these players who are going to be top 12 option, maybe not number 1 overall, but a top 12 option week to week to week if I'm drafting a wide receiver in the first 2 rounds. Mike Evans has been that to an extent, but I just think he's a little bit more volatile. Meanwhile, you're getting Chris Godwin a couple rounds later, at least a round later. Antonio Brown's, last time I checked, was going in like the 7th round. I'm almost safer at this point than Mike Evans is because, you know, he's going to rack up the yardage. You know, but I think the big one to be targeting here, which is kind of crazy, is like Chris Godwin. I mean, last year, what was Chris Godwin? 2nd round pick. Now he's sitting there.
Yeah.
Last year?
Yeah. No, in drafts. He was 2nd round pick last
year. 3rd or 4th. Oh, no. He was like 22 or something like that. He was like a swing pick. Yeah, you're right.
I think he was like late 2nd round. This year he's going, 4th round-ish? I play a lot of best ball, so I haven't seen the redraft rankings. Either way, you talk about a significant drop for a player that performed decent last season, dealing with injuries. How many games did he miss? 3 or 4 games. He's playing with a broken finger. He had a slew of injuries occur, and yet he still performed. He still produced. And yet he dropped because of some minor nagging injuries that aren't going to hinder him moving into 2021. Why the drop? Because of his production while he was hurt with Antonio Brown? No. Get out of here with that. Like, Chris Godwin is going to produce at a high level, and he is not being talked about enough as a top-end option in the receiving game. If you could build a slot receiver, don't forget, Tom Brady's favorite position his entire career outside of Randy Moss on the outside was throwing to the slot receiver, throwing to the tight end in the slot. He loves slot players. He likes to attack the linebackers. He loves mismatches almost more than Russell Wilson does. Like, he loves these mismatches. And yet you're telling me that if you could build a slot wide receiver in a lab to have the perfect speed, to have the perfect height, to have the perfect hands, to have the perfect burst, it's Chris Godwin. And yet everybody's just forgotten about him to an extent. Nobody's even bringing him up. I think because they're afraid to be wrong because they were so gung-ho on him last year. He didn't produce. It reminds me a lot of like Joe Mixon, how the Joe Mixon truthers were just pushing Joe Mixon. There's a lot less of them. I mean, probably only 10% remaining this upcoming season that were so heavy on Joe Mixon. Miles Sanders, very similar situation. Chris Godwin should not be falling like he is. And I think we're letting, hindsight from last year deter our rankings for this year. So although Mike Evans, I think he's a little bit overvalued, I think that he does have the upside and he can produce very easily because they're going to be in the end or the red zone a lot. I still think that the most undervalued asset in this offense is 100% Chris Godwin.
Wow.
I agree with you.
Great.
Like the only case I can make for Mike Evans is like you just said before is his utilization in the red zone. Him and Gronk led the team in red zone targets, and he had a whopping 21 of them. But like I just can't really want to rely on a guy. I only had Mike Evans one time in like all the mini fantasy drafts I had, and he's definitely frustrating. I completely agree with you. Just take Godwin. He's a safe route. They basically, even with Godwin missing time, Godwin had one less reception than Mike Evans had on this complete season. So
and exactly. It's insane to me. This guy is hyper efficient with the ball in his hands. Just get the ball in his hands and let him do work. But he's going to be healthy this year, so it's going to be great. And I think everybody that's not sleeping on Chris Godwin is going to be enjoying a very fruitful season for him. Easily top 5 wide receiver.
I love it. I love the little spiciness to that. All right, I like that. I like that a lot there. I mean, for me, the way I see it is that Chris Godwin, I feel like he's just a safe play. You're going to be safe with him. He's going to be a guy that sees six or seven catches most games for like 70, 80 yards very easily this year. When you look at Mike Evans, you're looking at that big playability, red zone touchdown threat. He's going to have some games where and again, if you saw the back half of the season, he was great when he got those touchdowns. But he's going to have some games where he's going to get you 7-8 points at max because he's going to get like 4 catches for 40 yards. And then you have AB, who I think will come in and out of being great at times. He's going to have some really big weeks, and people are going to think he's back to being that 27-year-old guy back when he knew it in the day. He's 33 now, guys. Let's be real. He's going to fall off at some times, and he's going to get back. So I think if you're looking at consistency and safeness, Chris Godwin is your guy there. And like Chase said, he's being super overlooked as a guy who could be a wide receiver 1 this season.
Yeah, I mean, he came back from injury and he's still slightly hindered, but these are stats of his last 4 games. I believe he came back from injury week 13, if I'm not mistaken. That one, the game right after that, game 14 sucked. He was 2 for 3 for 25 yards. Following game 4 for 5, 36 yards and a touchdown. Game after that, 5 for 9 for 84 yards and a touchdown. Game after that, 133 yards, 2 touchdowns. Like, this is the type of production that we're going to be looking at minimum over the 2 out of 3 games. That's like minimum. That's like floor level. Let's go get Chris Godwin. Start talking about him more, people. Let's go.
No, definitely love that there. Let's see. Jibs, that was Jibs.
I got another one.
Oh, you got another one for us.
Yeah. David Montgomery for the Chicago Bears. This guy, I remember rookie year, he probably went around he was a early round 4 pick. He was going around like ADP 40, 45 around. Last year he was injured. He kind of got him at a discount, probably in the 60 pick range. And then this year, of course, I know Chase, you haven't been on the redraft kind of vibe, but this guy is going in the 3rd round, ADP 28, according to Fantasy Pros. I don't know how you feel about that. Like, to me, like, I love David Montgomery. I just been like a fan of him, but like, I can't imagine him picking him in the 3rd round at all.
Yeah, I don't think you want to bring up David Montgomery to me.
Okay.
If my fan base is on, they know. Look, you can see Nate Markham in the chat already commenting.
There we go.
You already know the deal with me and Montgomery, Nate. Nate Montgomery is not somebody that I enjoy drafting at any point in time. He's not a hyper-athletic athlete whatsoever. In fact, he's relatively slow. He doesn't have any kind of juice to his dance. He's playing behind a bad offensive line. And, he went hard last year, right? He went up against Green Bay, which is a joke of a defense. Yeah, Detroit, Houston, Minnesota, Jacksonville, Green Bay again. Dude, you could seriously put Frank Gore, and Frank Gore might have had better numbers up against these teams. I'm telling y'all, like, this is Dave Montgomery for me is mind blowing. Why so many people are on Dave Montgomery? He's not going to be a NFL running back for very long, and I would be shocked to see him get a second contract that is even in the top 20 or 30 of running backs.
The Bears are going to pay that, man.
The Bears will pay that. The Bears cannot pay that to David Montgomery. They're not going to be able to afford to, essentially, because the salary cap and the way that it's about to blow up over the next couple of years, it's going to force them to have to force to pay Fields and Allen Robinson a certain amount, once it gets around to it. And being able to pay Dave Montgomery anything over, I don't know, $6 million, it would be absolutely ridiculous. They need to see what they have in some of these other running backs. I wouldn't be shocked to see Damian Williams actually take some of the workload away from David Montgomery. There's no way. What was his snap share? Or what was his carry share? So he had an 83%, 84%, 88%.
He was a workhorse towards the end of the year.
Yeah, even in the middle of the year when he was running his head up against the wall, playing like we expect David Montgomery to play, or at least the way I do.
15 carries, like 35 yards, basically.
Exactly. That's what you're going to get from David Montgomery. He's going to have his blow-up weeks, and I know he will. He's in a division that allows him to do it. The Vikings are easy to run against. Detroit's easy to run against. Green Bay easy to run against. So that's 6 games you're going to start David Montgomery. But as a top 36 option, no, don't give him to me. He's a flex play because those other weeks are the weeks that he's going to be struggling. Then you take out the passing down work because we've already seen Justin Fields already feeling comfortable in the pocket and roll out. He's not going to
people.
Yeah, he's not going to take that check down. Get out of here. So we're already going to see that target share diminish as well. Or maybe not the target share, but the volume of targets diminish to an extent. And Justin Fields actually does a good job, by the way, of keeping his eyes down the field. So he's not going to be looking at David Montgomery. I just don't see where you're going to get value from outside of 6 games this season. I haven't looked at their entire schedule and dissected it according to the defenses up against the running back and taking all that in. But no, you cannot get on David Montgomery. I mean, do you have the ADP in front of you?
Yeah, he's going pick 28.
Yeah, what are some of the other running backs that are going around?
All right, so basically you're going to get Dobbins 2 picks ahead of him at 26. Other than that, you're looking at, for context, Josh Jacobs, Miles Sanders, DeAndre Swift going after him.
I will take all 3 of those. Oh, you better give me DeAndre Swift. You better give me DeAndre Swift. I can't believe they're even in the same conversation. Oh, my God. Austin Eckler saw 100 snaps out of the slot last season. You better believe who the slot receiver is, DeAndre Swift. Sorry, we're talking about DeAndre Swift. I got off topic. But, no, so any one of those running backs I'll take, even Josh Jacobs. And Kenyon Drake is there. So, I'm not on it. So Kyle in the chat says Kenyon Drake and Jamal Williams got overpaid and lower salary cap here. What did Jamal Williams get, like $5 million a year? So I don't think I think Dave Montgomery's going to be right around that same range. And it'll have to be Chicago that pays him if they do overpay him. But yeah, Kenyon Drake got overpaid because they don't know what to do with their money over there in Oakland. It's ridiculous. I don't know what that signing was. That was the most shocking signing of the offseason was Kenyon Drake for sure. Yeah.
What about Montgomery or Jacobs?
I'll take Josh Jacobs. I'll take Josh Jacobs 100% because guess what? Gruden wants to run the ball, and he is that goal line back, I believe. I hope they get utilized, or he gets utilized more in the passing game. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know. I don't know what John Gruden's going to do. He's almost as mysterious as Bill Belichick, but in a bad way. Like, you never know. He's like a Matt Nagy. Like, you just never know what he's going to do when it comes to – but I guess Matt Nagy isn't as much involved with the roster builds. John Gruden is probably a lot more involved with roster builds. John Gruden's like the opposite of Bill Belichick.
Nagy's doing some nefarious things. Like before looking at ADP, like I remember like June, May, Dave Montgomery was going in round 4, like pick 38, 40, just like I started with. And now Matt Nagy's like, yo, I'm going to give him 20 touches a game. And they're like, oh, bro, let me go over straight in line. Fucking his ADP got bumped up basically around, so I can't be about that. Like Matt Nagy's a liar, and I don't trust him. His job's on the line.
Oh my God, Matt Nagy! I don't get it. I don't get it. I actually read an article earlier this season for Player Profiler, and it just discussed how you can never trust like a coach's pride, And last year you have Mitch Trubisky, who was somewhat accurate, playing a good system overall. And it was actually kind of related to Darnell Mooney. The article was about, some of the buy low players like Darnell Mooney. At the time, Darnell Mooney was a buy low, by the way. Now he's getting outrageously priced. But it talked about how when he targeted Darnell Mooney, he was hyper accurate. Did very, very well with his. I'm trying to find this stuff because I did have it up. He did very well while targeting, the deep ball. Trubisky did, and then all of a sudden you pull in Foles, who was just like, dude, Nagy, what are you doing? Like, you're winning games. I know they're not pretty, but you're winning games. Why would you pull Foles in and debilitate your progression of your rookie wide receiver? Like, why would you do that? And yet he still does it. And it's like, dude, like, you never know what some of these coaches are going to do, good or bad. So I guess that kind of goes back to Nagy and Montgomery right now. Like, is Montgomery going to be the bell cow? They brought in Damian Williams. Contract is okay, I guess. But yeah, I'm off of Montgomery this upcoming year for sure.
Sorry, Steve, you missed out on the Montgomery hate fest. But
hey, I'm all about the Montgomery hate fest.
Oh, dang! You could have brought some appetizers.
Oh, for sure. Appetizers, let's go.
I had to eat real quick, so I just scarfed down some pasta. So
dude, I was just doing the same thing, man. Same thing. Love it.
Nagy is the root of the Bears' failure. That's exactly right.
Damn right, Alex.
That's the best thing that can happen. That is the best thing that can happen to Fields. You want me to go on a Fields rant real quick?
Yeah, we talk about Fields. Talk about him. Go ahead.
All right, so Fields did not look good in that preseason game. You're seeing all this hype generated around Fields, yet he didn't complete a pass over 7 yards in the first half, right? Like, he was facing the second team defense. Like, that was not pretty. Like, and then he goes and he faces the third team defense and dominates. Sure, he could have been nervous, right? He could have gotten his the guy just played in the national championship game, right? Like, he just ended up playing in these big time, big platform. That was last game. And now all of a sudden, wait, he has nerves playing in a preseason game? Get the fuck out of here with that. Excuse me. Sorry if I'm not allowed to cuss. Sitting like, when you end up checking out his plays, because I rewatched the whole thing today, he looked uncomfortable in the pocket. He looked like he was about to get hit. He rolled out too soon. He didn't step up. And yes, these are all things you can fix. But when Nagy is calling these plays, it's not about Justin Fields. It's about Nagy when he is calling these plays. These are long developing plays. I didn't see a single play where he had a quick hitch, where he had somebody go across the middle on a slant. It was all these long developing plays. And Nick Foles said it last year. He's like, I have no time to throw. And it's not just because the offensive line. It's because these plays are taking too long to develop. The play calling is off. And then all of a sudden, Foles gets benched 2 weeks later because he came out and said that. But that's the issue. I mean, the reason why Trubisky was a little bit more successful than Foles last year and why he was more accurate downfield is because he could escape the pressure and deliver accurate balls. We didn't see that this past week with Fields in the first quarter because guess what? He's a rookie and he's going to feel pressure a lot quicker than the veterans do. It's going to take Fields time, and Fields was very, very, very bad at picking up the blitz. He ended up having, I want to say it was 2.4. I have it somewhere in these notes right here. It's in one of these pages. But he had 2.45 blitzes per pass attempt or drop back. Just in comparison, Trevor Lawrence had 0.79 or something. Like I said, I don't have the numbers. I'm normally pretty good with this. But who was it? Mac Jones had 1.5. Nobody was even remotely close. And even if we look at Dwayne Haskins from the previous year, or from, what was it, 2 years, or the previous, I think it was 2 years, he was still overly efficient and was able to get the ball out of his hands. So it didn't even have to do with the play calling there. It had to do with Justin Fields not being able to pick up blitzes. And one thing I do not want over anything else is for my quarterback to get hit. I've been a Washington football team fan. We've gone through 30 or 40 quarterbacks over the past few years. First round picks that get hurt. Alex Smith, because guess what? We haven't put a precedent on building the offensive line outside of for maybe a year or two when McLuhan came in and tried to build the offensive line, only to get fired by Bruce Allen. So even previous to that regime, since the Hogs, we have not had an offensive line, and the play calling took too long to develop. Outside of, I think Spurrier was the only one that didn't have a tendency to call longer plays. And so I watched my quarterbacks get hurt time and time and time again. And Justin Fields, man, he's a beast. He's got tree trunks for legs. He can take hits, but I still don't want him taking hits time and time again. So with that being said, I'm really worried about Fields. The best thing that can happen to him is a head coaching change. And that's, yeah.
I think there needs to be. I'm surprised he even lasted this past season. Honestly, the way he developed Mr. Trubisky was terrible.
It's that good old boy network that they have going on over there for the Bears. I mean, they just hired their buddies that they've worked with previously or the connections that they have with other businesses. It's literally a good old buddy network over there for the Chicago Bears. And I feel bad for Bears fans.
Yeah, it's definitely rough. I mean, how many
Bringing the
great
heat,
quarterbacks?
Chase.
How many great quarterbacks have they really had over there over the last 20 years? Not many.
No, and you know what I'd like to see? I would have really liked to see with the Lions was actually, was Justin Fields. I don't think that would have happened, but it would have been very interesting considering the fact that they love to build their offensive line. What is it? 4 times over the past 4 years, excluding 2021, so 2020 to 2017, 4 times in the past 4 years, the Lions have drafted 2 offensive linemen in the first 4 rounds. That's only happened 2 other times in the Lions' history. So it's only happened 4 times in history. 2 of those times came from 2020 to 2017, where they drafted a lineman in the first 4 rounds. They are building that offensive line, baby. Like they are driving that offensive line up, and they did it again with Sewell. But I would like to see, that would have been cool to see Fields behind a good offensive line and given time to develop behind a Jared Goff for a year. That would have been really cool.
No, I mean it definitely would have been a good situation, but obviously money talks, and you got Jared Goff on a high contract at least this season here.
Yeah,
you had to pick your money, and if you're gonna at least be with Jared Goff, you might as well give him the utmost protection this year. And Sewell had, he was a faller in drafts, obviously at the 7th pick.
At that point. I love that pick, man.
I mean, it was just a dream come true for them. So I mean, yeah, that makes a lot of sense here.
Give that to me all day.
Absolutely. Chase, our next guest isn't on yet, so if you want to hang around, more than welcome to.
I can go all night, well, at least up until 8, because I got a show at 8. But
that's fine.
I can go all night.
Oh, this works out perfectly because I got to skedaddle for 10 minutes.
10 minutes? All right, fine. You go do your thing. I did mine already. So we'll just go to the next segment area here. I mean,
cool.
We'll go to the next time frame now. And then who was this? This was Chris Pinto, wherever you're at, Chris. Hopefully you jump on soon. But we got the Saints and the Browns at this point now. And obviously, I guess let's start with the New Orleans Saints here at this point here. And Alvin Kamara. I mean, it seems like a pretty self-explanatory thing. He's a top 5 player in this upcoming season here. But again, there's like the weapons. Where are the weapons outside of Alvin Kamara? And is that going to stop him, Chase, from like really being the guy we have him is? Or is it going like basically with no other weapons, basically, unless you want to say Adam Troutman actually takes the next step, which is possible, is it going to hurt or improve his value right now or his stats this year?
So Adam Troutman is one of my favorite players in the NFL. And I've been huge on Adam Troutman since last year. I actually wrote an article for Dynasty Happy Hour where it talked about how Adam Troutman is going to be a stud because players that actually have great agility scores thrive at the tight end position. Now, I didn't think he was going to have this opportunity this soon. I thought they were going to re-sign Jared Cook, and I'd have to wait another year. I've got Adam Troutman on all my taxi squads. Now, I now have to move him off, but it's great because the fact that we have Adam Troutman, who led the tight ends in blocking, according to PFF, in 2020, which was absolutely insane. But it was more so what he was able to do with the ball in his hands after the catch and how much space he had. I want to say he was like top 10. I obviously was not prepared for this, so I don't have anything ready. But I want to say he was top 10 in yards of separation per target for the tight end position, according to playerprofiler.com. Along with that, he ended up creating, I believe, the most yards after catch. And that's not just getting the yards after catch. That's creating the most yards after catch. His contested catch rate was solid with 66.7. However, he didn't really have to deal with contested catches. I wish I had all these numbers in front of me so I could just run off because I love Adam Troutman like with a passion. However, I don't. I just think that this offense are going to stretch things out. The middle linebackers and safeties are going to be a little bit overly concerned with Kamara or Taysom Hill. I want Jameis Winston to be the starter, but if he's not, it's still good news for Adam Troutman. That's okay. The biggest thing though is the play action fake off of the red zone attempts, right? If we can work Adam Troutman in, because he did play a significant amount as a blocking tight end, but they leave him in as blocking tight end, he's going to see red zone opportunities and he's going to score. It's going to be a little tough, knowing when you can play him week to week, but if you can study the red zone tendencies of defenses and see which, defenses are actually allowing red zone touchdowns, I think it's going to be relatively easy to decide when you're going to play Adam Troutman, because you're pretty much going to have a floor of him with 3 receptions for 35 yards or 3 receptions for 40 yards, which isn't great. It's 7 fantasy points. But when you're getting a player that cheap and then you can throw a touchdown on top of that, let's just say 5 or 6 weeks of the season, hopefully you have another tight end at that point that can, support the big weeks. But there will be some weeks where you can throw him in like DFS style. And I love that for Adam Trautman. Love it, because the guy's going to develop and he's going to be a stud. He's going to be a stud in this league.
Yeah, he is. He's going to make it to the next level, guys. I mean, he performed to the top standard in college. I mean, again, it was a D2 school, whatever it may be, not a big deal, but you've seen him be able to produce that level. Again, he's learning under probably one of the better coaching trees in the NFL right now to take that next step. The Saints have had, great success with tight ends in their time frame with Jared Cook, Jimmy Graham. Kobe Fleener had a good season one year. I mean, they've had success at that position there, and Trautman has that ability, like Chase said, to separate, to kind of, beat out the linebacker, beat out the safety they need to. And again, without Michael Thomas, possibly for the first 6 weeks or whatever he's out for, there needs to be someone to step up. Trey Quinn, he's just a guy. I think he might have that opportunity now that he's going to get more possible targets. Everyone loves Marquez Callaway right now, which I'm a fan of as well. But again, he was an undrafted guy. Let's see if he actually can take that next step. Adam Trautman has that ability in him to really extend to the next level here right now. And it should be a really good season for a guy like Adam Trautman. You're getting in that round 11, 12 right now, or 10, however you see him in your drafts right now.
Yeah, I'm all about some Adam Trautman coming up. So I do, you know what I'm going to do? I actually did a segment with Jeff Halsey, and I went on a rant about Adam Trautman. So if you guys want to check that out, I'm going to get it together tonight or tomorrow morning. But if you go check me out at FF_intervention on Twitter, it's a rant that I go through trying to talk Jeff Hazley, into drafting Adam Trautman because he hates him. And I got him thinking. I didn't get him all the way there. He's like, oh, God, you got me. But no, I can't. I still can't buy him. But yeah, I'm going to put that up on my Twitter page. And I'm going to pin it to my profile, I think.
And I will then retweet it for you, for everyone to check out for sure. All right, guys, before we go over to the next player here, the first code word of the night is coach. Keep this word. I'm going to get rid of it. It's not going to stay up here all night. Use this word and the one we do later on the show, and you have an opportunity to win the Gabriel Davis jersey or a draft guide from the We Know Fantasy Network. So whatever it may be, hold this word, and we'll see how it goes tonight, guys, to see who wins it. So coaches, don't forget. Oh, just coach, not coaches, just coach. So check that out there, guys. All right, so we're staying in this area here. We got the Cleveland Browns. We'll go to them, and we'll come back to the Saints. Odell Beckham seems to be a big controversial thing. Some people are like just turned off about him being a top, 25 wide receiver. And some people think that his value at 25 is a steal right now. Chase, how do you feel about Odell Beckham? Can he get back to glory, or we've seen the best of Odell at this point?
Not in this offense. I had to think about how I was going to approach that. Not in this offense. I think we've seen the best of Odell. Like even, as a progressively aging wide receiver, I don't think I have to say progressively because aging insinuates progressive, right? Can you even progressively age if you're past like a certain age point?
It's possible.
Is it like, I guess progressing is it. Can you help us out in the chat? Let me know if you could say progressively aging, and if aging is progressive after a certain point. Help us out in the chat if you know. But no, I think that Odell, if he ends up in a different situation, like, I don't know, maybe he takes a discount and goes to the Rams so they can win a Super Bowl in 2022. That would be interesting. And I think Sean McVay would welcome that. It could be like a Randy Moss-esque situation where he just joins a team and, the team has such a great foundation, around it that they're at a spot to win. And they decide that defense will not win them a championship. So they don't need to overpay their defense. They need to get a superstar in there. And, they go for Odell Beckham. That could work out. He could be a star. I don't want to say the Lions. I don't think he'll be the star with the Lions. But, if he can go to a team that needs a wide receiver one, essentially, he can do it as well. But to think that we could see better Odell is almost it's wishful thinking. Odell Beckham is past his prime. But with the Browns offense, yes, he could be hyper efficient, but they're not going to give him the targets needed to be a superstar again by any stretch of the imagination. This team wants to run. That's why they paid Nick Chubb. That's why they paid Kareem Hunt last year. Buka Dolores. That's why they have 3 tight ends that could probably start for any team in the NFL right now, or arguably start for any team in the NFL right now with Harrison Bryant and Njoku, who that he has to be healthy in order to start, but he could possibly start for any team, possibly not every team. And then Hooper, who they ended up investing into. But what were you gonna say?
No, this is very true, honestly. I mean, you really have, I think, at this point, seen the best of Odell, but he's still, I think, a very valuable wide receiver 3, honestly. And the way I see it is that, again, it's not a sexy pick. It's not like if I have Odell as my wide receiver 3, I'm not like thrilled about it. I'm not like, oh yeah, I have Odell, I'm so happy. But he's still going to be their wide receiver 1 in terms of targets. He was last year before he went down. He was number 1 in targets, number 1 in red zone targets or opportunity before he went out with injury. Again, the team wasn't looking that great early on in the season, so maybe the switch will change their philosophy this coming year that they won't just target Odell often. It's possible. But if he's still back as their wide receiver 1, he gives them the most upside in the passing game. So as your wide receiver 3, it's not sexy, but it might end up just being a very reliable flex option for you most weeks. And that's kind of the way I see Odell this year.
So here's my fear with Odell, and I think it's reasonable, but most people don't. So it's probably not reasonable. I believe, this is just a thought. This is not a fact. I normally base my, analysis on facts and stats. I want to throw out on the numbers, and I want to be right. This is just a weird feeling that I have, and it's probably dead wrong. But Odell Beckham, first off, fact is he doesn't get the volume necessary to be reliable week to week. However, as a wide receiver 3, I like that take, because for my wide receiver 3, I want boomer bust candidates that can stream from week to week. But with that being said, we're seeing Stefanski, right? Kevin Stefanski coming in, and he is running the same offense that they ran for years and years and years with the Vikings, and he's been in the system for a long time. They like these young, late-round wide receivers who can be vertical threats on the outside, who they don't have to pay because they're on rookie contracts, and they like to develop these guys. We look at what Charles Johnson, you remember him? Like, he was hot for a minute.
Charles Johnson, yeah.
We have I can't think of them off the top of my head, but Adam Thielen was undrafted. I believe maybe 7th round. Stephon Diggs was at 4th or 5th round. They take these young wide receivers who are later round players, and they make them really fucking good, like really good. Like, they make you double think your life about late round wide receivers. Who was the other kid? If you guys remember in the chat once again, who was the other kid who was like a late round wide receiver who performed with the Vikings? There's 2 of them, and I can't remember their names right now. But they take these players and they make them very good and very efficient because they operate off the play action, because they run the ball until the safeties come up, and then these players left on one-on-one coverage on the outside up against bad cornerbacks. So Donovan Peoples-Jones, who stood out big time, anytime, I think it was a 50% snap share, anytime he got north, or 3 out of 4 games where he saw above a 50% snap share, he put up double-digit fantasy points, and he made plays doing it. He's the only player in the NFL, or rookie player in the NFL, to end up having 3 out of their 4 games be double-digit fantasy points when he saw over 50% target share. I think the second leading one was Colin Johnson. I think he had like 2 out of 4 or something along those lines, 2 out of 3 maybe. But no, I believe that they could end up, as they get towards the tail end of the season, with a longer trajectory, they could end up giving Tom Peoples-Jones an opportunity to develop, especially later in games or in hurry-up situations. And this could actually hurt Odell to an extent. I don't think it's going to take away that much, but even if it's a touchdown off a long bomb, it's still something that Odell could have had on a regular basis, because Odell's gone after this year. They can lose this year. I think this year, I don't have Spotrac numbers in front of me either, but this year they could cut Jarvis Landry and Odell Beckham and save like $27 million unless they restructure the contract over the past couple months. They can cut them right now, but both those guys are going to be up for contract renegotiations. I could see them re-signing Jarvis Landry. I do not see them re-signing Odell Beckham Jr., and I don't see Odell Beckham wanting to go there unless he has some insanely great season. But right now, the pressure is on Odell because they won without him. And so if he starts acting up, if he starts demanding targets, right, he can see the bench. And we saw what happens with Aaron Jones, right, when he gets that bench. Like, he disappoints you in fantasy. Like, you're sitting there, he's having a great game. You know, he's at 10 points by halftime. You're like, dude, he's about to go off. Green Bay's up. Like, dude, we're about to see, 20 fantasy points out of Aaron Jones. And all of a sudden, he ends up, because the way that LaFleur runs his wide zone run scheme, if you look at the play charts, anytime that Aaron Jones is going back and forth too much in the backfield, he gets pulled. He sees less than 10 snaps a game. 10 carries a game. It's really weird, but LaFleur really believes in his system and he wants it to be run the correct way. So anytime that he does not run it the correct way, you see the snap count drop for Aaron Jones. But it could be the same exact thing that we see with the Browns, right? Like he gets taken out. Odell could be in a hot, could end up scoring a 20-yard bomb off a touchdown, right? And then doesn't get targeted until like late second half and throws a hissy fit and gets benched for the second half. And guess what? Donovan Peoples-Jones isn't that much worse of a conditional deep threat. That's the craziest thing to think about this, right? He's not that worse. And that's why they won with this team last year, is because they don't need Odell. So I think they make a point of that as well, because we've seen what happens to Stephon Diggs, right? Stephon Diggs got benched by, the Stefanski crew on offense when he was complaining about it.
Yeah, he did. I remember that. Yeah, that was a pretty big moment too. He was just benched there. And you make, honestly, really great points, honestly. And I had actually somebody trade one of their first-round picks in one of my dynasty leagues for Donovan Peoples-Jones, and it was like a 2023 first. And again, I like the 2023 class. It's a little wild, but
it's a lot.
It's a lot. Yes, it's a lot. But, I mean, say your point makes sense. They both cut Odell and Landry next year, and Donovan Peoples-Jones is possibly their wide receiver one if he develops right this season. As you've said, that they develop wide receivers very well. So
really well.
Again, it's a little risky, but there's potential in Donovan Peoples-Jones.
You know what's crazy though is they're really terrible at developing early round wide receiver rookies. Like Laquan Treadwell, for example, like they sucked at it. I have no idea why.
Troy Williamson.
Yeah,
he's supposed to be the next Randy Moss. Did not end up that way.
It's insane, right? They suck at developing these early round rookies, but they're great at developing late round rookies. But they still believe in drafting early round rookies, like we brought up with those two players. So I mean, would it be too crazy? This team is stacked. Right? The Browns are stacked for how many years? And they don't have too many massive contracts coming up except for Baker Mayfield, right? They locked everybody in for 3 or 4 years for the most part. So what if they end up spending a first-round draft pick this upcoming year on a wide receiver? And now you're looking at Donovan Peoples-Jones as a field stretcher with either a possession receiver or an underneath threat. Somebody like Jarvis Landry in the first round, and they start fresh. And now they have a completely revitalized franchise that's ready to rock and roll for the next 10 years with reasonable contracts. Don't hate it. I love what the Browns are doing. I'm a Washington football team fan, right? And we had Bill Callahan as the offensive line coach, and then he became the intermediate or whatever it is, the temporary head coach. And I was like, dude, we should keep him on assistant head coach and bring in Stefanski. They got rid of him. We brought in Rivera, and then I watched Stefanski and Bill Callahan unite up in Cleveland. And I'm like, no, that's what I wanted for Washington. So bad, but it's all good.
Okay, so basically what I heard, like the Browns, like in my opinion, have the best roster in like NFL, like top to bottom, defensively, offensively. The bench too, little backups are like nice too, and I'm hoping like if they get a wide receiver this year, I don't know if the crop is good or not, but if they get a playmaker, someone they could kind of take on, I'm just talking perspective later on, like dynasty like kind of thing. Like if they get a wide receiver that they can rely on when Odell or Landry kind of leave the situation and then start new, like I think they could be a franchise to be reckoned with for years to come, because Chubb's young, Kareem Hunt's pretty young as well, and those two could rock for another 4 years. And with the kind of load, they're kind of like taking off each other, in my opinion.
Yeah, and they'll just replace them when these guys start, busting their knees and shit. Because guess what, running backs are a dime a dozen. You can literally, go to the what's it called, the section in the newspaper, right, where the jobs are, the classifieds. That's what they're called. They're called classifieds. I remember from when I was like 10 years old. My grandfather used to show me. You could go to classifieds and pick up a running back off there. So, yeah.
So intriguing.
I'm on board. I'm on board with Donovan Peoples-Jones. I'm off with Odell Beckham. I hope that he ends up in a better situation, though. Like I said, if he takes a massive pay cut, goes to the Rams or a team like that, I think it's wheels up for Odell. But he'll never be worth what his ADP is right now. Like, I think you're only going to see decreased value from year to year if you're talking dynasty.
If he was so smart, he'll go to the Chargers, in my opinion. Team up with Keenan.
Yeah, once they get rid of Mike Williams. Yeah, I'll take that.
Mike Williams will be gone after this year.
Yep, I actually like that a lot. Getting deep balls from Justin Herbert. Holy shit, that's sexy. You just blew my mind. You just blew my mind.
No, don't go to the Cup Woods and all that. Go
to
Herbert.
Or something. I don't even smoke cigarettes. I'm going to smoke a cigarette after that one. You got me all wild up.
Let's
That was
go.
great.
I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, one last person here we'll talk about before we let you get off here, Chase. Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt. We obviously know Kareem Hunt last year. You know, he's their third down, back half of games kind of guy who's going in like round like 6 or 7 right now as an RB2 in terms of ADP right now. But as we all know, that like he got his opportunity, he's great, and if he's a starter. And if Nick Chubb goes down, it's amazing for him. But when you saw Nick Chubb come back last year, Kareem Hunt kind of took a back seat on that there. But how do you feel about Kareem Hunt this year?
So I've had this theory where teams are going to start, and mainly players, not even teams. It's going to be players that are going to start forming like super teams like the NBA, but for the running back position. Because these players are getting paid less and less every single year. We're seeing these second contracts unless you're a superstar or Kenyon Drake. Yes, if you're still in the chat, whoever it was Kyle. Kyle, if you're still in the chat, yes, Kenyon Drake as well. If we're seeing these players get paid less and less money. You know, what was it? Melvin Gordon got like $8 million or something like that for 2 years. Todd Gurley got $6 million for 1 year. Like that's literally nothing. I did some research back in the beginning of 2020 prior to everybody getting all these extensions, and it was like there's 3 players who have only 10. There's 3 positions who only have 3 players who make 10 million or more. One was like center, one was like safety or weak. It was either strong safety or weak side linebacker. The other one was running back. So, essentially like pieces that don't matter on your team. Although center, I think does. I think center is going to be in for some big paydays coming up here after the Lindsley contract. I think that teams are going to start, or players are going to start getting together and forming these super teams where you're going to get 2 veterans or a veteran and a rookie. They're like, hey, we're going to work together on this because we need to help elongate each other's careers. I mean, running backs outside of, I think, linebackers have the shortest career span, essentially, when it comes to the percentage that come in the league versus the percentage that leave the league within 3 years. You're not seeing these players get great second contracts, so there's not much money involved. Why not split work with another running back? And on a team that you end up running a ton, like the Browns or the Ravens with Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins, I think that certain teams were against it at first, but I think that the communication between the agents and the teams are like, hey, we don't want our guy killed because we want him to play for 8 years so we can make money for 8 to 10 years. Meanwhile, you guys don't have to pay my guy as much outside of, the Saquon and the Ezekiel Elliott and the CMC, which we're seeing mistakes with all these, overpaying these players. We're seeing it all across the board. Why don't we work together on this? You're going to bring in another running back and you guys are going to get paid about equal amounts, but you guys have to split the workload because I don't want my player getting killed. I need him to last 10 years in the league. And I think that's going to be a new trend that we're going to see over the next few years. And I think that certain teams, in order to try and beat that, are actually going to go to 2 rookies on rookie contracts. We're going to start seeing that more and more often as well. I mean, we could end up seeing that, within a year or two with like Kylan Hill, for example, and AJ Dillon. So I think we're going to see more and more of that. So I believe that it's going to be with the new contract they worked out for Nick Chubb. It was a good contract, not a crazy contract, right? If I remember correctly.
No, it wasn't good. It was decent money.
Yeah, it was good money. But why is the guy who led the league in rushing, 2 years ago, or whatever it was, why is he not getting paid like Christian McCaffrey numbers? Why is he not breaking the bank? Well, it's because they're having a behind-the-scenes agreement where they're not going to crush these players and they're going to allow them to play for longer years. Now, if that happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Because guess what? ACLs or Achilles injuries or a bunch of these things could, not likely, but if you have multiple ones, it could end your career. So, although I see it like, I see an opportunity here for shared backfields to become more prevalent with top-end competition. Kareem Hunt could probably have gone to Jacksonville prior to them drafting, Etienne and gotten massive money. Instead, he signs a mediocre level contract last year as an extension. There's just so many things that are just showing me the future of the running back is going to be studs, like super teams in the same backfields. Meanwhile, you're going to be left with like Clyde Edwards-Helaire being the bell cow.
Damn,
if
Chase,
that makes sense. Sorry if that was too much of a rant. I feel like
that was a great. We love rants. We love rants in here, man. That was
Tear
awesome.
it up.
Makes a ton of sense, honestly, with with these, these RBs and the way that the NFL is changing when it comes to having multiple RBs and committees now, you're making fantastic points.
Yeah, and we're talking about one of the teams that's going to run the most in the NFL. Like, all right, so you have 3 running backs essentially in Baltimore, right? With Edwards and J.K. Dobbins and then Lamar Jackson. And yet you only have 2 running backs in Cleveland. So I don't understand why, I don't know where round Gus Edwards is going in for redraft.
10, 11, something.
So he's going a little bit later than Kareem Hunt. I feel like Kareem Hunt could be a way better asset, but where he's getting really undervalued is Dynasty. So I actually got him in the late 9th round. It was on the turn of a Dynasty league. And so I see this comment in the chat, Alex Valadez, if you're seeing him go that late, if you can get offer a 2nd round pick and grab Kareem Hunt, I'm grabbing him because guess what? He has standalone value. And then he also has value if he ends up getting drafted or if Nick Chubb gets hurt. So I would take Kareem Hunt as a handcuff plus, although I don't really like handcuffs because I think you should go for the win every year, and you're not going to win if you're trying to be safe. You're trying to grab other teams' handcuffs. I want Alexander Madison late in drafts if you have Dalvin Cook. I don't want Alexander Madison if I do because I want Dalvin Cook to stay healthy. I want, my players to stay healthy. Meanwhile, I want, I don't want Cook to get hurt, but it would help me out big time.
That's how I feel, honestly.
I'll point you in the good direction.
Yeah. So, however you want to say that, but that's how you got to draft. You got to, think about the upside of these players versus playing it safe. Because guess what, Madison is never going to be as good as Cook, but so you're downgrading your 1st round pick to a 4th round pick if Alexander Madison was the starting running back over there. But now you got a 4th round pick and a running back 2 or 3 as your 3rd flex option. Let's go.
Love it. Definitely love it. That's for sure. So, all right, Chase, we're coming to the end of the hour here, my guy. We appreciate you jumping on for the whole hour, actually.
Yeah, power hour.
30 minutes, but you helped us out here. Our guest couldn't make it on, so we love that you jumped on for the whole hour, man. But before we let you go, let everyone know about your guys' shit. What you got going on?
All right, you guys go check out our content over there at Join Our Circle _ on Twitter. Once again, that's Join Our Circle _ on Twitter. You guys can also go find me at FF _ intervention on Twitter. We're actually starting up this thing. If I can get it up and running, I'm really, really busy right now, so I'm trying my best. We did it last year. It's called At Some Yards, and we actually teach kids with special needs how to play fantasy football. We have a weekly meetup. It's amazing. Go check it out. It's at Some Yards on Twitter. If you want to help out, that would be great. You guys can DM me. If you guys want to donate, that also helps because we're trying to get every kid that plays a championship ring at the end of the season with enough donations. So yeah, it's amazing. We've had people that sponsor leagues and stuff. And last year I had it up and running by this point. I've just been so busy with everything else. Fantasy intervention, I haven't had a chance, but I'm still trying. Go check it out at Some Yards. If y'all want to help me get this up and running, it would be much appreciated. You guys can go check out our content over there on Facebook at facebook.com/fantasy football discussion and facebook.com/fantasy intervention. Fantasy football discussion. We have 25,000 members right now with 24,000 active today. I just checked the numbers earlier. So literally there were 1,000 people that are part of a group that did not interact, which I think is insane. Meanwhile, you guys can go check out our content, our written content and whatnot over there at fantasyintervention.com. Once again, that's fantasyintervention.com. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/fantasyintervention. That could be the best thing that y'all do for me is go subscribe over there. youtube.com/fantasyintervention. Don't miss out on our shows. We got Ian Hartitz coming up. We got Bob Harris coming up. We got all sorts of fun people coming up. So
awesome. That's awesome. So if you guys haven't already, go check out the subscribe and donate to Chase's cause, guys. So if you haven't done it also already, do it now, guys. So
yeah.
Chase, thank you so much for coming on again, my friend.
Big shout out to you guys for doing this, man. I know it's a lot of work. Dude, I'm editing. I'm doing all sorts of stuff on the back end. I try to put together one of these things as a thought. I'm like, hey, let's explore this idea. I got 2 minutes into it. I'm like, dude, no, that's too much work.
So, 2.5 hours in.
Big shout out to you guys. Good. Yeah, big shout out to you guys for doing that.
Appreciate it, Chase. We'll have to definitely talk to you in the future for sure. We'll have to do a podcast together at some point.
Dude, so I'm always down, man. I'm always down. We'll bring you on our show. I'll come on your show. Whatever you want to do.
Hey, we'll definitely talk.
Yeah, who's waiting backstage?
We got Steve.
I had it too.
At the same time.
Oh, Steve. What's up, Steve?
Hey, how's it going, bro?
Chilling.
How you guys doing?
Show off your cool
shirt.
Show off your shirt, man. What you got there?
Oh, we got.
Oh, the
Expo.
Let's go.
Cool.
How was that?
That was great, man. I wish you guys were there. I saw Chase walking by. It's it was honestly like your Twitter feed in
Live.
front of you. Like that's all. It was wild to see it, and it was pretty cool, man. It was a good experience.
Without the shit talking. Without the shit talking and the
Everyone's
stuff
friendly.
tweeting. I don't think there was
Everyone's
any
friendly.
friendly.
I didn't see anyone get mildly rowdy until like 1 a.m. at Jersey's. There was like one guy who came over and came real hot. I don't know who he was. I still haven't identified him. I'm not sure if you were there, but it was very late and I was very intoxicated. Brad Evans had just talked to me, and we just did a tequila shot, and it got pretty wild.
That's the goals, just have a tequila shot at 12 a.m. with the Brad Evans.
Monday night, I went through severe withdrawals. Like Monday night, I was like dying in bed. Like I'm shaking. I got the cold sweats. It was crazy.
Oh no!
And I'm a bartender. I drink almost every day. That just goes to show you. Like I literally drink almost every day. That just goes to show you how much we partied over there at Canton. It was awesome. Big shout out to Bob Long. But I'll get out of here. I'll let you guys tack your thing. I actually got a show to do in about 30 minutes. So I'm trying to eat. I got some shrimp and some
You're doing it all.
Grub down, bro. Grub down.
See you guys.
Grub it up.
Hey, Chase. Hey, man. What's up, man? What's going on?
Great to be back with you guys. I'm so happy you guys are doing this podathon. What a great idea. I've been listening for the last hour. I was making enchiladas.
I'm loving all this food going on.
Yeah, I want some more food now. Shit.
Yeah, I feel like the central theme of it just being based around like animals and love. Like, hey, we all love food too, so might as well throw that in there,
Did you put the background in there?
What background?
Oh, the background with the sea turtle, man.
Nah, I didn't do anything. I have not been touching anything.
Oh,
looks great, man. I love the colors.
People in and out.
You can't see that one. It's a
beef. There you go. It's you.
It's a beaver. Yeah, you know.
Oh,
got a couple. I forgot to put these in here. I forgot they were here. I got a bunch of animals on the side, different animals actually on their website. So I'll talk about that real quick, guys. So if you're just tuning in now, obviously, guys, we're doing a podathon today, trying to raise money for the Humane Society of the United States. They're just not just a shelter organization, guys. They do so much more for animals all around the United States here, wildlife, your household pets that you eventually, hopefully one day adopt. They do so many great things here, and we're just trying to help raise money today for them, for the little furry creatures that honestly don't have a voice, and we're trying to give them a voice today. And if you haven't already, the donate link is right here. You can see it on our Twitter page as well. Much easier to kind of just access it. And again, $1, $2, it doesn't have to be a lot. Just trying to help raise money for the cause, guys. So, and of course, we're going to give you some football content. So if you're just tuning in now, thank you for joining. And again, we have a great guest in Steve here today to talk about some more football stuff, man. So let's get to it. So, all right. So Steve, you got the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Buffalo Bills, and the New York Giants. Some pretty hot, heavy teams there besides the Giants. So Jibs, I'm gonna let you go on this one. It's been a minute, so pick us a player on one of these three teams.
So Steelers, Giants,
Steelers, Giants, and Bills.
Bills. We're gonna go with a guy we talked about earlier, Gabriel Davis. Let me hear that.
Gabriel Davis. All right, Steve, you're up on this, man. Gabriel Davis, do you believe in his ascension like I do, or are you scared off because of Emmanuel Sanders there?
He had a ridiculous amount of red zone targets last year, right? Like I think he was up there at like 13. I don't know the number off the top of my head. But when it comes down to it, in PPR leagues, should he be taken ahead of Cole Beasley? Probably not. It probably doesn't make sense to do that. But if you're like in a half PPR league, you're in a best ball league, take your shot. I mean, I really think that this offense is great. You want pieces, and Gabriel Davis is going to be out there a lot of times. He obviously has the trust with Josh Allen. So I find myself taking him in a lot of best ball situations. I'm in the drafting with Giants best ball league. I took him there. It really depends on like roster construction, but getting guys like him, Terrace Marshall, in like double digit rounds, these guys that have this touchdown upside, I'd rather get those guys than like safe guys at that point, like Devontae Parker, your boy, he's slipping into that range. Yeah. Now he's the third Dolphin off the board. And actually this weekend we did the draft night out, which was actually at noon. It's not a night, but it was draft night out was doing it, running the thing. I took Devontae Parker with my last pick in the Superflex. So guys like that, Gabriel Davis fits that kind of mold, and he's in a great offense. I mean, Manny Sanders, Beasley, they're there. They're going to soak up some targets. But yeah, you can take your shot with Davis. He's going to be your wide receiver 4 or 5. You know, it's calling your shot, and then after week 2, week 3, you see what you have in him.
Yeah, 15 red zone targets.
There it is. Yeah.
Even better.
Half the reason why I love him, honestly. I mean, I think I've mentioned it in an article, so I mentioned it on the podcast. I mean, I think he is the actual wide receiver too at this point. I mean, I think that Josh Allen takes another step in his development here. And again, Stephon Diggs had like 140 targets last year. He might get that again this year. He might get a little less, or they might end up throwing the ball more, even with the running back situation going on at hand. Gabriel Davis, I think he's ready to take that next step there. I mean, he's their tallest wide receiver by at least 3 inches. So he's got height on him. And I think at that point, with Josh Allen's arm, he's going to toss it downfield to him, and he's going to get it week in and week out here. And again, he's going super late. And I think taking the risk on him just makes so much sense this year. I mean, we're giving away Gabriel Davis jersey in this podathon here. So there's a reason why we like him at the fantasy coaches here.
Yeah, I mean, I love Gabe Davis. So if you want to take him, call your shot. I love that pick this year. It's all upside. If he hits, he's going to be like a potential wide receiver 2 with his touchdown upside.
Definitely.
I'm looking at like the target breakdown, and like I really wasn't like, I'm kind of neutral on Gabriel Davis, so I really don't know. Like, I'm not really too in depth with him, but like he had 62 targets, but he had 15 of those 62 targets were red zone targets. So like you kind of think about that. If he has like a further ascension in the offense and kind of overtakes Cole Beasley, takes some of his stuff, like he can be a very good guy for where you're getting him at. Like even better guy than we're kind of like portraying him.
Yeah,
like
very sneaky.
Mike Evans with maybe 300 yards less.
Yeah. A lot of times with these guys, I think, for me in my process with a guy like Gabriel Davis, I was big on him coming out, right? And then when they don't necessarily hit right away, we kind of fall off a little bit. But like if you were high on Gabe Davis and he didn't necessarily, give you the production, like we're talking about these 15 red zone targets, but I think maybe people wanted a little bit more from Gabe Davis that were the truthers last season. Don't go back to your guys. Stick with him. A lot of times these post-hype guys, they happen, so you don't want to like not be holding the bag when, the situation happens.
Exactly. That's a great point as well there. So let's go over to a next team here, and I'll go back on this one, Jibs here. And I think a lot of big questions this year. And again, it's due to health, of course, and we're talking about the Giants here. Saquon Barkley. Of course, obviously, his talent is tremendous. I mean, I think we're all still feeding off his rookie season where he just went bonanzas. And now, I mean, back-to-back seasons with injury. Obviously, this past season, he had that big injury, and he's still obviously rehabbing. He's not on the pump anymore, which is a good sign. But, again, there's concern now with injury history. Steve, how early are you comfortable taking a guy like Saquon Barkley? And let's just say in a regular standard half-point PPR league.
I'm taking him in the first round. I'm still him or Zeke. I'm still right there. At that point, I usually look to draft Kelsey or Devontae Adams when you're talking about like the 105, something like that. But if I'm at like the 109 and Barkley is there, it would be tough. That would be between him, Chubb, who I love, Aaron Jones, who should get a boost in targets this year. But when it comes down to Barkley, what the Giants need to do, and it's tragic because Jason Garrett is there. And I mean, anyone who ever watched the Cowboys, if you were a Cowboys fan and now get to see Jason Garrett on the Giants, I mean, how great is that for you as a Cowboys fan who had to endure the clap, for no reason at all. And there's just the non-creativity in his play calling. What they need to do is get the ball out of Daniel Jones' hands. And when Barkley's there, he's going to play week 1, it looks like. I don't see a way that he's not going to at least play. But he excels in the pass game. I don't think he's going to see 120 targets like he did with Eli Manning, but he should still see around 80 to 100 targets. That's what I see with Barkley. And if they use Daniel Jones right and they just protect him, they need to get the ball out of his hand. If the offensive line can't do what they want and it's breaking down, Barkley should be the guy. I think that's what they had in mind when they drafted Kadarius Toney. Not really sure. I mean, that was obviously a questionable pick, but I think that's what they had in mind. You need to see what's going on in the NFL. And a lot of these, it's a spread offense. You're in the shotgun. You get the ball out quick. If they can't run the ball, that's the best way. And Barkley's a playmaker. You're fine drafting him in the first round. He's going to get a lot of volume still.
And that's honestly a really great point. Again, I'm still slightly nervous to take him in the first round. I think I'd be okay at pick 0.18. That's how early I'm willing to take him. I think there are other players, other running backs. I'll take Travis Kelce over him if I have to. To me, there's the situation where the injury scares me in general. The fact that he's not 100% yet. Again, people take time to heal. It is what it is. But the fact that he's not 100% yet scares me off at what happens if he re-injures it and then he goes down. The offensive line isn't the best O-line, as we already know. What if they lighten his load early on? What if he doesn't see the 25 touches a game that we expect him to see? What if he sees 18 instead? What if he sees less? Like you mentioned, the targets, and he could easily get 90 to 100 targets, but I mean, he in 13 games last year he had 70. I think 70 receptions last year. Hold on, I just had it up here. He had 73 targets in 13 games in 2019 when he got injured, for 4 games. And again, you're adding a game in now, and you get those 4 games back, but they didn't have a wide receiver one in Kenny Galladay, which again, he's injured too. So you really just don't know. I mean, this whole team is just, if you look at the entire team, it's just an injury prone team. I mean, you look at Saquon, you look at Kenny G, you look at Sterling, you look at Tony. I think Darius Slayton might be the only pass catching option that hasn't gotten hurt over the last 2 seasons. You could add Ingram in there too. So it's if they're all healthy, I don't know if Saquon sees that high volume that we saw early on in his career. So that kind of turns me off on him being a top tier pick. But if you're getting him in that 1.8 range, I'd be pretty happy there. He passed on Saquon at the 1.11 for the good old boys here. So that might have been, and then again, we're doing our charity leagues. We haven't mentioned in a while at this show, but he went at 1.3.
Yeah, the cat division is crazy.
Obviously, Steve, I think you can agree that where did he go in Jibs? Did he go yet in your draft?
He went top 3. He was 3rd pick.
Oh, he went top 3. Okay, so the other league, that's for the other league. All right. So
yeah, I mean, I find myself a lot of times drafting Nick Chubb, drafting Aaron Jones if I'm getting a running back. It's the offense more than anything with Barkley. It's not necessarily the injury. I think he might, start off slow, but he's still going to get the volume in the passing game, which Nick Chubb, Jonathan Taylor isn't necessarily going to get you. He should see more targets than Aaron Jones. I would be surprised if Aaron Jones sees more. So, that's in a PPR league, you can still feel comfortable with that because, look, let's say they want to start him off slow. What better way than to just use him more as a pass catcher rather than grind him, up the middle?
Yeah, and I completely agree with that for sure. 100%.
Yeah, you guys definitely hit all the points, and the only thing I kind of have a knocking on is just the O-line. I'm not too sure if they kind of even got that thing all together. Me and Steve are from New Jersey, we get New York radio, and they're not even enamored by the situation. So if that kind of holds Saquon back, plus him getting eased on earlier in the schedule, I just don't want to kind of deal with that. But you hit it right on the head. I'd rather have Adams or rather have Kelce. I know those are safer picks, guys who could get you over near 300 points in half PPR, or definitely way over in PPR. So I'll take those guys. I know Adams definitely has always missed 2 to 3 games over the last couple of years, but goddamn, Aaron Rodgers and him are going to make it up. And
Kelce, and that brings up a good point when you say Adams is going to miss a couple games. A lot of players are going to miss a couple games with a 17-game season. So if you're worried about Barkley missing a couple games, Nick Chubb, they might just sit him and just ride Kareem Hunt for a game and just designate Nick Chubb on the injury report. Things like that are going to happen.
It's going to be an interesting season. We're going to learn a lot about how the 17.
We're going to have to adapt.
Yeah, we're going to have to adapt. So, Jibs, come back to you, my friend. Give us a Steelers player. Somebody on the Steelers.
Juju Smith-Schuster.
That's a great one. I love that one. So Juju Smith-Schuster. Obviously, you guys all know Juju. talented early on in his career, obviously. And last year he was, I think, underrated on how his season was as a whole. Obviously, early on it wasn't that great, but if you looked at the back half of his season there, he was pretty good for the most part there. He was getting a lot of volume. Again, it was off the Big Ben, throwing the ball a ton, but I mean, he had, at least, I think he had, if you look at the last 9 games, he had at least 14 plus fantasy points and half-point PR in those games there. So he did some damage there. Just, it wasn't what we were seeing in his early career. So, Steve, is Juju the last of the Steelers wide receivers ranked for you right now, and why?
Yeah, he is. And why? Because I think that Chase Claypool can hit. And I'm getting him more and more right now because I think the main Steeler that I am ending up rostering right now is Najee Harris. And I'm not touching Deontay, even though I love Deontay. When I did the Roto World world famous draft kit, I did a piece on Deontay going into last season. Now his price is too rich. They don't want to give him that kind of volume. If you didn't learn anything from last year, when they benched him, when we were worried about starting him in fantasy after all these drops, they don't want to necessarily do that. Yes, Big Ben has a trust in him, and yes, he's the read. But what they want to do is run the ball a little bit more. They want to give Najee the ball. So Juju for me is very safe, obviously. But he had like 97 receptions last year, something like that. I've never seen a quieter 100 receptions that people want nothing to do with. I mean, it's him and Tyler Boyd in that category of like, whatever, 100 receptions. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty valuable for your fantasy team. We all do PPR leagues. Juju is just a great value right now. I see no problem drafting Juju at all. As much as, they might decrease the volume in Pittsburgh, which I think they will. It's like 42 pass attempts per game, led the league. That's dropping. Anytime you see any stat like that that's just jarring, like it probably is going to regress to a mean sort of thing. Yes, they'll be in the top half, but they're not going to be 42 pass attempts a game. That's not how they're going to win. That's not how Big Ben is going to go and try to get another Super Bowl. So Najee, they drafted him for a reason. There's no reason why he shouldn't be a top 10 running back this year.
And going back to your Juju point, like it's funny that the guy who led the team in targets last year is being drafted 3rd, and it's similar to like Tyler Boyd. You're getting him 3rd because we're taking Chase Higgins way above that. So you're getting value on these guys. It's not like they're not gonna like make your team go to the next level, but they're excellent floor plays. They can provide great flex value depending on your league structure. So these guys could be some guys you're targeting late, especially if you just nab the running backs early in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, if the touchdowns lean one way or another, Juju with his floor of 85, 90 receptions. I mean, if he just has an outlier year of like 8 touchdowns, could be great. He just drops to a very good point in your draft where there's a lot of guys that don't necessarily have the floor and the upside, because I still think there's upside there with Juju.
Oh, for sure.
Yes. I said the way I see Juju is that he's just a solid option as a wide receiver 3, which he'll produce at times upsides of a wide receiver, high-end wide receiver 2. He might not end up as a top 24 wide receiver this year, but as your wide receiver 3, I think you're getting a safe pick that just seems to be falling in drafts. I mean, we've seen Chase Claypool at this point get banged up 2 different times in this offseason. I mean, I'm hoping that's not a trend that continues, that where it becomes a serious injury. So, I mean, Juju has an opportunity still to be really good. I mean, he seems to be staying in that slot role, which Ben continues to feed him often. So, again, he's not a sexy pick, but I think he's a pretty safe valued pick where he's going in drafts right now. So I love that one a lot there, guys. Let's see here. Who else can we talk about here in this section at this point? We
haven't done – well, I guess we did all 3 teams, right?
Did all 3 teams. Yeah, I'm just trying to find one last good take here. I was talking about Jibs, you got someone? You gotta have someone, Jibs. I mean, so do I. So.
What was it? Sorry.
Just give me another player.
I will take. I want you to go a little bit in depth on Najee Harris since you're getting him a lot. Why are you picking him over like guys like Edwards-Helaire? I guess Mixon will be in that range.
Who are you taking him over, basically?
Yeah, I am taking him over Mixon. I am taking him over Clyde. He falls to like the back of the second round in underdog drafts. I'm just taking a lot more of him than I was previously. Both him and Swift are guys I've come around on recently, and both for the reasons of just upside and volume. I think both players have that. Najee, they drafted him for a reason. He's going to get passing game work. He's going to run the ball a lot. There's going to be a lot of opportunity for him to score. The Steelers still have a great pace of play. It's still an offense you want a piece of. And as far as just volume with upside, that's the kind of player I want. Like Antonio Gibson, I love as a player. But he doesn't necessarily have that kind of volume. McKissick is still there. And Gibson, you're kind of banking on things going right, where Najee is going to give you that floor, give you that he's just a stud and he's an anchor. When you're building teams, you want that one guy who's going to get all the volume. And there's a lot of guys there for sure. But I just love the idea of, look, if he falls to a good place in drafts and maybe I go Devontae Adams, or maybe I went a running back and I want to just load up 1-2. Najee is just a great pick. And he just ends up being the Steeler I'm ending up the most with. When it comes to the receivers, it's like Deontay is just a little bit too highly priced in drafts. I don't want to necessarily get him at that point. There's a lot of other players I like to get besides Deontay. Chase Claypool, Juju, they get into spots where it's like there's a lot of players around those players that I kind of want to get. And then it's like, look, I might as well just get Najee because I think 300 touches is realistic for him this year. I'm looking at 300 touches for him. I don't see any other scenario where he, doesn't get 300 and he's not a top 10 back. There's not a lot of like stalwart running backs. You look at those top 4 guys. That's why they're there, because it's very far and few between. Even though we're trending in fantasy football towards loading up on wide receivers, the first 4 or 5 picks are still running backs. There's a reason for that. But if you want to sift the value, you get the wide receiver 1 or the tight end 1 in Travis Kelce, who's basically a wide receiver. And then you look for that upside play, that guy who falls that people aren't really falling about or thinking about in that way. Najee's that guy. Again, it goes back to like what we talk about. Like, you love a prospect, you love a player, right? We love Najee. He's our running back 1. Let's call the shot because he goes to a great place in Pittsburgh. Can't think of a better. I mean, we were all like, I was hoping that Pittsburgh would land Najee Harris. It happened. Somehow he just falls. I guess you can't. If you're Atlanta, you can't pick him at number 3 anymore because it's really a battle between these organizations to just wait on running backs. It's kind of like how like in redraft leagues with 1 quarterback, you're just waiting on that first guy to get a quarterback, and then you see the run. It's the same way that they draft running backs in the NFL, and that's why Najee slipped. If he was like a top 5 guy, right? If Atlanta drafted him at 4 instead of Kyle Pitts, where would we be taking Najee? He wouldn't be slipping into the second round.
He'd be a first round guy. He'd be probably a top 5 pick
because of the capital.
Exactly. And
go ahead.
The way I see it is just like he's just the safest round 2 pick you could possibly think of because the volume is there, the talent is there, the first round value is there. The fact is that we have a history trend of running backs in Pittsburgh who have been great. They know how to groom running backs just like they know how to groom wide receivers. He is a dual threat. His dual threat ability is fantastic. I mean, getting Najee in round 2 makes a ton of sense as your RB1. And I'll be even more happy with my RB2. If he happens to fall, if I can get, I don't know, Derrick Henry at the 1-4, and then somehow he falls back at the 5.
That's a great start, man. That's a great start. I've been loving that underdog start.
it's a great start. And you mentioned he's fallen in drafts a lot to that late round 2 pick, and it's just mind boggling because he seems to be so safe as an option right now. And I don't get why people aren't taking him. I mean, honestly, I would be okay taking him as the 2-1. If I got a wide receiver or running back at the 112 and 2-1, I take Najee. I'm thrilled because I know Najee is going to have a fantastic season this year.
Yeah, I mean, Calvin Ridley is probably my favorite second-round pick, but then it's probably Najee Harris at this point. I just ending up with a lot more of him than I was at the beginning of the season. And he was a third-round pick. He was a mid-third-round pick, I mean, beginning of the offseason.
Yeah,
people were getting real good value on him.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it's good to do your drafts early.
That's why the Scott Fishbowl so early. I mean, you get in that, you're picking pretty, honestly. I think in that league, I think in the Scott Fishbowl, I have Derrick Henry, Najee Harris, J.K. Dobbins, and Darrell Henderson. I took Henderson late because before the Cam injury obviously happened, and I'm sitting pretty right now.
That's a lot of volume there.
Exactly. So let's answer this question. Robbie Rumboy here, just throw something up there. Both the Najee and Gibson will be top 10 backs. But Steve, which one do you prefer more?
I prefer Najee right now. I love Gibson. I had Gibson last year and just loved having him on my fantasy team. I think there's going to be a little bit of regression in the touchdown department. I think that he's going to get – that should balance out because he's going to get more touches overall. And I believe they will work him in as a pass catcher more. They were doing that last year. So that's not like we shouldn't be surprised that they want to use him as a pass catcher. The Christian McCaffrey comparisons, I see it. He's that kind of guy. I see no reason in calling a shot and saying he's a top 10 guy. I don't have my rankings in front of me. He's probably right there. I have Najee ranked a little bit higher. That probably comes down to the volume for sure. McKissick is just going to be a thorn in the side. I think Barber is going to be used. When you look at the Steelers, they don't believe in Benny Snell at this point. Jalen Samuels is fine as a pass catcher, but he's not going to be used in that role like that. He's not going to be a third down back. Najee's a 3-down guy. They're going to obviously put, any team is going to put other running backs on the field at some point. So you will see Jalen Samuels on third down on occasion, but they can leave Najee out there. The only problem that I could see with that is if pass protection, he doesn't get that right away. He should. I mean, he's a smart player. He's a great football player. I believe in him as a football player. So I would pick Najee over Gibson. It's close for me. I love both players.
Love it.
And I love your trade, Alex. Love that.
Yeah. I guess it means Mike Evans and a first for Gibson. I'm pretty okay with that, honestly.
Yeah, Gibson's great, man. Gibson's great. I mean, I love the DJ comparison. Early on in DJ's career, David Johnson, that's a very solid comparison. The way he can be efficient and doesn't necessarily need that 320 touches to be a great fantasy player.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. All right, so we're wrapping up on the next half hour here. I keep saying hour, half hour here. Steve, man, it was a pleasure having you on today, man. We missed you. It's been a while since we've had you on the show, so I'll have to get you back on real soon during the season, man. Wish you lived in Jersey, man. Come have football, watch football, and drink with us, man.
Yeah, I'm actually in Maryland, so very close.
Oh, not too far, man. That's not too far. The people
somewhere in Delaware.
We'll meet up in Delaware. No sales tax. The people from the draft night out. I'm trying to convince them to do it in Atlantic City. So that'd be pretty dope. Wouldn't be that far of a drive for you to come up.
Dude, that would be awesome, man. Huss and Dale, they're all very good guys. I had a pleasure of talking to these guys this weekend. That would be awesome. Let me know. If it's Delaware, Dogfish Head Brewery in Rehoboth Beach.
Oh, yes.
Let's do it. I'm down. I'd be
down
for a travel.
Yeah.
I'm down for a travel. But before we let you go, let everyone know you guys' shit and what's got going on right now.
Yeah, very excited, man. The Hot Take podcast. I feel very great about our situation right now. We're going to be partnered with Thrive Fantasy. So we're going to do a props-centered show, 15-30 minutes this season on Friday nights. It's going to be fun, man. I had a lot of fun doing player props this year. And we actually got into a breakout session at the Expo this past weekend. And it was a sports gambling session. They spent 25 minutes of the 30 minutes talking about player props and how there's just such an edge right now. The guys were talking about if you're good at sports gambling, good at the lines, you're 53%. If you're good at player props, you're like 65%. So we're going to be doing a show centered around player props. I'm very excited about that. And I'm doing some writing over at Rise or Fall, teamriseorfall.com. Once a week, we got Fantasy Friday that I'm putting out on Fridays. It's going to be DFS centered. So we're going to be talking, what are the best values at price points. And it's going to be a great time, man. I'm excited about it.
Dude, I love player props because like if you like, especially being like just into the fantasy and like what's going on, like if you have expectations for a player and you look at FanDuel, oh, this guy 12.5 fantasy points. I'm like, oh, cash.
Well, Gibson was a great example of that last year. And I always look at running backs and the catches, because you catch Antonio Gibson on like 2.5 for. Bring that up for the at least to like 4, because maybe it's just you think that the scenario is going to go that way. They're going to have to pass more. All of a sudden you win, $100 on the $10 bet just because Antonio Gibson caught 4 passes. A lot of times you'll win those prop bets in the first half, and then you don't have to worry about it. If you're on like that, and it really comes down to the pace of play and what kind of game script you think is going to happen. You look at those running backs, look at those reception props, very easy money.
Definitely. Oh boy, Alex, he's good at that shit too. So if you ever see him on Twitter, hit him up. He's he'll give you some good ideas as well. But guys, check out Steve. His stuff is great out there. He gives amazing information out there. Obviously, why we brought him on, because he just gives out good football takes. So Steve, my guy, we appreciate you jumping on, my friend.
Hey, thanks guys, appreciate it. Yeah, donate to the Humane Society. I had an opportunity to do that 2 years ago. For a draft. So I'm happy to do it again. Looking forward to it.
Appreciate that, my guy. Well, we'll catch you soon for sure.
Awesome. Take care.
Take care. All right, Jibs, man. Was it 3 hours now?
Yeah. I'm going to leave, yes.
I know you're about to leave. I'm surprised you're still on, to be honest. But guys, obviously, we're doing a podathon right now, guys. Obviously for the Humane Society. We're doing our charity donation, trying to raise money for the Humane Society. They do such amazing work, and if you haven't been watching since now, they do more than just your typical shelters. They help rehab animals back to health. They treat them with such great kindness and care, and they also go out there in the wildlife and treat them as well, bring them back to health, get them back into the wildlife from start to finish. We're just looking for donations. We're just trying to get whatever we can get. If it's just $1, we love it. We're just trying to help raise money and reach our goal this year for a great cause, and just to give those, Kyle, thank you so much. Just trying to help those who don't really have the voice to do it themselves. And that's why we're here today. If you see a little creature, the beaver in the back here, we need help.
Do for the beavers.
We need help. We have
Save
the
kangaroos, the habitats.
The joeys, we're just trying to help out all animals out there, and your donations will definitely help us. So on to our next section here, our new guests we have this evening here. We'll start with a fellow coach of ours, Coach Brandon. Welcome back to the show, buddy.
Yo, Brandon. What's good, homie?
Oh, man. Long time no talk. Get the Eagles jersey out of the background, please. Thank you so much.
Nah.
As he opens up a nice beer.
I stayed just to say hello to Brandon and our next guest.
Hi, Jibs.
I love it.
What up?
So, obviously, Brandon, welcome in, my friend, and got you for a nice half an hour here. And, of course, we got another guest of two. Justin, my friend from the We Know Fantasy team, who we're auctioning off a We Know Fantasy draft kit that me and Justin both worked on for them. What's going on, man?
What's up, Coach? And Jibs, you're going to leave me, man? I was coming, seriously?
I'm sorry.
How you going to leave this hour?
I have work at 4 a.m, so I need sleep.
He's
an hour 3, man. I give you guys a lot of credit. No, this is Keenan Allen, man. I got to go Key Allen today.
Okay, you marked yourself 15 minutes.
Let's do 8:15 at least. Come on. All right, guys. So, welcome in, guys. I forgot to ask Steve, his dog. He really had his dog in the picture. He never showed us his dog. Do you guys have any pets?
Yeah, I got a golden doodle.
Bring your golden doodle out.
I have actually have a pit bull mix.
Bring them in.
Bring them in.
We want to see the animals. That's why we're doing this. We're doing it for the animals.
We have such a variety.
Put them on your lap. Let them sit there the whole time. Let them speak the fantasy takes.
I don't know if Justin wants to 80 pounds.
He's camera shy. He doesn't want to go on the time. Brandon's out here like, come here. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That fluff.
She's gonna take over the show for me for the rest of the
Let's
night.
go.
You're gonna get some great Debbie takes.
Have her sit and you just talk on the side.
Yeah.
You got Bill Belichick in the house
With me
here.
today? Look at the people.
Hey.
She's like, nah, I'm good. She's like, I'm not good.
All
I'm
right,
good.
you can get down.
Oh, cute one.
Like, nah, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So we'll get back to some football talk here now. If you guys didn't hear, I had a wheel, but it didn't actually turn out to be a wheel. It turned out to be a figure of my imagination at this point. So in this area here, we have the Detroit Lions, the Los Angeles Chargers, and the Carolina Panthers. Jibs, I'll let you pick a pick first since you'll be getting off first. Anyone?
Mike freaking Williams.
Mike Williams. So Mike Williams.
I want to
as we
know
all
Justin.
Yes, Mike Williams, guys. Obviously, we all know Mike Williams as the former first rounder who just hasn't lived up to that potential to be a complete wide receiver. We've seen portions of it. Maybe Justin says I'm wrong, but we've seen only glimpses of actual greatness. And again, now he's in his second year or with Justin Herbert, and maybe things take off this time, even though he's a little banged up. I heard already. Justin, we'll let you go first on this one. Why Mike Williams this season, or maybe why not?
Look, Mike Williams is a guy that I have never been able to give up on since he came in with the Chargers. He's a guy that's put together a 10-plus touchdown season. He's had 1,000 yards in a season. He just can't put the two together. It's all about opportunity. Can he stay on the field? I mean, the guy, he's big for me this year. If I can grab him, you can get him at the cost of a wide receiver 4. If he stays healthy, Joe Lombardi's come out and said that he's going to play the X in that offense. So coming from the Saints, if you want to say that's a Michael Thomas-esque role, will he get Michael Thomas volume? No, because Keenan Allen is going to be the alpha dog in that offense. But Mike Williams gives you a lot of upside with where he's being drafted. And he does have a hip flexor right now. So in typical Mike Williams, preseason is starting the way it should.
Hey, he'll be all right. Is there anyone that you could kind of think that could be like the second guy behind Keenan Allen besides Mike Williams?
Well, besides Austin Eckler, but from in that wide receiver room, I am really excited about Josh. I'm really excited about Josh Palmer. He had some really good usage in the first preseason game. He's really good at route running. He's got some athletic ability. He's starting to pop. They thought he was going to be competing for the wide receiver 4 in that room, and he's really challenging Jalen Guyton and Tyron Johnson to take over that wide receiver 3. So big time dynasty player for me. But could, Mike Williams or Keenan Allen, if they have any missed time, he could be big for them.
I like it. But I'm a huge Keenan Allen fan. Like I think he's a god among men. He should be 99 in Madden, personally. But I'm not the creators of the game.
My man gets slept on all the time. I would say he's at least top 3 route runner in the league.
It's like dance.
Oh yeah. His route running is amazing.
Butter, bro.
What are we talking about now? I'm sorry. I had I got to do all the background shit. What's going on?
I was just drooling over Keenan Allen.
Oh, drooling over Keenan Allen. Okay. We thought about the Chargers early in this one. I love it for sure. All right.
We were talking about Mike Williams.
Oh, Mike Williams. Right.
We're just a second cog in the Chargers offense, receiver-wise.
Given multiple questions there. Love it, Jibs.
I don't know.
Love it. All right. So let's go to another team. Let's go to another team in this area here, the Carolina Panthers, guys. And we kind of talked about Robbie Anderson for some reason early on because I messed up. But Jibs, what's up?
I got another one.
Go for it.
All right, Brandon.
What's up?
I want you to give me the rundown on DJ Moore. He's going in like a receiver range. You can see like Cooper Kupp. Sometimes like Amari Cooper falls due to his injury. You have Chris Godwin. You have Mike Evans, all in that range. But why should I pick DJ Moore? Why should people pick DJ Moore?
Oh, I'd take DJ Moore over Cooper. Like, I'm a dynasty guy.
Oh,
so
we know
I've got Cooper's pre-draft ADP up right now, and I see Julio and Cooper's going ahead of him. Makes no sense to me. DJ Moore, for the most part, stays healthy, especially over Amari Cooper. And for 2, he just got another upgrade at quarterback with Sam Darnold. And if anything goes to show, players get away from Adam Gase and boom. But no, I think he could just be like a big time PPR monster. And I see he's being drafted as wide receiver 18. That's close to where I think he'll finish, but his upside is seriously a wide receiver 1 this year.
Oh wow,
that's a good sell.
It's a big sell. Big sell. Justin, do you believe in the upside of DJ Moore?
I was really high on DJ Moore to start the season, and I'm starting to cool a little bit because I'm not sure I'm hearing what I want to hear out of Sam Darnold in training camp. Hopefully he comes on a little better. But DJ Moore, 2 out of his 3 years in the league, he's gone over 1,150 yards. So, I mean, if he's continuing to move around that formation, Joe Brady's going to toss the ball. I agree with Brandon. You got to go after him.
All right. I know. Definitely agree with you guys. If you look at DJ Moore, I mean, outside of the touchdowns, I mean, he's been fantastic, honestly. I mean, he just changed into more of a deep threat this past offseason here. If he can find a way to get – I mean, imagine he had a better quarterback. I mean, DJ Moore would be talking as a top – we'd be actually talking about him.
Show.
Who?
Yeah, Philip Walker show.
PJ season.
Send him back to XFL, man. PJ. No. I mean, he played decent in this preseason, but come on. But, yeah, I mean, if he's right there on the cusp. It's just that will Sam Darnold be able to do it? That's a big question. But, I mean, he's looked really good. Our boy Kyle has said, I'd rather have DJ more than any Cowboys wide receiver.
Ooh,
so
I don't know about all that.
I'm an Eagles fan, and I'd rather have CD.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Kyle, they're against you, Kyle, but I understand. I don't hate it, honestly. So, yeah, but DJ Moore, guys, it's just that it's all about Sam Darnold. That's what makes DJ Moore, like, amazing. Like, he was good last year with Teddy. Sam Darnold could be considered a better passer than Teddy. So, I mean, it's possible that but again, CMC will be back for the whole season. I don't know how that's going to really impact the way they do this. I mean, DJ Moore might see more one-on-one coverages because they're focusing on CMC behind the line. So, there's potential for him, but there's a lot of risk if he actually gets there. I mean, you either take him, I think, below his current ADP right now, which I have to find out. So, let me just find out if I can find his ADP right now before we keep moving here.
Well, I would say why you're
is that what he is? Is he wide receiver 18 right now?
Yeah, that's according to Sleeper's August 1st ADP.
You can't look at Fantasy Pros. For some reason, Fantasy Pros, he's like 50-something. I don't know why.
Nah, I got this sheet.
That's gas.
Yeah, but on Fantasy Pros, it does say 57. But, like, at 18, it seems a bit high. If you get him at, like, 24, I'd be thrilled. But that's kind of how I see it, so.
I mean – if you take the Panthers preseason game, it looked like they were playing Terrace Marshall out on the perimeter a little more. And if that shows some of the usage and he stays out on the perimeter, that's good for DJ Moore because that slot usage is really going to be where he really pops. And if you remember Sam Darnold, when he was doing anything positive for the Jets, he was making Jamison Crowder, I think.
Yeah,
so,
he's
DJ Moore is an upgrade in talent there.
Yeah.
That's for sure. All right, so let's go over the next one. Jibs, do you have another one you want to mention? Or
what was the third team?
Third team was
Chargers. Oh, no. Yeah,
Lions. Detroit Lions. We talked a lot about the Lions, but tell us. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, you do it. There's really no one else. Like we had
Craig Reynolds.
All right. No. Okay, we'll go back to the whole DeAndre Swift, Jamal Williams thing here. Now, Brandon, I'll let you go first on this one. How do you feel about the situation there? Because obviously Jamal Williams is a veteran. He's been in the league before, but are you scared of DeAndre Swift because of Jamal Williams' potential role with this offense here?
Not at all. In the preseason game, Jamal Williams, preseason, 9 rushes, 15 yards for an average of 1.7 yards a carry. That's just not going to get it done. I mean, he didn't look particularly good in any kind of way. It scares me. Swift is always a little scary to me this year due to the fact that the Lions are going to be bad. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going to play hard, but they're just not going to be good. And it scares me a little bit. Now, Swift is insanely talented, but when you just look over that whole situation, it's like, I don't know if I want to.
Justin, what about you? How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's the touchdown upside's not going to be there. This offense is not going to score a lot of points. They potentially project as a top 10 offensive line, so they will be running behind some pretty good protection. They shored up Frank Ragnow. They got some good interior, so that usually will bode well. It's an Anthony Lynn offense, so the running backs are going to get plenty of volume, but it's just a little too volatile and the touchdown upside for me.
And I'm going to respect that. That's for sure. I mean, the way you could build Swift is that I think you're seeing somewhat similar to the efficiency you saw last year, but you're not going to see the 230 possible carries you think you might end up having. I think you're maybe flirt with 200 because I think Jamal Williams will have a substantial amount of carries, I think, honestly. Personally, for me, I think he will. So you're not going to see the volume I think you want to see in DeAndre Swift for taking him as a top 24 pick. But he'll be efficient enough that you'll be pretty happy with his situation as long as he doesn't get banged up. I know he's been banged up last year. He's banged up, I think, a little bit at this point this year. As long as he can stay healthy, you're looking at a pretty solid, I think, high-end RB2. I don't think he has the volume in him to get to that RB1 level in this season. That's kind of how I see it.
What you're hoping for is Jared Goff dumping the ball down to him 4 or 5, 6 times a game, and hopefully he's taking it 30, 40 yards to the house and scoring a touchdown at some point.
True. My boy Kyle says he has Swift as his RB6 in Dynasty. Do you guys believe that's too high?
No. Like I said, I think that offensive line projects pretty well. I mean, this year is kind of a wash, but if they turn that thing around pretty quickly, I mean, Jamal Williams is only there for 2 years. So, I mean, he could be a
1 year in cut.
Right. He could be a cap casualty.
He could have. I think it's a little high, Kyle. Honestly, personally, to me, I think a 10 makes sense. So that's where I think I have him close to that. But 6 might be a little too high for my blood. But I understand why you have him there. That's for sure. I get it. I do get it. All right. Let's see here. We have another player here. We'll go back.
Yeah. How about Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Bye, Jibs. Oh,
my first pick, actually.
Amon-Ra St. Brown. All right, Jibs. Catch you later, buddy.
Yes.
See you, Jibs.
The Warrior with me today. I'll let you know how it goes. Maybe watch it as you're falling asleep, man.
I'll go to sleep to it. I'll be in the comments.
Love it. So Amon-Ra St. Brown, Justin, that's a perfect guy to talk about because we really don't know what to do with this Lions depth chart. I mean, he's not the top 2 starters currently in terms of the depth chart right now. He's I think 3rd or 4th. I can't remember. I think he's 3rd.
He's 3rd.
Yeah, but how do you feel about him? Do you think he can be this year a surprise pick that gets enough volume to be relevant on a flex basis?
He's popping in camp, and they are raving about him from everything that I'm reading. I like him more in Dynasty than I do in redraft. Obviously, I think he would need Perriman or Williams to go down in that offense. And we never want to wish injury on anybody, but I think he would need to get to the second level of that wide receiver room to really make it a consistent flex for me. But I think in Dynasty, he's a perfect pick.
Brandon, what about you?
Yeah. Coming out, I hated him. I couldn't stand he was one of my lowest wide receivers. I did not like him. I thought he had too many concentration drops. That was the biggest. He didn't look fast to me. He didn't look like he had NFL speed. But then he ran, I think it was his 2nd catch on the day, and he ran that out route. And he just broke that dude's ankles, that DB's ankles. And I was like, okay, I might have been wrong. And it was an impressive catch too. And I was just like, okay, I can see a little bit of it. And then I'm seeing the reports in camp, and it's looking good. And you were getting him in middle of the 3rd round in rookie drafts this year, which
sometimes later.
Yeah.
Depending on where he's drafted.
Yep.
Yeah. I think in most of mine, I think I took him no later. I think I saw him drop to the 210 or 211. I got him there, and I was so hyped about it at the time. But
I have 0 shares in him.
I think he goes early 2nd now at this point. If you're doing your rookie draft now, he's definitely going early 2nd at least.
Yeah.
Question though from Alex. He said, "Is there a world where Terrell Williams leads the wide receivers? My buddy swears his wide receiver to draft is from Detroit." How do you guys feel about Terrell Williams? Is there any chance actually?
I don't think he can stay on the field. I mean, I like Terrell. He was a former Charger, so obviously I have a little bit of an affinity to Terrell Williams. He was a guy who could really stretch the field. He was Mike Williams for the Chargers before Mike Williams. So he'll give you a big play or two. He'll pop on a week, but I mean, I would say Perriman before I'd say Williams.
I'm the opposite. I'd rather have Williams and Perriman, but like they're like right there. And
they are really right there.
It just depends on who stays healthy out of the two of them, really.
That's kind of how I see it, honestly. I mean, honestly, they're both late round throws, and see if maybe week 1 or week 2 they hit off, and you have yourself a wide receiver 3 maybe or 4.
Mhm.
That's how I see it. If you draft these guys, you're drafting them last pick, 15th round pick, whatever it may be, and see if they go off week 1 or 2. I think the Lions have a pretty easy week 1 schedule. I think they played the Cardinals. Hold on. Let me see real quick. Schedule. Here we go. Lions, they play no, that's not it. They play San Fran and they play Baltimore. And then they play the Colts and then the Packers and then the Bears. So honestly, I'm not touching any of them, honestly.
Nope. Stay away.
Honestly, I don't want any of the pass catchers, honestly. Unless you take Amon-Ra St. Brown late due to his possible target volume, I'm not really wanting to deal with that. First 5 games sounds dreadful right now for the Lions right now. I don't care how great the offensive line is. Those defenses are tough, and I don't expect many of them to really take that next step here. Let's go to one more, maybe 2. We'll see how we go. Player here. We'll go back to the Chargers here, and I really want to talk about Austin Ekeler again. And Austin Ekeler, to me, my concerns with Ekeler are that the touchdowns, the red zone opportunities that he's not going to receive, where he's going in round 1 in a lot of drafts because of his PPR value, and which I do get. It makes perfect sense because of that value there. But are we taking him too high, thinking he's going to be a real workhorse back, or is it just because of the PPR volume that he has, Justin?
I mean, so I have Austin Ekeler as my 6th running back off the board in PPR. I'm really high on him, obviously because of the PPR value, but also because of the upgrades they made to the offensive line. And I would argue that while I understand what you're saying, there's really nobody in the secondary like Larry Roundtree people are excited about, but I think he'll get some play. He'll spell them from time to time, but it's like I compare this offense that we're going to see with the Chargers this year to what Joe Lombardi came from with the Saints. There's going to be a lot of those facets involved there, and we were never really that worried about Alvin Kamara getting carries at the goal line, and they had Latavius Murray behind him, who is much better than a Larry Roundtree or a Justin Jackson. So that's kind of where I'm at. I understand he's only scored 3 touchdowns at top max over the last 3 years in a season, but I think this year you could see him pop.
Brandon, what about you? How do you feel about Austin Ekeler? Do you believe he's this top 6 value that Justin has him, or is he more to me? I think I'm at 12.
I can't believe he's going close to the first round in redraft leagues. I did not know that, and that blows my mind. I'd rather.
I think he's 11. I've seen so like in ECR.
Let's see. Yeah. I'm not even looking at Fantasy Pros, but I don't know. I don't know how much run he's going to get aside from being a pass catcher, which when you're talking, I get that Justin Herbert can throw the ball downfield. That's what he does. And it's going to open up running lanes for Ekeler, him doing that. But to me, he's too – I need to see more. I need to see him do it again before I even think about drafting him in that range. He's a scary running back for me, and I don't have him that high. I don't have any shares of him. He's just somebody I'm not looking to even add onto one of my teams. Not that he's going to be terrible, but
no, I get it. I completely get it. I could be off on this, but I do think he gets the volume on the ground this year. it just doesn't worry me. I mean, he was averaging in games he played last year, he was averaging 18.6 touches a game. So if that even ticks up a little bit, he's one of the few backs in the league that are going to flirt with 20 touches a game.
It's not bad. Okay, I definitely get that. Again, I still have my concerns about the red zone opportunity with him, so I'm fading him. But real quick, one last quick question here. In a super flex league right now in redrafts, are you comfortable with Donald as your QB2? Yes or no?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think I actually have him as a QB2 in the Coaches League.
Okay, let's go. Love it. It's not going to work well for you, maybe. We'll see, guys. But yeah,
I like him as a quarterback team.
I mean, Joe Brady's going to throw the ball. It just depends on if Darnold can do something.
He just needs to stay healthy too. I mean, besides him not playing well, he just hasn't been on the field for much of his career, to be honest. So we'll see how that works, though.
Maybe COVID will keep him from catching mono again.
That would be perfect. Well, I don't know what's going on. It's just wild that he got that in this game last year because of it. So, all right, guys. So we're wrapping up the half hour here, guys. I appreciate you guys both jumping on this episode, this last 30 minutes here. Justin, I'll let you kind of sign off first, my friend. You know, if you got anything you're working on, I heard you might be a co-host on a new podcast I heard about. So, you know, just sign yourself off, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, again, thank you for the opportunity to step on here. Everybody definitely go and donate to the Humane Society. They do great things over there. As Coach Steve said, coming in, I'm part of the We Know Fantasy crew. We do weekly podcasts, weekly articles. We'll be putting out a weekly article talking about upcoming games this year. And then something I'm really excited about, Dave from the Dynasty Dorks team, we are coming out with a weekly podcast on Tuesdays and Fridays coming up this season. We'll start the week before the season begins. There's going to be 4 of us on there. My boy Lobos Den, and then Nate Williams is also going to be on there. So everybody go over and check it out. #DDFF. Looking forward to it. Steve, as you know, I'm always excited to get on with you, my friend. This is awesome that you're doing it, buddy. Keep doing it.
Appreciate it, Justin. Brandon, I mean, you're part of our team, but I know you got some other stuff going on. So, I mean, go ahead, bud.
Yeah, I ain't been too active here recently. Work's been nuts in the summertime for me. But hopefully here soon I get some stuff posted on Dynasty Nerds and more onto the Coaches website. So maybe another month and I'll be good to go.
Month, man. Football season's coming up, man.
I know. It's busy season. If we get a hurricane, I'm good.
I hope we don't get a hurricane. So,
I want a hurricane.
Or maybe for your job. So, but
yeah, then we're
hopefully this fall, Brandon will be doing one of our Dynasty podcasts that will be hopefully coming out on Wednesday nights. Hopefully, we'll see how that works as long as the schedule works. So, hopefully, we'll be doing a strictly Dynasty during the season outside of the regular podcast leagues this year. So, looking forward to that. But boys, again, appreciate you both jumping on, for helping us out tonight, guys. You've been great, and we'll definitely, obviously, both get you back on in the future.
Thanks, Coach. Have a good one, guys. Nice to meet you, Brandon.
Hey, you too.
All right, guys. It's 3.5 hours at this point, man. I've been going way too nuts here. But again, if you're just tuning in now, we're trying to raise money for the Humane Society, trying to help give back to those who don't really have the voice to do so. The Humane Society does some amazing things for animals, whether you can consider them as your pets or considered wildlife. They do everything. They really try to help out and try to, bring animals back from bad places to happy homes or back to the wild where they belong. And we're just trying to raise money. Any donation is helpful. $1, all you got to do, doesn't really matter. Whatever it is, we're just trying to help raise money for them. We'll have the link posted here. It's on Twitter, everywhere. So please donate and help us out. So we're on to our next 30-minute segment here, and we got 2 fantastic guests coming on the show. One that offhand, who always is here and always is a treat, Robbie from the Rum Boys Fantasy Football Network. What's going on?
Yo, what's going on? Yo, cheers to me, cheers to you. Shout out to the whole entire Fantasy Coaches crew.
What's going on, buddy?
Man, fresh off of the Canton trip, and I'm ready to get it in on this podathon. I can't believe I'm still drinking, but we're still drinking.
I've only had 2 beers, and I try to pace myself, man. If I drink too many, I'm I'd be on the ground just like, hey guys, what's up? Like, so I can't be like that. I got to be responsible and trying to raise money. So, but I'm happy that you're on at this point. Bring a little life back into the podathon right now. So I love it.
That's what we do.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. So Robbie's our first guest. We do have a second guest on tonight's show. First time coming on the Fantasy Coaches here. If I can actually get my mouse to work here. Mandy, what's going on? Welcome to the show.
What's up, guys? You have to be nice to me. This is my first appearance on a podcast show, so.
Oh, wow. How do I always end up around for this? Is this just like a curse that I have, like in the industry? Like in a good way. It's not a good way. Okay. But man, like, wow. Welcome to the podcasting industry.
Thank you. I hope you can show me the ropes.
Absolutely.
Definitely going to help you out here, Mandy. You know, we pleasure jumping on tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun talking some. Corey's got like 10 comments here, but it's a pleasure to bring you on. We just became friends on Instagram, so I figured it was a good time than ever to bring you guys on. I know you have a co-host, but perfect time than ever to bring you on and talk some football with you today.
I appreciate that. I'm flying solo tonight. I normally have a partner in crime, and she's off working, so.
Nah, she's missing out on the
stuck
good
with
fun.
me.
Before we get started, let everyone know what your guys' podcast is so people can check it out.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, you. Robbie's been here, but you.
They know me. Yeah.
Okay, so our podcast is A League of Our Own. I would say our target audience is more of the females out there because we do throw out a lot of off the field stuff. We're hoping to get more on the field stuff now that football season's around, but as of right now, it's more of the fun off the field adventures.
Which is awesome, which is really cool. Like I said, check your guys' stuff out. It's really fun to listen to, and it's real informative, and it's just a great overall podcast. So we're glad to have you on tonight.
I appreciate it. Thanks for the invite.
Absolutely. Robbie, you're on the clock, my friend, in the dog division.
I just picked, and I'm not going to front. I went completely off brand, and I'm okay. Not too far off brand. I've done this before, but I was going to go running back. I was going to hit y'all with the Derrick Henry, Nick Chubb, because y'all were going to allow that to happen. But Aaron Rodgers was sitting there. You can't pass up on Aaron. You know, you got to go ahead and grab some Aaron. So you're a bad man. So we're going to do some bad things in the dog division.
Mandy, she's getting some love out there on the comments though. So shout out, love it.
All y'all give it up for Maddie. Let's go.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Fantasy community here. We're all just a big family, just trying to support everyone and everything they do. But before we start talking about some football stuff, Robbie, you know, tell me where you're laying off in the draft right now. Tell me what you got going on in your picks right now, because we haven't talked about some guys in a while. So who you got on your 2 picks right now?
My first 2, I went Derrick Henry and Aaron Rodgers. Just two Goliaths on the field, if you will. Derrick Henry, we're gonna get as much exposure of Derrick Henry and across as many leagues as possible, whether we're playing for cash, whether we're playing for charity, whether we're playing just for fun, bragging rights, shits and giggles, you name it. We are grabbing Derrick Henry everywhere. I've won multiple titles with Henry, and Henry we trust. Around the Run Boys Fantasy Network, we try not to get too cute. Go with what you know. So, you know, I'm going with what I know in Henry. Aaron Rodgers, now that we know that he's back in Green Bay, they're going to run it back for the last dance. I would just be a fool to not do it. So, you know, got to grab Rodgers. And I'm not going to reveal too much of my plan moving forward because, well, y'all are watching.
Yes, half the dog division have been on here at some point shouting out for the pod. So definitely don't give up your ideas right now. So
I did that before.
We'll get started on the teams here. And in this area, guys, we have the Houston Texans. We probably won't mention much about them. The Dallas Cowboys and the San Francisco 49ers. So I was supposed to have like a wheel that like spun all the players off and would have been really cool. But for some reason, I can't use technology for my life for some reason. So I have a physical imaginary wheel here, basically. And so we'll start with the Cowboys. Yeah.
Spin that one right now. Just spin it, bro.
Spin the wheel. We'll have that imaginary wheel basically, and we'll start with the Cowboys here. And I really want to start with Zeke because obviously Zeke has been a dominant force over the last 4 or 5 seasons now. But everyone's kind of down on him because he's older, but he has, you know, kind of lost the weight, it looks really good right now on the field there. But Mandy, how do you feel about Zeke this season?
I think that a lot of people are sleeping on him this season, especially with this offensive line. What we've seen so far, I think that they are great at run blocking right now. And so I think that you're kind of sleeping on him if you're not interested.
I love that for sure. He's definitely a guy who people should definitely be drafting more than not than what they're doing right now. Robbie, what about you? You took Derrick Henry, but if it's not a super flex league, are you taking Zeke over some of these like other guys like Barkley and John?
So I do have 1%, literally like 1% exposure of both Zeke and Saquon, guys. And I'm just completely just like, no, we're not doing it. Both have burned me in the past. I'm not an unforgiving type of person. Just like, no, it happened. Look, if there's any chance that he's going to bounce back, it is going to be with a healthy Dak. As long as Zeke's performance is predicated on Dak's ability to be healthy. So for you guys out there drafting, for you to take Zeke, and his takeout also goes hand in hand with Barkley, is predicated on your ability to trust Dak. Well, with Barkley, Jones puts the ball on the ground from the moment of receiving from snap. That's different, okay? But with Zeke, more specifically, if you are confident in Dak's return, then you should be confident in picking up Zeke, whether or not you roster Dak or not. The two would have no relation. Other than in real football, that's when the two have relation. So if your take on Dak is he's back, he's healthy, then you should have no fears drafting Ezekiel Elliott. There should be not, I'm worrying about, what happened last year with Zeke or, regression in yards or things of that nature. If you're on the other end of the spectrum where you don't know, maybe you're hot and cold, you should kind of be that same way and treat it the same way as well.
I respect it. I said I'm a big Zeke guy. I'm a big Zeke guy. I like it. I think he's going to be in for one more great season, and it could very well be this year as long as Dak is there, I think, honestly. So let's go to another team in this area that you guys are talking about. We'll go to the 49ers now. And George Kittle. Obviously, George Kittle is an elite tight end. We love him early on. He's a top 3 tight end in most people's rankings. But obviously, the injury concerns over the years and whatever happens at quarterback this season, as we still have no idea. Does that kind of scare you off from a guy like George Kittle, Mandy, or are you okay taking him in like an early?
Corey asked a very good question. Is it Maddie or Mandy?
Oh, am I saying it wrong?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But I'm the oldest of 6, so I'll answer to anything.
So whoa! I missed that. What is it?
I know. I said I'm the oldest of 6, so I answer to anything. I'm used to it. Yeah.
All right, well, I want to get your name right though. How do you say it? I'm gonna mess it up.
Maddie.
Maddie.
I was right.
Maddie. I'm sorry, everyone on the pod. I apologize. Announcement. Sorry, Maddie. I apologize. I do apologize. I hate getting people's names wrong. It's like my biggest pet peeve because I'm so bad at it anyway. I'm so bad at it. I hate beating people's names wrong.
Now we're gonna mess you up the rest of the episode.
Maddie. All right, got it.
It was very entertaining though. We should have just kept it going, and people would have been like, "Who? What's the name?"
Corey had to mess it up. Come on, Corey, you had to call me out, man.
Well, now we got to know so that people know exactly where to follow you because now your bookings are about to just go like crazy through the roof now. Just so you know. So yeah.
I appreciate that. I am a huge Kittle fan, though. I'm a huge Kittle fan. I will say that there are other tight ends I would take above Kittle. I don't trust that he's going to be coming back the same that he was and stay injury free.
All right, I like that. Honestly, I'm on that same page too, though. Robbie, what about you?
First, I'm telling Corey that I love him in the chat for his humor. Because that's just my bro. But yeah, with Kittle, look, it's going back to kind of that injury narrative again. But once again, his style of play is just so downhill and brutal.
It's dirty.
It's dirty, exactly. You can tell that he's a wrestling fan by the way that he plays. It's like, yep, you grew up watching Stone Cold Steve Austin, bro, and I dig it. Look, I'm willing to roster Kittle. My advice to everyone out there, if we are going out there and we're going to roster Kittle, we can wait a little bit on grabbing another tight end, but we are going to grab another tight end, maybe somewhere in that Irv Smith Jr. kind of range, Rock a little bit too old, but he's around that age. Maybe, you grab Gesicki as like a backup. You lock up every other position and lock up a steady bench first, and then go ahead and grab that second tight end just in case anything happens to Kittle. We know that Kittle will play through injury, but how many weeks he can miss, usually he miss about like 4 or 5 weeks in a season. So
all right,
catch and run against the Saints 2 years ago lives rent free in my head. Ooh, Alex. Ooh. Why'd you bring it up? You hurt yourself. That was self-inflicted.
No, definitely a great memory, that's for sure. Thank God I'm a Dolphins fan, so I'm gonna deal with that most of the time. But
you're a Dolphins fan?
Oh, big Dolphins fan back here. Yeah.
The flag. I miss the flag.
The flag. It's a staple of the fantasy coaches here.
I'm a Washington fan, so yeah.
Okay.
Just name no name.
And what about you?
That wasn't as bad.
There's no good options on the table for you guys with the name.
Hey, we're whittling it down. We'll see. We saw your facial expression to our teams. Your team.
I have a cop out. I would say I'm more of a Players fan.
All right.
I know.
I
Respect it just because I went to OU. I live with some of the offensive line. And so I have a lot of friends that are now on different teams. And if I come out repping one team, I'm get no chance I get tickets to any other games. So Players fan it is.
Oh yeah, Alex, I love the name of that team. Get our YouTube channel up to like 1 million subscribers so we can buy a share of the team.
Boy. That would be dope if you had to share the team, to be honest, man.
Right.
You'd be living the high life at that point, man. Just give me the box seat, my 1% share every game.
Gosh, man. I need it.
You need it. All right. Let's see what we got here next. I really don't want to talk about the Texans at all because why would we want to talk about the Texans really?
Because it's funny.
All right. Fine. All right. If there's one player you're drafting on there based off their value, who would it be?
Philip Lindsay as a flex option. I think he'd be dope pass catching out the backfield. I like Lindsay, to pass catch out the backfield for them. I think we're going to see more of all right, exactly what the homie Miles Peacock said on Twitter. We're going to see way too much of Ingram. Philip Lindsay's flex stocks are going to go constantly up and down week to week. And Chris Conley could possibly be the number 2 receiver on that team.
I respect it. You sound thrilled about getting Lindsay, though.
All right. Me and the homie used to get our hair cut at the same shop. So, it's just kind of one of those things. Once you know a player, you kind of get a little bias, Just happens.
Respect it. Manny, what about you? Is there one play you like on the Texans?
Not really. I mean,
a perfect answer.
Yeah. Maybe Cooks. Maybe.
Yeah, Cooks went. You. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say you can get him in the 8th round, 9th round. I'm okay with that.
That's the only time I'd be picking a Houston player. But yeah, Cooks would probably be the only one that I'd waste a pick on.
Again, I think that's a pretty good pick, honestly, because I think you're looking at a good wide receiver 3, to be honestly, on this offense here. So, for your fantasy team, not for the Texans, obviously.
Not for the Texans.
But as their wide receiver 3, it's you're fine because he's been so good with 4 different quarterbacks. How many wide receivers do you know have had 1,000 yards with was it 3 or 4 different quarterbacks?
Yeah,
Allen Robinson, Terry McLaurin. Yeah.
Allen Robinson had two running. No, is it? Nah, it's 2. He's had Mitch back-to-back years, technically.
Mitch
Cooks does have consistency.
Yeah, Cooks is consistent across the board, no matter who's throwing him the ball.
That's the whole point. No matter who the ball is thrown to, besides the one season he kind of got banged up, he was pretty good.
I agree.
There we go. Okay. What about Freaky QT? Says Kyle in the chat. Oh, hey, I gotta love Kiki. Do you love me? Scoring touchdowns. Gotta love Kiki QT. But here's my take on Kiki QT. That is your waiver wire guy, come middle of the pack, middle of the season. that's when like all of a sudden the Texans wide receivers start getting hurt, and then Kiki's about to just go off for like 2 TDs in a game and like 90 some odd yards. Yes, I love me some Kiki QT, but for waiver wire pickups.
I don't like him at all.
I don't like him either.
I don't like him either. I don't think he's been good. I mean, he had one decent game last year. I mean, just
he's risky. He's a flight risk. I don't know.
New regime. I mean, I don't know. Like, give me Nico Collins. Like, that's how I feel about
Oh, well, yeah, Nico. But I mean, like, if everyone's going down and, you know, I need something on my fantasy team, there ain't nothing wrong with Kiki as a flyer off the waiver wire. And Corey, I appreciate you in the chat, bro. You're a cutie. I like the way he spelled that too. Like,
oh yeah,
Kiki, Robbie, love it.
See, get it? Yeah.
We have a problem.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Sure do. All right.
David Cooley walked into a dumpster fire.
Complete dumpster fire.
Like,
so
why did
bad.
he do it? Why did he do it? Why do you think this is a great idea? Like, yeah,
I
like,
don't know.
No
And-
Watson.
The Ravens are actually, I think that they have a good shot at doing some good things. I can't believe he walked away, but I don't know.
I'd rather just say, like, yo, let me just get a ring real quick and let me just retire off in the sunset. Like, I don't got to do all the work either. I could just be the offensive
coordinator. Yeah, just be the coordinator.
Yeah, like, that's such an easy job, I feel like, compared to a head coach. Like, why
The grass isn't always greener on the other side, okay? Gosh.
It's all about the money, I guess, for him.
Yeah, he had some bad advisors there.
Yeah, but I mean, he could really be one of those coach like that's out year one.
When you take financial advice from what was that? Clinton Portis, he let his financial agent just like rip like tons of money from him.
Yeah,
make sure
that's
to water
exactly
it.
what it is.
Corey said, "Make sure you water it." I like that, Corey. I like that. So deep, poetic, even.
So deep. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, let's go back. Who do we want to go here to next? All right, let's go back to the Cowboys here now. Out of the 3 wide receivers, Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, based on the value you can get them
I'm
at,
ready for this one.
CeeDee
Lamb is about to go off.
We agree. We agree.
Prognostic got me all about the Cowboys right now. CeeDee Lamb is about to go off. And if you don't have him on your team, you're going to be hurting next year. First of all, as long as Dak's healthy, we're going to see some bombs because he's going to throw the ball.
Yes.
And CeeDee Lamb's going to pull down everything he puts up. And my man threw on some pounds. I'm just excited about this. CeeDee Lamb for sure. Amari Cooper second.
Amari Cooper on that 1-year deal, both him and Gallup, they're looking to see if they could maybe figure out, you know, who they move. Dallas fans are chanting, you know, we need another linebacker. We need to keep our defense going well. One of them is getting moved out of town. CeeDee Lamb is who you want to have rostered in all formats if you are looking at any of the Dallas receivers. I know I said I wasn't going to come on and be nice to the Cowboys today, but I didn't realize that like someone else had the same take on CeeDee Lamb as me. But yeah, for all the Coopers who just got there, yeah, exactly. They gave him the number 88 when he got drafted. Like, you already knew what time it was. As soon as they drafted him, they're like, Jerry said, listen, son, you are going to walk in the great shoes, the great cleats of Drew Pearson, Dez Bryant, and Michael Irvin. Take this number 88, throw it on. And then
You
after
sound
that,
just like him too.
I'm from Virginia. Thank you. But I mean, from that moment on, hey, CeeDee Lamb he's gonna have his face on thermoses, lunch boxes, freaking season tickets. Like, yeah, Cooper's out of town. I'm telling y'all.
And this is why I brought you guys on together at the same time, because I knew CeeDee Lamb's name was going to come up and it was going to thrive.
Oh yeah, you're going to take credit for that one? All right.
You're just a producer from hell, ain't you? Just had that all produced.
Hey,
I love it, Steven.
You got to give me some credit here. I'm exhausted at this point. I don't know if I can even talk fantasy anymore at this point, man. God.
That was me this past weekend walking around the expo. I was like, do you guys realize we're in a different city and there's just like booze that we could just go and like, come on, let's go get a beer. I do not want to be talking fantasy right now.
I see you have the Expo shirt on or the Draft Night Out shirt on. I'm jealous. I wish I could have came last weekend. Please don't tell me.
So much tequila was consumed. Like, I think that like I need to open up another division of rum boys called Tequila Boys and like just let that figure it out on its own because oh my god.
I'll go halvesies with you on that. I love a good tequila.
Equity stake sold right there. Let's go.
Kendall Jenner who? We're the next
Done.
I'll be a contributor on the new network for sure.
He's like
I need my cut.
Show.
I need my cut
on your show.
Hey, I have Spanish in my blood, and so it's automatically a definite. I have to drink tequila at least once a week. So
salud.
Exactly. So I forgot where I was here, but I'm jealous you were there. Really jealous. I was
man. Hey, next year it's already going down, and now we're trying to figure out how to bring draft night out to a city near you. So like, it's gonna be a whole thing. And I'm excited.
I'm trying to convince Draft Night Out to bring them to Atlantic City because
yep. And I've
an
heard
hour
this
away from it, so I'd like let's do that there, and they're like, yeah, it's not a bad idea actually. So
I'm trying to get them here in Denver. I'm like, those are the two places that we're looking at. We've had some discussions in the chat. We're working. Shout out to who? Shout out the whole crew. Shout out to Dan Eat Sleep Fantasy. Yeah.
We talked about them a lot tonight. That's for sure. All right.
You throw a hell of a party. You could do that. Thank you, Corey. Yes, big shout out to my sis, Steffi Smalls. But yeah, man.
All right. So let's get like one last player in before the half hour's up here. The biggest question I think so many people really want to know is when is our boy Trey Lance hitting the starting lineup in San Fran this year?
Defer again.
I think he needs some more time. I don't think that he's going to be starting anytime soon. I think they're going to go with Jimmy G for a bit. And I don't know. Some people argue because the rookies need snaps and that's only the way they learn, but he hasn't been consistent. In fact, I think that the last game that they played, he looked like he almost like regressed from what we were seeing from training camp. So I don't know if that was the tempo of the game, but if I would not be confident in Trey Lance anytime soon.
This is where
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's exactly where I was about to go. So this is where I get a little bit nerdy. Whenever I evaluate a prospect, I look at how they can adjust to the speed of the game and the ability to play at the next level, the highest level, versus things like the pro days and measurables and things like that. Shout out to homie Damian Parsons, who we talked about this today. Furthermore, with Lance, yes, he does open up more options in your playbook. It's not as sexy as, you know, what you're going to get with Trey Lance on the field. So you got to roll out there with Jimmy G, keep it a little bit, you know, conservative for a hot minute. And then maybe week 6 to week 5 at the earliest, you know, that's when you start bringing in Trey Lance, or you start, you know, if Jimmy is up, maybe you pull Jimmy and, you know, let Trey Lance go out there and get a couple of snaps, get him accustomed to the tempo and to the speed of the game. And if he takes off, then maybe you hand the reins over to him. I hate utilizing this other analyst take, but I am going to credit him. Dan Orlovsky had compared Trey Lance's playing style and what it can be for him to the potential of it looking sort of like RG3's rookie year. That is one of the single-handedly greatest NFL rookie seasons that we have seen, especially from, you know, how mobile he was. Lance has that ability to throw across his body and make those throws. I want to see more. I need to see more. I'm not satisfied with any of the rookie quarterbacks first. Like any of the rookie quarterbacks, I'm not satisfied with any of their play through the preseason. I still need to see more.
I agree. I think that Trey Lance struggles with being confident in himself at this point. I don't think that he's confident that he doesn't trust those split decisions that you have to make as a quarterback. And it's different when you have a guy rushing at you in 0.8 seconds. They're trying to get to these quarterbacks versus where did he go? South Dakota State,
North Dakota State. Because we've had three or four NDSU quarterbacks last 4 years. Carson Wentz. I interviewed one of them, Easton Stick. Yeah. And then I think Trey Lance has been the third. So it's been 3 actually. Yeah.
And they didn't even have a full season last year. So this is really his first time of having guys come at him in live speed, and it's a totally different ball game once you get to the league. So
Kyle, no, please no. For the sake of all good things surrounding Trey Lance and his talents, and please no.
No.
I can't take seeing another Swiss Army knife in the NFL. Like, honestly,
I can't either. It's terrible. The best thing I think of like Trey Lance's progression is that you hopefully look at the same way as Josh Allen progressed, where he might play the second half of the season here, and at some points, like we'll put up like 20 fantasy points 3 straight weeks, but it's not going to be pretty. It's going to be 200 passing yards, a touchdown, 3 picks, but he's going to run for like 70 yards in the touchdown. He's going to get enough fantasy points to look relevant, but he's not going to look really nice on the stat sheets. And that's kind of what I think you can get out of a guy like Trey Lance, but it won't be this year. It might be, but it won't be this year to make him you want him, kind of.
No. I also don't feel like Kyle's really great at developing younger talent. So that's.
Yeah, he did run RG3 into the ground. Like,
he did.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And Jimmy G hasn't been great either. So
one Super Bowl year and then tank.
Yeah, it hasn't been that yet.
Oh, we're not going there?
No, you just got all. No, I loved it because I was like, there's a 49ers fan somewhere watching this. Just like, ow. And I'm loving it. I'm loving it because I felt it. I felt it for them. So, yeah, it was beautiful.
Empathy hit you hard.
I love it. All right, hold on one second, guys.
Oh, all good.
Just trying to be doing my management thing in the background.
Oh, you're good. If you need, I can stay on, a little bit longer until the next person comes on.
We got like so many people in the waiting room. So that's why I want to make sure that everyone knows their time. Right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, guys, our time is coming to an end, which it sucks, but I gotta keep on the guest spots tonight. So Robbie, you go first. Shout yourself out, man.
I just want all of you guys to download the Sports Me app. Okay, and maybe go to runboys.com and then maybe subscribe to my YouTube channel. But other than that, follow me at runboysrobbie on Twitter. Yeah, I love you guys. That's it.
I'm going to make it easy on you guys. Follow us at A League of Our Own on anywhere where you get your podcast, and then on Instagram at A League of Your Own Pod.
There we go.
Easy enough.
Follow, yo. Check this.
Get the plug in. Yep.
Are you guys only on Insta?
We attempted a TikTok, and we have a low-key Twitter.
Okay, so Twitter's where everything happens. Yeah.
I would say we're sneaky on Twitter. Like, we don't throw anything out. We just take the commentary and run with it.
Let it happen. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Respect.
I respect it. Well, you guys have been both fantastic guests on tonight. Robbie, as you know, we'll always get you back on at some point. I'm sure we'll need a guest, and you'll just be available. So I always appreciate you jumping on last moment.
You're always available. The go-to guy.
Exactly.
Usually, yeah.
And
thanks for taking a chance on me.
Right?
Yes.
Maddie, right? Am I saying it right?
You're saying it right.
Maddie. All right, Maddie, absolutely. It was great to have you on, too. It was great to meet a new friend on the pod. We'll definitely get you and your co-host back on at the same time with my co-host who's not here, and we'll do like another podcast in the future for sure.
For sure. Thank you guys. Y'all have a great night.
Absolutely, guys.
Enjoy.
Take care. Have a great one.
Later.
All right, guys. I'm exhausted. It's been 4 hours at this point now. I think I can't talk anymore about fantasy, but we still have 2 more hours to go here now. So this next part should be a lot of fun here. We have looks like 4 guests coming on, so we're gonna have a lot of guests the next hour here. So as always, guys, why are we doing this? We're doing this for the Humane Society. We're trying to raise money to support those who really don't have the voice in the industry. At some point really soon, we're going to do our second keyword. So look out for that if you're tuning in here. But again, the Humane Society does amazing things for animals, whether you think of them as pets or as a wildlife. They're just trying to help them out, and we're just trying to help raise money for them. The link is going to be across the bottom of my screen the rest of the night here. I keep on forgetting to put it back, but it's on our Twitter page as well. So please go donate. It could be as low as $1. It doesn't have to be a lot of money. I get people have tough times. Again, we're just trying to help them help other animals out who don't really have that voice here. So Let me introduce our first set of guests here. Scott, what's going on, man?
Not much. How you doing?
Good, man. Welcome onto the show. How are you tonight?
Thanks. I'm very well, thanks. How you doing?
Not too bad. I'm a little tired, man. It's been a long day here.
Yeah, it does get longer. I was on a couple other pods for different charities like Alzheimer's, and it does get long and it does get tiring. So
yes,
but I'm happy to be here.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know how some people do like the 10-hour ones. Just like 6 was, I think, more than enough for me. So, but we appreciate you jumping on. That's for sure, my friend.
Sure thing. Absolutely.
Anytime. And then our next guy is a hometown favorite of ours here, on the actual fantasy coaches, Coach Pedro. What's going on, man?
Hey, how you doing, Coach?
Good, man. It's we haven't actually had a face-to-face conversation yet, so it's nice to have that face-to-face life now. So how are you?
Good. Just like you guys saying, just trying to listen into the podcast and let's talk some fantasy.
Absolutely. I'm trying to see if we're going to have 2 more guests or we're going to wait here. Let's see here. I'm going to add in Nate real quick to see. Hey, Nate, what's going on, man?
Not too much, man. What's going on with you?
Good. Are you guys joining us for the 9 o'clock as well as the 9:30?
Jorge sent it and said, hey, you in the waiting room. We just got off of a pod together, and so I said I'd jump in, but I'm cool with waiting until the next so these guys can have a chance to get a little bit more of the screen time than myself.
Awesome. Cool. So we'll get you back on at 9:30. Appreciate you jumping on tonight, and we'll get you back on a little bit.
Yeah, no worries.
Awesome. All right, boys. So it's just the 3 of us now. I'm going to rely on you guys to talk because I don't think I can talk anymore tonight. But the first stuff, you guys have any pets? I always ask if you have any pets.
Actually, I have one pet. It's a ocelops little dog, but it's the family's. It's one of our families. So
love it.
This is honestly a great organization that we are supporting because the dog is a rescue dog as well. So definitely a great organization.
And I have 3 cats. I got 2 from local shelters in Massachusetts. One we got from a next door neighbor who passed away. So I donate to the animal shelters as much as I can. There's a shelter in Aruba called 9 Lives that I donate to a lot. So I'm constantly donating to animal shelters, and so this was, as soon as I saw this was a great thing to do. So
I appreciate you guys for jumping on for sure. So like I said, I was supposed to have some kind of wheel thing. I think I mentioned it just about in every segment now, but I can't seem to figure out how to get the wheel to go right. So it's a figurative wheel at this point that I spin in my hand here. So again, we're going to be talking some fantasy, obviously, of course, here now. I'm just trying to see if I can get rid of the last segment here and the next segment. So this one, again, some people might not think it's that great. It's the New York Jets and the Las Vegas Raiders, but there's potential talent here. There's a lot of potential talent here for sure. And we're going to start. Absolutely. I'm going to start on the Raiders side of the ball here and Josh Jacobs. We all know Josh Jacobs, former first-round pick. And, again, last season, in terms of his efficiency, wasn't great. But he got a lot of touchdowns. But now there's Kenyon Drake, who did just get hurt today. But he is there, and they paid him a lot of money to be their so-called backup. Scott, I'll let you kind of go first on this. How do you feel about Josh Jacobs? And is he someone that, because he's falling, makes him a great option now?
Yeah, I did a draft last night of best ball where I got him in 5th round. Standard PPR best ball. He's been falling. I think the Kenyon Drake signing has scared people away of him. I believe he was a top 10 back in PPR last year, top 12. So he just didn't look pretty getting there. But if I can get him in the 5th round as my 3rd RB, I'm more than willing to do that. Don't have to rely on him, as much. Can start him in the flex in good matchups. So I mean, if you get him in the 5th round and 6th round in some instances, that's huge value. A guy that could finish top 15 in PPR, not going to look pretty, possibly, but top 15 back is very useful in fantasy drafts. So.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. I mean, he has that upside still, and then maybe if Kenyon Drake doesn't play right now, that could change things a lot. So you'd be getting a great value. But Pedro, what about you? How do you feel about a guy like Josh Jacobs? Is he comfortable as your RB2?
So I think both of these guys, they fall in the same pot where they're both like either boom or bust. It's you have to really look at the matchups that you're going into each week. If it's possible to get both of them, I think that's an even better way. With Josh Jacobs, both years he finished over 1,000 yards, so he's nothing to sleep on, so to speak. But yeah, I wouldn't mind having Josh Jacobs as RB2. That's what I would go. But yeah, same thing with Kenyon Drake too. He's if you're in a PPR league, so to speak, then he's great with at least catching the ball. Both of them are, so definitely will help out in both of those.
Yeah, no, I think you guys make a lot of great points about Josh Jacobs. I mean, I know people are upset about the situation at hand, but I feel like he's turning into a value, and I feel like he's going to see enough work as an RB2, as some of these other RB2s that are going, that will make him somewhat fantasy relevant that you're getting in round 4, because everyone is scared about the Kenyon Drake situation. They don't know, because they paid him a lot of money. They expect him to get a lot of work, which might not always be the case. So, yeah, definitely an interesting option with a guy like Josh Jacobs right now.
Plus a lot of people in PPR are looking for that pass catching back, and they see that Jacobs doesn't catch 40, 50 balls. So they say, I don't want him. I'll take, the pass catching back that's going to catch him 50, 60 balls in that area. Like possibly a Miles used to be Gaskin. Right.
Yeah. Those guys have that PPR upside possibly in their game, which doesn't present in a guy like Jacobs. I like that.
Exactly.
All right. So let's go to the other side of the team here, the New York Jets here. And, we'll start with a guy like Michael Carter. He seems to be a great sleeper right now in drafts because the rave about him in camp right now. The talent that is in that backfield outside of him is average at best. Do you guys see yourselves targeting a guy like Michael Carter in that, 8-9 range because of his upside he could present to you? Jorge, you can go first. Pedro, you can go first.
Yeah, I want to say that because honestly, the only other running back that people would probably take would be Tevin Coleman. And let's just hope that he even makes I'm assuming he would make the roster. But yeah, I do believe Michael Carter will definitely be the starter. And he will get majority of the touches throughout the season. So yeah, I definitely would take him possibly in later rounds.
Man, it's definitely a great point there. Scott, what about you?
Yeah, I'm targeting him in the 7th, 8th, 9th round. It's either him or Damian Harris, and I'm getting mostly in those areas. Coleman gets hurt every year. I think the reason they signed him, the main reason they signed him, was his knowledge of the offense that they want to put in. So if Coleman goes down, it's all Carter's backfield. Ty Johnson will mix in a little. P. Ryan might get a couple, 3-4 carries. But if Coleman's going to start the season probably as the 1A with Carter, but as the season goes on, I see Carter getting a lot more work than Coleman, especially if the Jets have to throw a lot. I think they look at him as a pass catching back who could get 60, 70 receptions.
And I think, yeah, that's the Jets' MO. It seems like when they signed Frank Gore and they signed, a bunch of other people, just as like mentorship, so to speak. So yeah, I think that's the only reason why Coleman's even there, like you stated, and Michael Carter should be a good majority of their offense, hopefully.
Definitely, you guys. Like I said, you guys make some really good points there. I mean, I think his talent outweighs the veteran leadership that's shown there, which is not much outside of Coleman, but he has that potential to really see a big workload this year. I mean, the 200 carries is not out of the question for a guy like Michael Carter in just year one. And I think if you're getting that possible upside, you can't say it a lot for a lot of backs in that range right there that are going to get possibly 200 carries outside of an injury. Michael Carter could do that without an injury, I think. And I think if you're getting him in that later round, you should be pretty happy about that. So
absolutely.
Definitely a good take there, guys. Back to the Raiders now. And which guy do you have more believe in right now? A guy like Braylon Edwards, who's more prototypical possible wide receiver one, or a guy like Henry Ruggs, who's electric, who's put a lot work onto this offseason here, which of these two guys do you prefer this season, Scott? I'll let you go first.
It's got to be Ruggs. It's got to be Ruggs. They, drafted him in the first round for a reason. No training camp last year because of COVID. So slow start. He made some explosive plays against the Chiefs, against the Jets. So I think it's got to be Ruggs as the number one. I think they're going to look to get him one-on-one deep. Derek Carr throws a good deep ball. So Edwards is an unknown right now. So I don't think a lot of people are drafting him except late, very late, as a flyer wide receiver. So I would say it's Ruggs, number one, no question about it. After Waller, of course, but
of course, absolutely.
It's got to be Ruggs.
Definitely. Pedro, what about you? Who are you on the side of?
So I'm a little torn. And the reason why I'm saying this is because they also signed John Brown, which is he's kind of, and I know that's not one of the names you just said, but being a Bills fan, we use them as the same as they're using Ruggs, as just basically a speedy down the field kind of guy. So hopefully, and I could see Waller, all those guys on the field at the same time. So as the check down, honestly, I would rather go with Edwards or obviously Waller. But if they choose between the two, Edwards or Ruggs, I think for a PPR, Edwards might be a better pickup.
All right. You guys are split.
I got you.
You guys are split on it. I guess I have to make the final decision here, honestly, and it's a tough one, honestly, because I think I could go back and forth. There's a lot of positives and negatives. To me, I want to go Edwards, honestly, and it's really close because I think if I would have said Ruggs, it could just be exactly the same points I'm making now. I think Edwards, again, like Scott said about the offseason with Ruggs, I mean, Edwards didn't have the same offseason either. He also got hurt early on. I think that just kind of phased him out of the offense when they were trying to make a playoff run. They weren't really trying to develop a guy at that moment. So I think Edwards, the fact that I think he didn't play because they just didn't play some of their starters, which is, I guess, considered a good thing. I think they must be somewhat happy with what they've seen of him, of both him and Ruggs, honestly, this offseason, that they didn't have to play in the first preseason game at all. Because they're still young, so I would assume they'd play at least maybe a drive or whatever, but they didn't. So I think Edwards has that, I think, upside to be a real number one. I don't know if Ruggs has that same upside to be a true number one guy, which I just don't see in Ruggs that I can see in Edwards. So both guys upside, but we'll see.
And there's one other guy in that offense that isn't mentioned. It's Hunter Renfrow.
Right.
And Carr relies on him, goes to him when he needs a first down or needs something. So sometimes Renfrow will come up with those 6 catches, 65 yards, and a touchdown out of nowhere. And he's a great best ball wide receiver to get late too. That's another guy.
Great. Definitely both a fan. Both. That's a great point, honestly. Great point. All right, let's see what we got here. Back to the New York Jets here now. Let's see. Corey Davis, guys. Corey Davis, kind of finally did something last year that you were, okay, he did something. I'm happy-ish about it. And now he goes and signs a decent contract with the Jets to be their so-called number one wide receiver now with a young quarterback in Zach Wilson. Where do you guys see yourself drafting Corey Davis? Are you staying away from a guy like Corey Davis this year? Pedro, you go first on this.
I'm going to stay away from him. And the reason why I'm saying that is, so he's never had a 1,000-yard season, for one. But at the same time, I think the reason why he got a lot of his numbers and stuff like that was because of A.J. Brown, just pulling all that away from him. And I just don't think the Jets have anything that other teams are really scared about. I understand you have Jameis Crowder, but that's really about it. Now, let's just hope Zach Wilson is just athletic enough to get it to him, but just for the unknown, I'm scared of Corey Davis, to be honest with you.
And I've been on Corey Davis every single year since he came out. Everybody's saying this is going to be the year he breaks out. This is going to be the year he breaks out. And last year he broke out to an extent, but now he's the number one, and he's going to see number one cornerbacks all year long. The Elijah Moore injury is a big hurdle for him to have to overcome, because now teams are going to focus that passing game on Corey Davis. So I'm staying away from him too. I just don't think he's going to produce the numbers that will justify that contract.
And to piggyback on you, he's in a division where he faces the Bills twice. They have great cornerbacks. The Miami and New England still has Gilmore. So, he's going to face some tough defenses, which he didn't much in the division he's coming from.
That's honestly a fantastic point. I listen to the podcast, I do research, but that right there, I haven't heard anyone talk about Corey Davis in that term of fashion. He's going to have to go up against top 5, number 1 cornerbacks all in an entire division. That's 6 games right there, basically. He's going to have to do that, and I'm sure the Jets they're going to play some shitty teams, but they're still good cornerbacks in the league. He's going to see that number 1 coverage that he probably hasn't seen in a year or two, because A.J. Brown's been there. So maybe that's why he had a good season, because he didn't have to burst up early on he did early on in his career. Now he has to again. That's a big factor right there. I like that. All right, let's see. We'll go back to the Raiders here now. In terms of a super flex league or a QQB league, how happy would you guys be with a guy like Derek Carr as your quarterback? Pedro, I'll let you go first on this one.
I like him. Oh wow, the kickback. Sorry. I actually like him. He's like a Ryan Tannehill kind of a guy, where his numbers are super sneaky, where you'll get good numbers from him. It's not like a Patrick Mahomes or a Josh Allen type of season, but you can rely on Derek Carr. I truly believe he gets 4,000 about a year. 25 TDs. I personally, I would definitely take him.
Scott, what about you?
Yeah, he's a great quarterback too in a super flex. I mean, if you're getting the top 6 Mahomes type of guy, Prescott, Kyler, he's a great number 2 quarterback to get in round 7, round 8 in a super flex. And you can be happy with him. You plug him right in. Like Pedro said, he'll get you 250, 275 a week, couple touchdowns, maybe 3 on a good week. And he has the ability to scramble and get you 15 to 30 rushing yards every week, and maybe down near the goal line a touchdown. So I've been drafting him in Superflex. I think he's a great QB too. I have no regrets about it either. So.
No, like I said, I think I'm on the same page, honestly. If I decide to get Josh Allen, Mahomes, Murray, and I just decide that I'm done with my QBs for now. I'm going to wait. I'm going to stack up on all those other positions that are very important, obviously, as well, and get Derek Carr, because I feel like you guys mentioned, he provides you solid numbers. He's not going to help you win games, but he's not going to help you lose games. And I think that's the way you take Derek Carr's approach in terms of a Superflex league or QQB leagues this year. He's a safe option. He's got the weapons. I mean, he has weapons around him. He's not like he's got no one like Jared Goff does or something. Like, he's got an elite tight end. He's got a veteran wide receiver. He's got a strong run game, and he's got young up-and-coming young players who can perform at a higher level, just giving the progression of their growth. So, I mean, he's there for the taking for sure.
And the last 3 years, what have you heard is the buzz? Oh, Brady, the Raiders are looking at Brady. Oh, the Raiders are looking at Rodgers. The Raiders are looking at all these, and they've stayed with Carr. So obviously Gruden likes him to run the offense and to get the ball out quick and get the ball where it needs to be. So, and he runs a complicated offense. So
he sure does. Yeah, he does not make it easy for his quarterback. That is for sure in the NFL.
No, he doesn't.
No, definitely not. All right, here. Let's see here. All right, back to the Jets, and we're going to flip things here. We'll talk a little dynasty here. Zach Wilson, guys. Obviously, the second overall pick in this past year's draft. But, obviously, if you look at rookie drafts, he's going like as the fourth quarterback off the board, basically. And no one really seems to be hyping him up as you would see with Fields and Lance and obviously Lawrence. So how do you guys view Zach Wilson, Scott, in terms of dynasty?
I think if he had better weapons around him, I think people would be much, much higher on him. I think there's no tight end. Herndon's their tight end. He hasn't done anything. Corey Davis is probably going to struggle as a wide receiver one for them. If Elijah Moore can get back on the field, maybe he has a connection with him. I just think he's going to be throwing to the backs a lot in terms of Coleman and Carter. So I think if he went to a San Francisco or he went to, say, a Denver or Chicago that has some weapons, I think people would be much, much higher on him. But because of that, I think that's why he's down. But I would take him, and hopefully I have a good quarterback ahead of him that I can start the whole year and wait it out on Wilson, and maybe the Jets next offseason go after some higher talent. But I think he's probably where he should be in terms of dynasty.
All right. Don't hate to take it all. Well, I don't hate it, but I'll get to my point in a second here. So, Pedro, what about you, my friend? How about you?
Yeah. The thing is about just the Jets in general. I think they're going to be down throughout the season. So there's going to be a lot of garbage points, we'll call it, that Zach Wilson is going to have to provide. So as far as like a fantasy aspect, yeah, I would take him as like your bye week QB, if need be. But like you said, they need a better line. They do have some good receivers. It's like the land of misfit toys kind of. That's the way I take it with them. You have they have Mims, which he was hurt last year, but put up good numbers. Corey Davis had and Crowder, and then like you said, tight end they have nothing really. So just the weapons and just a line, hopefully. They need a lot of help, and they made it very clear why they were the number 2 overall last year. And I don't see them going too far next year with that same. So,
When I get both your guys' takes, makes perfect sense. I'm a little higher on a guy like Zach Wilson. To me, the way I always saw Zach Wilson is that 2 things I love in a quarterback is accuracy. He has it. The it factor, people don't agree with me on this, but I feel like he has that it factor in his game. And you saw it a lot at BYU, and I know people say, well, it's BYU, but like, again, he also played with BYU talent. So, I mean, it's not like he played with Alabama-like style receivers. He played with BYU wide receivers. You're not talking about any of these wide receivers in fantasy right now. So, again, it might not be this year, but he's definitely someone who I am targeting a lot in dynasty drafts right now, and like buy low situation in Superflex, because the Jets may not be that great this year, and he may not have a great season, but I feel like this might be the first time in a long time as a Dolphins fan watching a lot of Jets games, unfortunately, in New Jersey. There's actually weapons there now, and I feel like if they happen to have a top pick again next year, which very much will probably be, they'll likely try to take maybe another wide receiver, or maybe get an elite tight end. I think there might be one elite tight end next year's draft class. Maybe go for another running back if Michael Carter's not there, or booster that offensive line again. They have an underrated offensive line there, and I think Zach Wilson could really just take it over the top. Maybe not in 2022, but really get there at 2023, where we're talking about him as a breakout in 2023 after a pretty solid 2022 season. So I'm a big Zach Wilson guy. So. All right, boys, let's see here. What can we do next here? Let's see. How early do you guys take Darren Waller this year?
I'm going to do a second round.
Second round?
Yeah, so that's the thing about just tight ends in general. Obviously, you normally pick your running backs up first, but there's so few tight ends that are great. There's only Kelsey, Waller, Kittle. Those are my top 3 right there that obviously I'm picking up. So if you can get them early, yeah, definitely. Waller will get you. He's finished 1,100 yards every year. So he's truly the number one receiver in Vegas. So.
Same, second round, somewhere in the, I'd say middle second round, somewhere in there, would be a great spot to get him. I mean, he's a stud. Gruden goes to him. I mean, look at the Jets game last year. I mean, he just went off. When he has big games, he has huge games.
Yes.
And there's really not a point in the season where you could say he struggled for a long period of time. So that's where they build their passing game around is Carter Waller. So that's what I look for again. They didn't really upgrade too much in terms of the wide receivers. They got John Brown, obviously, but they still have Ruggs there, Edwards there. So I think Waller is number 1, number 2, and number 3 in the passing game.
Love it. Again, I'm just like you guys. I'm a pretty big Darren Waller fan as well. I mean, if you saw at the end of last year, he was just getting fed targets, and the fact that these wide receivers that we just talked about are grooming, getting better, is just going to help take the coverage off of him. Even though they're going to have to keep the coverage on him to some extent. And again, he's their number 1 option. I think you could be pretty safe taking a guy like Darren Waller in round 2 because the tight end situation is poor. I mean, after the top 6. You're all looking at a group of guys that are very similar, and then you're looking at another group of guys you don't want to touch. So, I mean, you might as well go early and get that guy like Darren Waller in your drafts. Oh, God. All right, guys, let's see here. We can fit one more in here real quick. Do you guys draft Elijah Moore? Yes or no?
I haven't.
No. Pedro, what about you?
I'm in the same boat. No, I have not either.
Is it just because you guys don't see the talent, or you guys just don't happen to get him when you want to?
I've been in some drafts where he goes a little bit earlier than I'm comfortable taking him. I mean, he goes in the 20-round draft that I do. He'll go in round like 13, and that's just a little too early for me to take him. I'd be looking more at 15 round, probably a wide receiver 5 for him.
All right. Pedro, same thing? Kind of just too early for your liking?
Yeah. He's just I don't know if the numbers are just good enough for me to take that early, to be 100% honest with you.
Gotcha. I respect that. All right.
Yeah, and he's injured. He's injured right now too, and that's a big thing. He's not practicing.
He's definitely gonna drop now. I don't want to do it now. I get that. That upset me when happens when he got hurt. So hopefully he'll be fine. Hopefully, I'm praying.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right, guys, we are coming to the half hour once again. I feel like I've said this so many times, my brain is spinning at this point. But Scott, man, we appreciate you jumping on, man. It was a pleasure getting to meet you here. Before we let you go, just shout out anything you want to shout out.
Twitter is SJCobe1. I've been on a lot of these podcasts. This great thing that everybody is starting to get into now in terms of doing the podcasts for different charities, the Alzheimer's, Humane Society. So I'm just honored to be honored to talk fantasy football with you guys. So,
we definitely appreciate you jumping on. You gave some fantastic takes today, man. I love it. Pedro, my friend, as a coach, man, how was your first one, man?
I was a little nervous at first, but definitely I love what we do here, honestly. It's great to help out the people and then the animals, what we're doing here, and just, I hope to do more of these, to be 100% honest with you.
You'll be back on hopefully on Monday when we do another episode. So, guys, appreciate you guys jumping on. I'm trying to get the next group in here. So I will see you guys and talk to you guys very soon.
Take care.
Take care, guys. All right, guys. We're at the 4 hours and 30-minute mark. I am exhausted, but we got an hour and a half still to go, and at least maybe 6 more guests in total to go through, guys. If you're just tuning in now, we have another code set up here. Code 2 is charity. You use this code with the first code that I gave earlier in the show here. Send them to me and put yourself in an entry to win either a Gabriel Davis signed jersey or a draft kit via the We Know Fantasy podcast team with their premium subscription for free. So if you had the first word, let me know. And if you have the second word, just DM us at Coaches Fantasy on Twitter, and you might be entered into to win a prize. So The word is not going to come back again, so you have to listen to the show once again, and we'll see how it goes there. So again, if you're just tuning in, we're doing this for the Humane Society. We're trying to raise money for those who don't have a voice. Again, they do amazing things at the Humane Society of the United States. Really, just more than just a shelter. They're really trying to help animals out, take care of them. Give them life, give them new homes. Help the wildlife. It's not just the main animals like pets and stuff. It's wildlife, alligators, kangaroos, all kinds of different animals out there. They're trying to help here, and we're just trying to help them raise some money for them. We have our link below here. We're just asking for a couple of dollars. It doesn't have to be a lot. I know people have money and everything like that, but $2, $3, $1, it doesn't have to be a lot. We're just trying to help raise money to help these guys. So if you could help us out, it'd be great. But now we have two new fantastic guests on from the same podcast here. And we'll start with, I don't want to mess this up because I messed it up earlier, but is it George or Jorge?
Let's go Jorge.
Jorge, okay, because we have another Jorge, so I wanted to make sure I said it right. So we have Jorge. What's going on, Jorge?
Man, Coach, thanks for having us on, man. We here at Fantasy and Frames, we love our charitable aspects of how we can help out in the, out there. And needless to say, we're very honored to be on this podathon and all the great stuff you've been doing. 4.5 hours strong, man. How are you holding up? Let me ask you a question.
Well, I'm pretty tired now. I thankfully had a chance to eat before, and I had 2 beers, and I'm kind of had to stop now because I'll get tired. Honestly, I don't get more at this point. So I'm struggling a little bit, but all right.
But this is a good thing you're doing. This is a really good thing you're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm a big pet person, so anything that goes to helping pets, I'm all about, man. This is great. Thank you for putting this on.
I absolutely appreciate that. And we have one of your guys' co-hosts, Nate. Yep. What's going on? You jumped in earlier. What's going on?
Yeah, not too much, man. How you doing?
Doing good, man. Doing good. I see you have a dog in the background there. I love it.
I do. That is that's Zoe. She's my rescue. She's turned 10 this year, and so Humane Society obviously close to my home to my heart as well. It's if you don't, if people, I think they take it for granted sometimes that the Humane Society is just pumping money out and being able to take in all these rescues and not needing any of our support, which can be obviously further from the truth.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, they do amazing things there. And like I said, I wanted to really help them out and help raise money for them. And again, doing this as a podathon and hopefully we're getting closer. So I'm hoping we'll reach our goal before the night's over. And obviously talk some fantasy with you guys. I don't think I've had the pleasure of talking to you guys on a podcast yet. So it's a real honor to be able to talk to you guys too.
Thank you very much. No, we're definitely excited to be here.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right, so let's see what we have here. The next set of teams we're going to talk about, guys, the Minnesota Vikings, my Miami Dolphins, and the Denver Broncos here.
I like how you preface that. My Miami Dolphins. Translation, be good.
Exactly. No doubt.
Don't mess this up.
You're not allowed to say anything bad about the Dolphins on this portion. So, no, you can say whatever you want. I'm just kidding. All right, guys. So let's start with the Minnesota Vikings here. I had a wheel before you guys went on originally, but we had a wheel and I was supposed to spin it and it's going to have all the names for each player, but I somehow broke it. So it's just an imaginary wheel that I spin in my head now at this point. And the first one on the board here I want to mention here is a guy like Justin Jefferson. Obviously one heck of a rookie season here, breaking many records and just being a dominant force overall. Again, he's got a little injury going on right now, but he should be fine. But you guys scared about the regression this coming season that he just was so amazing last year because of the way this Minnesota offense is? Are you guys still high on him to be taking him in that round 2 value?
Ray, you want to take that, my man?
Yeah, sure. So let's go back. Let me throw some stuff out your way to answer your question. From week 10 through week 17, he only had 2 games where he got fewer than double-digit targets. Like I'm not saying that that's necessarily going to happen this year, the entire season, but he's going to get fed. He's going to get fed a lot, and I think they're taking the time with him, putting him back out there. I don't think he's going to see the field at all this preseason, to be honest with you, and that's quite all right if I'm a Vikings fan. I don't need him to see the field. I know what he can do after last season. I'm really high on Justin Jefferson. In my drafts, I've been taking him as my wide receiver 1 and not even not even thinking twice about it. As most people go running back heavy in the first round of their drafts.
Yeah, if there's one reason to be concerned, and it's not even a concern, it's to maybe drop down just 1 or 2 spots, is the improvement of the defense. I think the defense is going to be better. The addition of Donnell Hunter. We do IDP over at Fantasy and Frames as well too, so I don't want to make this an IDP show or anything. But when you look at that side of the ball, I think game scripts might put them in more of a positive set, which might mean, is we can segue maybe to Dalvin Cook or something to that effect. But at the same time, you have to look at just the overall passing volume could come down. I don't know if Kirk Cousins is going to reach the efficiency, but I'm not scared to answer your question about taking Justin Jefferson as my one.
No, and you guys make honestly really valid points, honestly. And I feel like he should be relatively similar to what you saw last year out of him. There might be a slight regression in terms of overall yards and maybe possibly touchdowns. But you should expect similar numbers that in round 2, you should expect him as the wide receiver 1 on this Vikings team that usually performs very well over Mike Zimmer's entire career as head coach there. So love those takes, guys, a lot. We're going to swing over to the Miami Dolphins here now. And again, don't say anything bad about my Dolphins or you guys are gone. Just kidding. All right, but a guy, and I'll let you guys talk about Tua. And again, it might be more of as your QB2, maybe not your QB1 in regular standard QB1 leagues, but as a QB2 Superflex league, how do you guys like Tua? Is he someone you would be really comfortable with there, or are there concerns with you guys with Tua?
So I want to believe in Tua. I want to look at last year and I want to say, here's a situation for a rookie quarterback coming in with no OTAs, coming off of a hip surgery, constantly having to come in and out of games. Now, granted, that was as the season progressed with Ryan Fitzpatrick. No continuity, no comfortability. And that's a lot of pressure to put on somebody. Now, when you take that second-year step, you throw in a person like Will Fuller. You have a second year of acclimation with that team. The defense obviously is going to put them in a position where he doesn't have to try to do too much. He can kind of, I don't want to call him a game manager because game managers and fantasy football do not go together real well. But I do think that there's, the upside is there for Tua. I'm hesitant to say I'm out on Tua altogether because I don't want to upset you, and we're guests on your show, and I'm trying to be as nice as possible. But I don't see myself drafting him. I can't say in any situation, but I have not yet, and I've been in way too many leagues to have already established where I'm comfortable with Tua at.
Yeah, all great points that you just made, Nate. I'm looking at the reports out of training camp. I'm looking at the videos out of training camp. I'm looking. He didn't have a great preseason outing versus the Bears this past weekend, but there's something there. There's a little bit of confidence. There's a little bit of a swag. I don't know whether it's him being on the field with his former wide receiver from Alabama, Jalen Waddle, who I'm pretty high on actually, out of all the wide receivers in this wide receiver core, just because he's actually been available. I hear that's important when it comes to playing fantasy football and playing football in general. Definitely some chemistry being built there. Definitely a little bit more confidence I'm seeing, like I said, from Tua this year. In terms of a one quarterback league, maybe a streaming option in 1 week, and even then it depends on who's available. But I actually have him in a couple Superflex leagues as my QB2. And you know what? It's getting to the point for me where I'm seeing enough out of him this offseason where I'm like, you know what? I feel comfortable with it. Not great about it, but I'm okay with it.
Yeah, and honestly, I love your guys' takes there, honestly. And I get the respect for Tua overall and why you may not really want to grab him right now. Again, I don't want to be too biased on this. I understand that he had, his issues last year, especially with the deep ball last year, and is the offense really suited for him currently still, even with the additions of Waddle and Will Fuller. So my biggest thing with Tua, and people put down that his deep ball, it wasn't there last year. He didn't really throw deep, very short to the line of scrimmage. But in 2019, and he had one of the deepest yards per target over guys like Burrow and Herbert the year before they all came out there. So he has that deep ball in him. Again, it has to be set up right. And I think the offense that they're putting around him is getting there. It may not be this year. He may be he may be like a Baker Mayfield that we saw last year. Not really that great you really want, but
showed improvement last year. And I don't think this is going to be a team that turns into a Cleveland Browns run first team, but eventually continue to be a passing team. So I probably wouldn't really want him in a single QB, but in a super flex, I'm pretty happy with my QB2. But I get your guys' concern with him this year if he really takes that next level right now.
I mean, it's all on him almost to a certain degree when you think about like the organization. Hey, we got you field stretchers, we got you your wide receiver buddy from Alabama. We're even though Malcolm Brown is there and he's getting some play, I still think this is Miles Gaskin, excuse me.
Yeah, don't say it with the S.
You don't think so, or
no? I said you can't throw the S on Gaskins.
No, I know, and I hate it when people do that, and then I became that person just now.
Exactly.
And I feel kind of guilty about it. No, I still think that's his backfield. They were fortunate to find him last year because it really took the pressure off of Tua. Now it's like he's going to be a focal point of this running game. That's still going to take the pressure off of Tua. It's going to draw these linebackers in a little bit closer to the line of scrimmage, and that's going to free up stuff downfield. For me, and I'm not a Penn Stater, and for those who follow know that my wife is, and I'm not. I'm a Maryland Terrapin, through and through. Mike Gesicki, I think there's something to be said about Mike Gesicki still being there, and I think the chemistry there that they've developed last year is really big. Both he and Ryan Fitzpatrick developed chemistry with the tight ends in Miami, and I think this is going to be a 1-2 punch that people are kind of like not really giving enough respect.
Yeah, I don't know if this can stay. We can stay on Miami.
Yeah, let's stay on Miami. Go ahead.
I got to tell you, I mean,
he's like, let's stay on my favorite team. Okay, we're good.
Because I had a question that I want, I kind of want to hear yours. As you alluded to the deep ball idea, because I think Will Fuller right now is just dropping to a spot where I am 100% comfortable taking him, especially considering he's probably going as my wide receiver 4 if I go real running back heavy as my 3, that high out, that high ceiling. I don't want to call it low floor, but the injuries. Anytime I have a person who's injury, don't want to use the word prone, but has had injury history, the floor to me is obviously a little bit lower, but. I had a chance to look over at Matt Harmon's reception perception. And when you look a little bit deeper at Will Fuller, you see just the solid route tree. And it's that 9 route that he runs that really, that's, like you said, that deep ball with Tua. That is maybe one of the most exciting little presents that you can open this year is if you have Will Fuller and you see that connection early and he gives you a full 16 games, 17 games, whatever. I'll take 15 games out of Will Fuller, to be honest with you, because if he gives you 15 games, real quick, over under, you guys, what do you think? If he plays 15 full games, he's over under the wide receiver 16 this year.
I think he's around wide receiver 16 if he's playing those games.
Yeah, I agree with you.
That's money. Give me that all day long. I would love to have that, especially where was he wide receiver probably 30 right now. I'm sorry I don't have that in front of me. I should have. Before I start, I'm spewing out stats and I'm like, why don't you guys tell me where he's going?
Actually, I'll find out real quick here. I had it up before a minute ago. Will Fuller's wide receiver 40 actually.
See, that's great return on
Boom.
investment.
Exactly. I'd love to have that.
Yeah, I mean at that ADP currently right now, it's an automatic no-brainer. Honestly, I mean I'm not high on him personally as a Dolphins fan. It just I like his talent. I mean, again, his health is a major concern to me. Honestly, I mean he's only played 11 games or less in the last 4 years, and the biggest thing that people just really don't seem to really mention is that, again, it's not a huge thing, but it could take into some consideration when you think about Will Fuller is that he got the gift of playing in a dome for half his games every year. He's not going to get that as much in Miami. You're playing in Miami, which their field, unfortunately, isn't the best. It rains a lot there. That could have some negative impact on his ability to really use that speed of his, the way he uses his speed there. So, again, I like your point, honestly. And I think at his value, you're getting a boom or bust guy, and it could be a really big boom, honestly, if it all works out right. So,
yeah. That's why I like the 9 route, because you don't have to do anything other than just stretch and just run and get at it. It's that corner route. But that's a great point. I haven't even considered thinking about the elements when it comes into that. Solid. I like that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
All right, so we'll leave the Miami because I could talk about Miami for the next like 7 hours, probably die. But the Denver Broncos here, I mean, this is a team that there's so much fantasy potential there. They just had a quarterback. But how do you guys see yourself drafting more Cortland Sutton or Jerry Jeudy this year currently?
I'm Team Sutton. I think he comes back from that injury. I think everyone is expecting Jeudy to take that next step in his second year. I think the draft capital last year is evident of what they think of his long-term potential. And that's great. Great. I hope opposing defenses, cover up Jerry Jeudy. I hope they double team him. You know why? That's going to free up Cortland Sutton. I think he has some unfinished business from a couple seasons ago. I think his chemistry with Drew Lock during that time was pretty solid back in 2019. I am a little bit concerned. Believe it or not, I'm actually a little bit concerned about KJ Hamler's influence in the offense, just because he's also a speed guy. There are plenty of targets to go around. Don't get me wrong, but if you had to give me one of these wide receivers, as much as I like Jerry Jeudy and his value, down the road, I think this is Cortland Sutton's receiving core, and you're going to see the connection that he had with Drew Lock a couple seasons ago manifest itself starting this week 1.
Yeah, I have been. I've been a Sutton fan and an apologist, I would say, especially when they started to go the opposite directions, because there was one point where Sutton was being undervalued, and then he started to creep up, and then, of course, OTAs happen, and they see the knee brace on him, and immediately Twitter and everybody freaks out because the guy post-op is wearing a knee brace, which is what every person in the history of knee surgeries has ever done. But he looked a little tentative, which is what every other person coming off knee surgery has really done, is be a little tentative until you can trust it. But I wrote a piece on a sleeper piece on Cortland Sutton earlier in the season, and I'm not wavering from that. I really do believe that if you look at his red zone targets and the red zone snaps that he had, and he did this, I don't want to say quarterback proof, but he had some garbage quarterbacks, and I apologize to Brandon Allen and the likes of that, but let's be honest, a spade's a spade when it comes to that. And if he's 8th in red zone targets and 9th in red zone snaps and 4th in targets inside the 10, that can come back around. And we're looking at Drew Lock, and what does Drew Lock have working in his favor? Same offensive coordinator for back-to-back years for the first time. And I live in Missouri. I watched him at Mizzou. Was never the biggest fan, but he has the intangibles. He has what you need. He has the arm. He secondary, to the arm. He's not an idiot, and he can understand a playbook. It's when you start throwing a different one each year at him, there's no quarterback that wants to go through that. I'm sorry, no matter who it is, it's the same scenario. So I like both of them, and I know that's not the answer. I'm happier with Sutton at his ADP right now, but I think both can really take that step. Cortland going back to 19 and Jeudy taking that that second year step as well.
Yeah, I was not surprised, but I like that you guys are talking about Cortland Sutton, because I feel like everyone is on the Jerry Jeudy train about taking that next level, and people are kind of like, well, Cortland Sutton, yeah, he had that good season, but it wasn't something that no one seems to be talking about. And I love that both you guys are on that side of Cortland Sutton regaining that form, because there was a lot of talk about him after his rookie year that he could really take the next step, and he did, and he was their true number 1 wide receiver. Now, again, things could get messy this season with the Broncos, because we can assume that Cortland Sutton's guy. Maybe it's Jeudy. Maybe KJ Hamler gets a bigger role than we really assume, but maybe Noah Fant gets in there. It's a big, colossal mess, basically. But
kind of is.
It really is. And I think where you see them all currently right now, you should just take them down just a slight notch, because the way I see it is that the Broncos defense, and I don't know if you guys will agree with me, their defense is really good.
They got great.
They're going to keep points from getting on the board, and I feel like that will stop the Broncos from necessarily having to throw as much.
Does that mean you're going to talk about Javonte Williams and your love for him potentially next?
Yes, we're actually going to get to Javonte Williams on our next one here. So, basically, I just don't see the volume as much there, but I think Cortland Sutton is a guy who's being overlooked definitely right now. So, Nate, you're bringing us into our next topic here, and it's the running backs in Denver right now. And are you guys comfortable currently right now? Because, Melvin Gordon is a little banged up, and we obviously saw Javonte Williams, do pretty decent in his first preseason game. Are you guys comfortable taking him as your RB2 right now in fantasy? Say you wait until round 6 or 7 to pick him up currently.
Go ahead, Jorge.
I've been doing this, and I'm like, I kind of like it, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't, to be honest with you. If I was going to take a gamble on a rookie running back, I'd rather take Trey Sermon, to be honest with you, over Javonte Williams. And that's no disrespect to Javonte Williams and everything that he did in college at North Carolina. It's just Melvin Gordon. The guy just won't go away. He's still there. He's coming back from injury. As my RB2, Javonte Williams, no. He's probably going to get drafted as RB2 because everyone sees the writing on the wall that he's probably going to take over, a few weeks into the season or midway through the season. That being said, life never really works out the way you totally intend it to every day. And as long as Melvin Gordon is still on this roster, I still think you're going to see him kind of emphasized in this running game. And I just feel like where Javonte is getting drafted at, I'd rather focus on my wide receiver 3 or wide receiver 3, to be honest with you at that point, or wide receiver 2 if I went running back heavy early on in my draft, just because of that split early on. Now, if he fell to me and he was like a flex candidate, absolutely, I would jump on that.
Yeah, I'll say a lot of that it does depend on potentially who my RB1 is. If I'm picking out of the 1 and 2 spot and I can go McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, and then take receiver, and have my number 3 being someone like a Brandon Ayuk or someone in that range, and feel comfortable waiting on Javonte, I'm happier than if it's that later rounds where I don't have such a high ceiling RB1 that I can absorb the wait and see process. Because my concern with Melvin Gordon is this: Denver has no business not running him into the ground. He's there. He's the last year. He still has tread on the tires. You can still just absolutely just get your use out of him, and then see you later. He's gone. And at that point, you have the time with Javonte. But man, there's something about having a race car in the garage that you want to ride it. You know what I mean? And you don't want to just ride, getting the old reliable. I'm gonna say the Mazda 3 because I sell Mazdas for a living. Come see Nate. I'm just kidding. You can drive it, but every now and then you want to get into the sports car and drive it. I think that's what Javonte is. But as a 2, to answer your question, as an RB2, my answer is no. I like Trey Sermon better, like you said, Jorge, but I'm still more comfortable getting the tried and true.
And yeah, and I think valid points, honestly. And I think the process, I've been doing this strategy a little bit more lately, doing this for some reason. And the way I see it is that I've been doing it a lot with Alvin Kamara as my 1. And then getting Darren Waller in round 2 and going 3 straight wide receivers, and then getting Javonte Williams in round 6. And the way I see it is, you're right, Melvin Gordon's there, and it's a huge problem this year, guys. I mean, it's going to be annoying, I think, early on at least, but it may not be that way, and that's what I'm banking on this year, that Javonte Williams is like, all right, the old car is kind of just not being efficient enough, or he gets hurt, which he's already hurt right now. It's time to get Javonte Williams out there and try to bring a spark to this offense to help out Drew Lock. I don't know if teams fear Melvin Gordon the same way they did 3 years ago, but when you see Javonte Williams when you see him break one off, defense, I feel like you're going to start recognizing that, and you're going to say, all right, we got to stop these. You got to stop him from running. And I feel like if defense is going to try to do that, they're going to lose out in the passing game, and they're going to be in the middle between things, and then Javonte Williams eventually is going to break another one off on you. And that's why it's a risky RB2, and I've been doing it, so I'm okay with it. But I get you guys and your concern not wanting to do it because of the risk factor with Gordon there and how this offense is really going to be this season.
Let me, if you don't mind, let me piggyback off that. So I had the first overall pick in one of my leagues, and I got McCaffrey, and I kind of went like with you. I went wide receiver heavy and tight end early. And so basically my RB2, I'm kind of treating as my flex, even though it's really an RB2. But, so if I'm looking at that RB2 as my flex now I can kind of like accept the fact that, okay, I'm not expecting a ton of upside from my modified pseudo flex position here with Javonte. So I can see the rationale between what you're doing there.
I appreciate that, guys. Thank you. All right. So let's get one last thing in here before the half hour is over here. Let's see. Try to think which is the better.
Can I ask you a question? I know this is because I want to jump what Jorge was talking about. I'm torn on Myles Gaskin now. After I know it's week 1 preseason, doesn't mean anything, but this whole committee, they bring in Malcolm Brown. They don't bring him in just to maybe play as a backup. What is your concern level with Myles Gaskin?
If I have to do out of 1 to 10, I'd say about a 5 right now, honestly. When I saw them bring in Malcolm Brown, I told my co-host, like, that's going to be a problem to some extent. You don't bring in Malcolm Brown right there when free agency starts for no reason. I think they noticed that they needed to bring a stable veteran presence. They had a lot of young players last year and a couple journeymen just didn't have that kind of pedigree that Malcolm Brown had, which isn't big, but he's been on good offenses before. I think he was on the Rams Super Bowl run, if I'm not mistaken. I believe he was.
He was.
So he knows how to win championships. He knows what it is to be like an RB. He's played with Todd Gurley. I feel like he'll have a role in this offense here, and I think Myles Gaskin is a better flex option than an RB2 right now. I'm more concerned. Like I said, I'd rather take Javonte Williams and the upside he shows than take Myles Gaskin as my RB2 because I'm just concerned that, again, he's dealt with some injuries last year. Is he going to see the full workload, or is it really going to be a committee split back? I think it might be somewhere in the middle there where he is the lead guy, but it's not what we saw last year when he was like, when Gaskin was on the field, he is the guy last year. I don't think it's going to be as similar. I think they're going to mix people in to keep him more fresh through the entire season because he is talented, but it's just not going to be the same number 1 overall.
Perfect.
No, that's a valid point. I actually, if you don't mind me, I know we're running right at the border here. Are you on Noah Fant's bandwagon this year?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, thank you. Everyone keeps talking about the upset with Noah Fant. I'm like, last year in half PPR scoring, he only had 2 games where he got you double-digit points. Like, I'm not saying where this huge jump is going to be.
And there was opportunity for higher ceiling. You didn't have Cortland Sutton back, and I mean, I know it's just one person, but KJ Hamler is another year involved in the offense. Now you have Cortland Sutton back, and I love Noah Fant's overall athleticism, his pedigree, but I just am I don't know. I found myself waiting a little bit after that and being fine with like Tyler Higbee or even maybe Jonnu Smith later.
Yeah, I'm on the same page. It's just like, all right, so Sutton and Judy are going to see 100+ targets probably this year. I mean, Hamler's going to see probably at least 50 targets or so. The running backs will get theirs, of course. Tim Patrick is a guy. Will get himself targets on the field this year.
Absolutely.
It's not going to go away. I mean, he might not see what he did last year, but he's going to see opportunity on this field here. And even Albert O, I can't even say his outside. I'm not going to pronounce it. But at one point,
Okwubuno.
At one point, he was making some noise prior to him going down with the ACL tear or Achilles, whatever it was. So I just can't see Noah Fant as a guy I'm drafting in a top 7 or top 8 round pick right now as my tight end. I can't do it.
Yep, I agree.
All right. Well, it looks like we're up on the hour here, half hour, guys. It was honestly a pleasure talking to you guys. Like I said, I've never been on a podcast with either one of you, so it was a really cool opportunity to actually get to pick your guys' brain and talk fantasy with you. So before I let you guys go, shout out what you guys got going over there that people might want to know.
So you can follow us at Fantasy in Frames over on Twitter, as well as head over to fantasyinframes.com to check out all of our written work. We're on all the social media channels, YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, all that jazz. Periscope, that's not even exist anymore. We have our podcast, Fourth and Frames, which you can find on all the podcast platforms. We're having some mock draft episodes come out pretty soon, and honestly, we're just gearing up for the start of the regular season. We just finished our 64 article in 32 days series. We're covering both offense and IDP players to get you ready for the fantasy football season. So check that out. And
he's at Jorge B. Edwards on Twitter, by the way, too, in case.
I'd rather they follow Fantasy and Frames, but I thank you very much, Nate.
Good job. I would as well, but I would like self-promotion, so I will say I am. Seriously, though, if there's any questions or if you ever want to jump on with us, Coach, I'm at Nate Markham on Twitter. I'd love to have you on, pick your brain a little bit more. So you're doing a great job. Keep it up. You look, get a little blood flow. Get a little blood flow. Keep killing it, man. Great job with the Humane Society. Excellent cause. And if you ever need anything from us, please don't, hesitate to reach out.
Absolutely, guys. I do appreciate it. And it's a pleasure meeting both of you guys. We'll definitely, hopefully talk in the future really soon.
You got it.
Sounds good.
All right. Take care, guys.
Bye. Take care.
All right, guys. 5 hours down now. I don't know how I'm doing this anymore at this point. I need a new host. Someone get Jibs from slobby sleeping somewhere. But if you're just tuning in, guys, we're trying to raise money for the Humane Society, trying to help them, give money to them, just continue to help the animals that they're so gracefully helping year in and year out, day in and day out, whether they're household pets that you know or just wildlife. And we're trying to raise money. Donations are welcome. We're only asking for a couple dollars here and there. It doesn't have to be a lot. Whatever you have to offer, we're helping. We're trying to reach our goal for the first time in this first podathon that we're doing. And again, we all have animals that we love, and we just want to continue to help them out as much as we possibly can. So we're 5 hours in. We have 1 hour left, guys. Just 1 more hour and we're done here. But we have some great guests for the next part of our show here. First guest is a newcomer, Matt Donnelly. Matt, what's going on, man?
Not a whole lot. I was thinking about going with the sleeveless look, but I just didn't want to show anyone up. So I'm going to back away from the camera so I'm not so close, because we don't want to see that unless you want to stare at the mustache for the next 30 minutes. But no, we're ready to go here. I'm excited for this half hour. I see we're doing stuff for the Humane Society. We got a couple jungle cats on this next 30 minutes. So you got a viper here talking a bit of a jungle, so we got a little bit of everything. It ties in together nicely.
I love it. And they help snakes too. So, I mean, I don't know if they help vipers per se, but maybe we'll have to talk about helping some vipers out. So we appreciate you jumping on for this episode, man.
Oh, absolutely. I'm glad. I'm excited about these because the two teams we're going to talk about are very interesting as far as fantasy football is concerned. So
there's a lot of potential there, and I can't wait to it. So our next guest is a guy you might have saw at 5 o'clock when we first started the show today. Kyle, welcome back, man.
Are you sure you're allowed this many Canadians in one room?
I mean, it's going to be I'm going to laugh the whole time, and you guys are just going to talk. So I'm excited.
Yeah, we've got it here, Matt. Good to talk to you again, Matt. I know we've podcasted before, and yeah, I don't think ever on each other's shows, but we've guested at the same time on various shows.
Yeah, it's funny how that works out.
We're just so polite, right? We always want to be with other people.
Absolutely. Kyle, how's everything going, man?
Good. I've been tuning in, watching. It's been a great show. I say, fantasy coaches, Coach Steven, but I've been calling him GM Steven because you've been killing it all day, man. 5 hours in, and yeah, 1 more to go. You've been great. You've been awesome. I was busting your balls a little bit with Maddie's name, but yeah, that was all.
Honestly, that's how it was spelled. But I'm terrible with names, so I was upset that I got someone's name wrong. I'm like, shit. All right, thanks a lot, Steve. So thanks for calling me out there. It's all good fun, man. So like Matt said,
you've been awesome, dude.
We got some cool, interesting type of topics here for these next two teams here, and they're the Cincinnati Bengals and the Jacksonville Jaguars right now, guys. And there are a lot of players to talk about here, and I guess we'll start with the Jags here first. And I want to start with James Robinson because that is a big kicker right now. Because obviously James Robinson was the out of nowhere name that produced a top 5 fantasy season. And now that Travis Etienne is there, it's just fallen off the rails with James Robinson. Even though his ADP is still high to some extent, people are just bailing ship, jumping off the train, whatever you want to call it. But Matt, how do you feel about James Robinson, man?
I feel James Robinson is Chris Carson. And I say this because I don't think James Robinson can be killed off like Chris Carson can't be killed off. Carson's seen Rashad Penny come in. He's seen Carlos Hyde. Carlos Hyde's here too in Jacksonville, in Duval County. So history's repeating itself down in Duval. I think this is going to be an early 50-50 split. I wouldn't be surprised to see both running backs get a shot at it. Urban Meyer we don't know what he's going to do. He can't even decide on a quarterback right now, let alone a running back. But we kind of look at this. We know what Etienne did in college. There's no disputing what he was able to do. You talk about a guy with I can't remember, 686 carries, almost 5,000 yards rushing, 70 touchdowns, 7.2 yards per carry. Those are insane numbers out of Clemson. Very efficient. Didn't get nearly as many touches as you would think someone like him would have got. But what he did was absolutely kill it. But on the flip side, James Robinson, undrafted free agent out of Illinois State. Last year, 240 carries, 1,070 yards, 7 touchdowns, throw in 49 receptions for 344 yards and 3 touchdowns. You're talking about 10 touchdowns and nearly 1,400 yards from an undrafted running back. What does that all mean? It means James Robinson is legit. It means I'm not entirely sure why they drafted Travis Etienne, but I don't think James Robinson is going to relinquish that number one role as easily as some people may be led to believe. Now, you can argue Travis Etienne's talent and this and that. We've seen what James Robinson can do. We've seen a guy put up almost 1,400 yards, 1,500 yards from scrimmage. I think this is going to be a 50-50 split. I think both backs will have standalone value. I think you could flex both of them. I don't think either one of them becomes an RB2, but I think you could flex both running backs, much like you're going to see in Baltimore with Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins, where they both have standalone value. This is going to be an interesting one to shake down. And if there is an injury, then all of a sudden you've got yourself a strong RB2, potential RB1, like James Robinson was last year. Let's not forget, he was an RB1 last year. And Carlos Hyde's role is unknown. We know Carlos Hyde's going to come in, possibly get some short yards, possibly get those goal line carries. So how are we looking? Are we looking at Travis Etienne as that guy that's going to be between the 20s, then James Robinson coming in from the 20s in and out, and then Carlos Hyde on that short yardage? That's going to be interesting. But for me, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Etienne line up in the slot from time to time with James Robinson in the backfield. This is an Urban Meyer type offense. Who knows how creative he's going to get with it.
I love that. I love it. I love the positivity on James Robinson there. I mean, Matt, how's the O-line there, man? Are the big boys good down there?
Big boys need love too. We're talking about, I think they were very underrated last year. Talking about guys like Cam Robinson, Andrew Norwell, Brandon Lender, AJ Kent, Jawan Taylor's coming back. For the most part, they've been pretty happy. Urban Meyer kind of had a little bit of criticism there for Walker Little, the rookie. Talked about him not needing to step up that game at left tackle, but right now they got Cam Robinson there solidifying that. Jawan Taylor's a very good right tackle. You guys know him out of the University of Florida, so they've got some talent on the line. AJ Cann, he's a great lineman. This is a team that's very underrated as far, like I said, they got an undrafted free agent over 1,000 yards rushing last year. It's not like this is a horrible line that we're talking about giving up sacks and stuff like that. So it's going to come down to this O-line will be only as good as what Trevor Lawrence can make it look like going forward. If Lawrence is holding that ball a little bit longer as a rookie, not giving that time, that's going to factor in. But I think this offensive line is good enough to produce another 1,000-yard rusher easy.
Love it. Love the big man talk there. Appreciate that. Kyle, over to you, my friend. How do you feel about this situation here, these two?
It's funny because it seems like there's a few backfields that are split similar to how we maybe perceive the Jags are going to be split, right? I think, Matt, you said it right. Like Robinson seems like he's going to be certainly inside the red zone, especially is what we like, inside the 5, getting those goal line touches. Don't really think Lawrence will be running too much to vulture him either. And unless they, so it seems like he might have that all to himself. Whereas Etienne, pass catcher, it kind of reminds me a bit of what the Bills are doing, what the Cardinals are doing, right? You've got Zach Moss, James Conner. I would, appear to be those, designated goal line backs. We saw that especially last year with Buffalo, that like they wanted to use Moss there a lot more as they got closer to the goal line, less Devin Singletary, but Singletary still out catching passes. Chase Edmonds has never been that goal line guy, presuming that James Conner comes in and plays that role, and they still like to use Edmonds as that pass catcher. So all three of them are kind of split that way, but it does seem like both of the Jags running backs are kind of going higher. So the usage maybe is more signaling Bills, Cardinals, but the price is almost signaling more Browns. Like no one's going as high as Chubb, but I don't know what kind of ADP you guys are seeing, but Fantasy Football Calculator for half point PPR has all three of them, Robinson and Hunt in the 4th round and Etienne early 5th round. So all within a round of each other. So kind of, I think, Chubb and Hunt showed they could both be top 12 running backs. I don't know that we're necessarily getting that with the Jags. So it's weird because I think I prefer Hunt over both of them, Robinson or Etienne. I don't know do you guys have a preference between either the Jags over Hunt? Because I still think I prefer Hunt over both.
For me, it's a tough. I see exactly where that ADP is going, and I agree with the ADP. I think they're all very close. I think there's still a lot of uncertainty there. If I was talking Cleveland, and here's the thing with Cleveland that we're not talking about right now. I know we're getting off it. We're talking about dogs instead of cats now, but We're talking about a team with the best offensive line in Cleveland. We're talking about a team that we're expected to be one of the best offensive teams in the league, a team that's going to be playing ahead in games, which Chubb has a 5.23 yards per carry, and over his first 3 seasons in the NFL, which is amongst the best ever. Plus, he absolutely dominates the fourth quarter. So I think we're going to see more Chubb later in games, which means less Hunt, which I think Hunt's value is a little bit lower than I think he's going to be a little bit lower than what we're looking at him right now as his current ADP, which means Robinson, I would take over Hunt right now because of that. I really think that they're going to get into those games in Cleveland where they're going to grind games out. And it's going to be Chubb's game to come in. We've seen what Hunt did when Chubb went down. It was okay, but it wasn't spectacular. I think a lot of that was attributed to that offensive line rather than to what Hunt was actually doing. Now you flip over to James Robinson. We know ETN is a home run waiting to happen every time he touches the ball. But I think the consistency with James Robinson is what's going to pay off with Urban Meyer. I think he's going to have a short leash with ETN because they're talking about ball security. He's saying all the things right now. They want to be protecting the ball. They want to do this. If ETN comes in as a rookie and he can't do any of that, I think you're going to see a lot more James Robinson because he's already proven what he can do. Now, I'm not saying ETN's going to fumble. He doesn't have a history of it, but he's going to be on a short leash with Urban Meyer.
Yeah, definitely. And for me, I think I still have Hunt rated higher than both those guys. And I think it's just what I've seen. I know what Hunt's role is in this offense. I know what he's going to produce for you in fantasy. It might not be as great because he might not have an opportunity to be the RB1 again for 4 games like he was last year. But with ETN and Robinson, we don't really know still. We don't know what Urban Meyer's thinking. And if we could, it'd make things so much easier. But I mean, both these guys could end up being better than Humpy at the end of the season. I wouldn't be surprised, but we just don't know. Is James Robinson going to see the mixed role? Is ETN going to see that PPR value that a lot of people want to see in him? It's a big unknown. That's why I feel like if you want to take the upside, you take one of those two for sure. If you want the safe floor, I think you take Hunt because you know what you're getting from him already.
Well, and the one player we know you're not taking is Tim Tebow. We know you're not taking him. I just had to slide him into the show because I didn't think we were going to get there. But I know we got to move on to the Bengals here because we're kind of construed for time here a little bit. But I just want to talk about it. I think this Jacksonville offense in general is going to be better than what people are talking about right now. We got Visca there. We got Marvin Jones. We got Colin Johnson. We've got Colin Johnson. There's a big dude there. He's basically another tight end anyway. DJ Chark, who's recovering from a broken finger right now, so he hasn't got on the field. He's not in pads yet. But it's a pretty good offense. And what I like more than anything is there's a lot of trash talking going on in Jacksonville camp between the corners and the wide receivers. Marvin Jones and Shaq Griffin are getting after each other, talking a lot of smack. They got a lot of competitive juices flowing down there. And when you've got that competition this early in camp, that's going to pay off down the road.
That is very true. Great point there for sure. The offense should be something special. If Urban Meyer can put it all together, it's like a puzzle, and it's a good puzzle, but Urban Meyer's got to put it together for us. So we'll see how that works. But over to the Bengals, and they're a very similar team. Young quarterback, 3 wide receivers. You could consider that a really strong core, but only 1 running back and no tight end virtually. How do you guys like the wide receivers in Cincinnati, and based off where their values are right now, which one's your favorite to grab in drafts right now?
I'll lead off here. My favorite to grab in drafts right now is Tyler Boyd. He really is. If we're talking based on the ADP, like if we look at these numbers, Jamar Chase is going off as wide receiver 20, give or take, 56th player off the board completely. We look at numbers from last year. Higgins was the wide receiver 26, he's going off as wide receiver 26, 68th overall. Last year, he put up the 28th most points, 195, 108 targets last year, 67, 908, 6 touchdowns. Fantastic. But now you take a look back. Now at wide receiver 34 is Tyler Boyd, 193 points. 193 points. I just mentioned Higgins had 195. You're talking a 2-point difference at 8 spots at the wide receiver position. Now, and he also played 1 less game than Higgins. 1 less game, 2 less points. So we look at this. He had 110 targets, 841 yards, 4 touchdowns. Now, that's over the course of the season, so you kind of have to look at it a little bit different because Joe Burrow only started in 10 games. But in those 10 games, Tyler Boyd had 72 catches on those 93 targets, 725 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Very similar to Higgins. And guess what? I would expect Jamar Chase to be similar to all three of them. I think this is going to be one of those teams where all three receivers are going to come in right around 900 yards. They're all going to flirt with 1,000. It's going to be like the Dallas Cowboys with CeeDee Lamb, Gallup, Cooper, Gallup, Cooper, Randall Cobb. I think we're going to be talking about that with this threesome as well. They're all going to be flirting right around 1,000 yards. So you got a wide receiver 20, wide receiver 26, and wide receiver 34. Tyler Boyd's the best value of them all. And he's the proven guy with the track record with 1,000-yard seasons under his belt. So for ADP, give me the value. Give me Tyler Boyd. I'll let someone else go. And I'm not saying Jamar Chase and Higgins aren't going to be good. They're going to be fantastic this year. But give me Tyler Boyd. I think he's going to give you the exact same production the other two will. And you're going to get him a couple rounds later.
Love it.
Yeah, that last part's key. A couple rounds later, right? Like I've got them all pretty much the same tier. I think it's a pretty massive tier at wide receiver. So that's kind of one where you want to have multiple shots in that tier. But if you're looking at any Bengal, Boyd probably does make the most sense just because he's so much cheaper. Because really, I think like you said, Higgins and Boyd almost identical scoring wise, but really they both have room to move up. So either one could break out because we've seen Boyd do better than that in the past. With, I guess Dalton's a pretty good quarterback, but I mean, I guess we're expecting Burrow to be better. Maybe not so much yet, but we've seen Boyd in the past reach that ceiling. I mean, physically, we think that Higgins can reach that ceiling as well. He's got that alpha body type, and Chase is coming in as one of the best wide receiver prospects we've ever seen. So he can also get up to that maybe potential 12, 13, 14 fantasy points per game instead of being down at the 10, 11. So any three of them really could make that jump. So you, like Matt said, you might as well take the cheapest one. So Tyler Boyd.
I just did a redraft. I'm just finishing up. I went back and looked at it. Both Chase and Higgins goes in round 6. Tyler Boyd goes in round 9. There's a big difference.
That's a no-brainer at that
what
point.
What talents are around that you could grab instead and then get Boyd later. Just real quick on my take, real quick. Like I said, I'm a big Boyd believer still. I know Higgins and Chase are top-tier talents, you could say, on their own. But Joe Burrow's favorite thing was the throw to the slot coming out of college. Talked about that coming out last year. And before Joe Burrow went down, Tyler Boyd was the wide receiver 18. He was great. He was doing very well. And I don't see a difference why it's going to change. I mean, the offensive line is still bad. Burrow's going to be, freaking out in that pocket there with his injury still coming in around. We'll talk about actually Joe Burrow in a second, but he's going to want to get the ball quick and out of his hands, and Tyler Boyd is going to be there in the slot role because he's not going to play on the outside. It's not his position. He's going to play in the slot, and it's going to just feed him targets and feed him touchdowns for him this season. So I agree with you guys. Tyler Boyd is the guy to grab in terms of value.
And you just mentioned, you talked about Joe Burrow there. You mentioned his health and his concern in that offensive line, and tying this all together earlier, just right before I was hanging out in the boom room in the back, and Jorge and Nate were talking about the brace and having that brace on and this and that. Well, guess what? Joe Burrow's got that on, and it's going to come down to his comfort level. Yes, he may be 100% healed physically. Where is he at mentally? When the bodies start flying around, where is your head going to be at? Are you going to be able to deliver that ball down the field like you want to? Are you going to be able to use that anticipation? Are you going to be able to stand there in that pocket and mentally prepare for that hit that's coming, especially when it's coming down towards your legs? That's where a lot of the questions for me are going to be, where's Burrow's head at? So far, I think he's going to be good. But one thing, when the live ammo starts coming and everything starts going, it changes the game. Everyone has a plan until you get punched in your mouth. I don't think he's been punched in the mouth yet. Maybe he needs that shot on the knee and to pass that test before he's perfectly fine with it. So you may see some early struggles there. But moving on, because you know me, I got to talk about fat guys. You mentioned it. You brought it up. You talked about that line. This is an interesting line because it wasn't very good, so to speak. Looking at it, they're a little healthier this year than they have been in the past, the Bengals. Trey Waynes is there. Jonah Williams, they lost before the season started. A.J. Green's injuries all came up before the season. And they kind of lost players before the season started, which really hampered them. But now you look at this offensive line. Jonah Williams is back. Now, the one guy I got to say here, this is going to get interesting, is over at the right guard. They got the rookie there, Jackson Carman, who is third on the depth chart, who I think is going to end up being the number one right guard when it's all said and done, because I think both Michael Jordan, who was there last year, who is the guy who was responsible for Joe Burrow's knee injury, and then Xavier Seofila, he is kind of getting there a little bit older. He's carrying a cap. I think he could be a guy who's cut here as well to make room for the rookie. So you're going to be a little bit younger there on that interior. You got Riley Riff they got from Minnesota. They brought him over. So I think this line is a little bit better, but we talked about it. Jamar Chase or Pernell Seward last year, right? These were the talk. Go tackle, go receiver. They want receiver, and a lot of people kind of give him crap. I would have gone offensive line. That's how I believe you build within the trenches. I love me some fat guys. So we got to talk about that, and I think that's a big deal. I think that's something that's going to be talked about all season between that offensive line and the mental where Joe Burrow is mentally as far as when those bodies and live ammo starts going. That's going to be determining where this Bengals season goes in 2021.
We love talking about the big boys. It's underrated to know what these guys do and who they are and what kind of talent they actually bring to the table. So, Matt, I love you talking about that. Kyle,
yeah, it's important to know for fantasy offensive line, right? I mean, like how they block for running back, that's super key. And then like, you're especially for your deep shot receivers, right? Because those are the guys that need the protection, right? Like a good slot receiver can kind of make do with the bad offensive line, shorter depth of target. So like knowing those things, knowing how lines work, it's important to the dynamics of which receivers to target as well. You don't want to target necessarily tight ends in bad offensive lines, right? Because more often than not, they'll be asked to block and help out in pass protection. They won't be running as many routes. So, the offensive line is such a huge part to fantasy. So, yeah. Good points there, Matt. You mentioned it. The Bengals, like the argument, Chase Sewell. It would have been great to have Sewell, but it also wouldn't have solved all their problems, right? It wasn't just a tackle problem; it was across the line. So I believe they made obviously didn't make the first round pick, but I think they addressed in the second round, and I think they made a few draft picks on the line, which is good. You mentioned bringing in free agents, but now it's you can make all the moves, but remember the Giants, right? They brought in Eric Flowers, and everyone was saying, why are the Giants never addressing tackle? They finally do with Eric Flowers, and he's so brutal that he can't even make it as a guard on other teams. So, just because you're addressing it also doesn't mean it's going to work. So, yeah, it is still a question mark up to this point.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a really big question mark, honestly. And I want to ask you guys this one last thing before you guys get done for the night. Joe Burrow, I mean, he's got the weapons now. We just all mentioned that. Obviously, Matt just said the line is, it is what it is right now. But to me, Joe Burrow is creeping on that QB1 ADP basis, like QB 12, 13 he is right now. Do you guys feel that he could end up being a bust this year in terms of fantasy? Because even though everyone loves the weapons, but is he really going to make that leap there based off what he's had and coming off injury? I want to get your guys' points.
I think he's just as risky as the rookies, Lawrence, Fields, Lance. I mean, like in terms of just like missing time, right? Fields missing starts early in the season. I think Lance is probably the most risk, only a 1-year starter in college. He might really sit for a long time if the 49ers are winning games, but I think Fields and Lawrence to Burrow, I mean, like I don't really see them as riskier than Burrow because even though they're rookies, so I think they're all kind of the same risk factor. And frankly, a guy like Fields might actually have more upside than Burrow as a runner. And Lawrence, like Matt was already saying, I think maybe a bit, we like the 3 receivers for the Bengals better, but maybe the offense overall is better for the Jags. So I might almost even rather take a shot on either the rookies in redraft than Burrow.
Yeah, and for me, Burrow's a risk. I think he is a bust this year. Not on his potential, not on his talent, nothing on that. That offensive line is going to be a question mark. And for me, where his head's at there, the stability of that knee. I mean, all indications are everything's good to go, but until you take that first shot there, it's tough for me to say. Now, I will say this. Prepare for the Joe Mixon Redemption Tour in 2021. I got him sitting there at RB11. I'm saying this just for Coach because he was trying to avoid Mixon at all costs, trying to get us out here before we talk Joe Mixon. Back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons in 2018 and 2019. No more Gio Bernard. Samaje Perine, get out of here with that stuff. We're going to see a serious Joe Mixon influx in Cincinnati, and get ready. It's going to be great. I'm talking about, go back to 2019, man. 278 carries, 1,137 yards, 5 touchdowns, 35 receptions, nearly 300 yards, 3 touchdowns. Get ready for that to come back at you in 2021.
Matt, get off my podcast, man. Get off my podcast.
Well, it's funny. My one of my co-hosts on the Dynasty Gambit Hamid.
he actually got off.
Oh wow, that was
I
serious.
didn't mean that. I was just kidding.
You see, Matt's so polite that he'll actually listen to you if you ask him. But
I was kidding, man. I was literally kidding.
that's funny. Hey, he'll call you on it, right? If you ask, he'll do it. But my co-host on the Dynasty Gambit, Hamid Sindhu, he has Mixon in not even a redrafted Dynasty as RB8. So he's someone who's definitely buying into the Mixon bounce back. So I'm sure Hamid will be happy to hear you speak that.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. There's the opportunity there. He is talented. To me, it's just, you mentioned the offensive line. It's still not the best. This team is going to be bad and behind in a lot of games. And granted, yes, maybe see that receiving upset that we didn't get to see over the last couple of seasons. But now you bring in a guy like Jamar Chase, who I think will have a better chemistry with Joe Burrow already. And you're not going to see when you saw AJ Green, he had like a 46% catch rate. They weren't getting the ball downfield that often because of that. So they were having to throw short more than often than not. And I feel like the chemistry is going to be better with these wide receivers here. I mean, Joe Burrow's not going to be the best, but I just don't see seeing the workload enough to really be that RB1 that everyone seems to love. But I get why people like it though.
Well, let's talk about Joe Mixon here. We got a couple minutes here. Sorry there, Cal. We're talking. I got him as my RB11, but reality is he was the RB10 in points per game last year. He only played 6 games because he had his foot injury. And he probably had that injury before he finished those 6 games. He was averaging like 16.6 points per game, RB10 overall last year before he pulled out. So, you know what? Like, you add some extra weapons there. You're not going to face that loaded box. Yeah, you just mentioned Chase. Chase is going to open things up for Mixon as well underneath. And I think the biggest thing is that we got to remember is they let Gio go, right? Gio's a guy they signed for a pretty good contract a couple of years ago that you wouldn't expect a backup to have. He was the pass catching specialist. They've let him go, and they didn't bring anyone back in to catch the ball unless you count Trent Taylor, who I think is a super sexy sleeper.
Yeah, good slot receivers, right? To make up. It's funny you mentioned RB10, right? Because in the Cat division so far, 10 running backs have gone. We're at the 211 right now, and Mixon's still on the board. So it's interesting to see. I'm guessing he probably will go in the 3rd round, but it'll be interesting to see how far in the 3rd round he goes. If he falls out completely, that's probably not the case. But yeah, looking like he's going to be a 3rd round pick here. Steve, how's the dog division going? I don't know if they're further along than we are in the cat division. If we're sleepy cats being slow.
I think you guys have to at the end of round 2.
Yeah,
right?
211 right now is on the clock.
They're at the 2.5 or 2.6 right now, so they're a little behind. They also started at 2 p.m. Eastern today because they're all. I split it so the Pacific time frame could all be together and Eastern time frame could be together. So, but real quick, next before I let you guys go. Were you talking? I'm sorry. Were you talking, Kyle? My bad.
No, I'm saying that's smart. You've planned everything. GM Steve.
So just don't tell my girlfriend I can't plan anything because apparently I can't. But what was I at here? Oh, like I said with Mixon, like I get it. I do get it. I really do. I just don't. It comes down to efficiency to me, and I just don't feel like he's efficient enough to see that RB1 workload. That's what it comes down to. He's an.
Do you
RB2,
like him or Montgomery? Mixon or Montgomery? How are you feeling? Because it's probably the same thing. Lots of volume, but not so efficient.
And I'd probably take Mixon because I feel I like, again, Mixon. I still like. I mean, I like Mixon more, but again, it's like the better of the worst too.
So you like Mixon more than the RB4 last year. So does that mean you got Mixon at RB3?
Damn you, Matt.
Although I'm sure everyone has Chubb ahead of Montgomery in rankings now.
I have Chubb at 6. So
that's one guy that obviously finished behind Montgomery due to games not being played.
So again, it's the efficiency, and again, I could be proven wrong. Honestly, he has that talent to do it, but I avoid it if I can. That's how I feel. So, guys, I think
I've got one Mixon share this year, and it was in a dynasty league. So
0, and I'm okay with it. I'll take the comeback season if it happens. I'll take it. So, but
well, thanks for letting me come back.
Yeah, no, hold on, guys. Let me just get myself back into awakeness here for the last 30 minutes. So, guys, appreciate you both jumping on. Kyle, once again, jumping on for the second time. Matt, again, man, it was a pleasure talking to you. We didn't get to talk too much last time you were on because we had 7 people on, I think, last time. But it was nice to get a little more conversation with you. So, definitely talk to you again in the future. And before I let you go, do your shout out, man.
Do my shout out. So yeah, catch us over at dynastyvipers.com at dynastyvipers. Check out the stash. It's fantastic. It's beautiful. It's groomed. We're doing some good things over there. Head over to the YouTube channel. We got some good content. The Behind the Grind series, in my opinion, is one of the best ones out there. That show is powered by the Fantasy Points Media Group. So shout out to them as well. But yeah, we got John Hansen coming on here on Monday, which is a big show for us. And then we follow that up with Dan Harris of Fantasy Pros the week after. So we got 2 big shows coming up back to back. And then I'm dropping off little bits here. So tomorrow morning, about 7 a.m. my time, 9 a.m. Eastern, I'm dropping off my top 10 tight ends for 2021. You'll be able to catch that on the show as well as on Apple and Spotify.
Nice. So guys, if you aren't already, tune in. Sounds like going to be some great shows this coming weeks.
Oh, and I'm going to shout out a couple guys here. Major's got some good work coming on. Roberto and Mike, they're going to do Start a Little Devi. We got a couple other shows going on. Make sure you tune in to Calvin's DLF stuff. And tomorrow, Fantasy Pros has a little something special there. You're going to be able to catch Tara Roberts, plenty there tomorrow, doing some big things with Fantasy Pros. So
Nice. I heard all about it. That's awesome. Good for her. All right, Kyle. Oh, Kyle, my friend. Again.
So yeah, at Senra Says on Twitter. Earlier I was mentioning I was about to release a CFL DFS article. It's out now, so if you want to head on DraftKings, do some CFL DFS this week. I've got what I think are the best prices, different positions: quarterback, running back, wide receiver. It's football. We all love it. I'm sure Matt's a big CFL fan like myself.
Rough Riders.
Well, I think you'll like the article this week. It was a little heavy on Saskatchewan.
That's awesome. So I appreciate you guys once again jumping on here for this cause. So I know we'll talk again in the future, guys. But I will see you all next time. All right, guys. 5.5 hours done. 30 minutes to go, guys. If you haven't been tuning in, we're trying to raise money for the Humane Society and all the amazing things they do. I think I've said this 12 times at this point, but we're just looking to help make donations for them. Any amount of money is grateful. It could be as little as $1. We don't care. We just want to be able to help the Humane Society and all the amazing things they do for all the amazing animals that are out there. So please help donate. I hope you guys enjoy this final segment of the night. These guys, basically the MVP of promoting for us today. I think I have to pay them something now for the promotions they did early on in this show. It's Derek and Kevin from the Good Old Boys. Welcome in, guys.
I like that shout out there, kind of that big trust type of moment, really trying to earn that hype man MVP early on for you. And, we're excited to be here. We cannot wait. Been had this one circled on the calendar, big letters, red circle. Very happy to be here.
I love it. Kevin, man, what's up down there, bud?
Dude, we're chilling, man. We're chilling. So I was catching the tail end of the Joe Mixon hype train before we came on, and
see, Kevin and I differ very greatly.
We do. I am not the Joe Mixon truther. I for a lot of the same reasons you were stating, right? I don't love the offensive line. I don't love the fact that they're going to be trailing. Quite frankly, it is a coin toss up between him and David Montgomery. And yes, he finished RB4 last year, but McCaffrey was out. Barkley was out. Zeke was out without a starting quarterback for the vast majority of the season and kind of fell off the face of the earth. And
Nick Chubb missed a lot of time as well.
Yeah. And it took 5 incredible games from David Montgomery down the stretch for him to kind of vault up from RB15 to RB4 there to kind of end the season. So, yes, he earned it, but I don't see it. He's fringe RB1. I can see him there, but there's guys, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Gibson, even J.K. Dobbins, who I'm not super high on J.K. Dobbins. I just think there's too many mouths to feed in the run game there. But I think all those guys have the chance to finish ahead of Joe Mixon, which pushes him down towards, RB15 by the time it's done and over with.
I love it. I love it. I love it now. You guys can stay on the show now. So I'm going to need your guys' help here because I'm dying over here at this point. So I'm going to let you guys lead a lot of things off here on the answers here. So you guys had the final three teams, the Los Angeles Rams, the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Atlanta Falcons here. So we'll start with the Rams here. I'll give you guys one great question here to come up with. Let's see here. We'll go Darrell Henderson. Because that's still a pretty big topic here. And obviously we know Darrell Henderson's the new starting running back now. Are you comfortable with taking a guy like Darrell Henderson as your RB2 in fantasy right now?
If I'm taking him as my RB2, I am following around the very next round and buying myself a security blanket. I really like him as my RB3.
Yep.
A lot of that is just the unknown with how McVay is truly going to deploy these running backs. Xavier Jones has been getting a lot of hype out of LA right now, which some people are saying is smoke and mirrors. Some other people are kind of fading Henderson a little bit after him kind of working his way up the draft board. But I do have him in that, that kind of lower RB2 tier, if you will, of guys that I'm at least going to take a look at. So, yes, I can draft him there, but I'm looking to follow right up. And if I'm getting Henderson, the very next round, maybe, I'm getting someone, a Trey Sermon, a Michael Carter, Javonte Williams out of Denver. I'm grabbing one of these rookies who are going a round or two later to make sure I supplement that so I always can feel comfortable with the matchup.
Right. And yeah, that's kind of the same for me. I'm not necessarily looking to put him on as my RB2, RB3. Absolutely, I'll sign off on that all day. But typically how I draft, there will be two running backs before he's even going to come off the board already on my roster. And, Kevin brings up an interesting point with the Xavier Jones deal that, not a lot of folks necessarily know about or probably isn't said enough out there. Xavier Jones set the touchdown record for rushing over at SMU, breaking a guy named Eric Dickerson's mark when he was in college. So there's the guy's got some talent. Now, SMU isn't the powerhouse it was back in Eric Dickerson's day, but still that's a high mark to pass.
Yeah, he has tons of talent, right? That's never been the issue. That's why the Rams drafted him in the second round and brought him in. That's kind of the heir apparent when they realized that Gurley wasn't going to make it the length of that contract and they had to come up with plan B. Some injuries have held him back a little bit, but the raw talent is there. The dude can play football. The Rams offensive line is good enough for him to be able to, get through. And then it's make a guy miss and see what he can do. It's more or less, how's his pass protection? You just traded a crap ton for Matt Stafford. So can you keep Matt Stafford upright and keep him healthy for 17 games? Because this team is the cream of the crop in the NFC West. And I know 49ers fans are going to get pissed off when I say that, but it's the truth. The Rams are the team to beat in that division.
I respect it, guys. Absolutely. And again, I just want to give my quick take on Henderson. To me, it's like I don't know if I can trust him to take a full workload right now. I think he could be a great complement kind of back that kind of works together. I mean, he's going to see carries. I mean, it seems like the Rams are mostly all in on a guy like Henderson right now to maybe see 200 carries, 220, maybe 210. And again, that'd be pretty solid as long as he can be efficient with it. As my RB2 right now, depending on how I draft, I could be okay with it. But like you guys were saying, as an RB3, I'd prefer that way more. Again, he's a talented guy, but as an RB3, it just makes so much more sense than an RB2 right now in fantasy.
Well, and even if he only gets that 200 carry mark where you're kind of talking about, the Rams have the ability to be very efficient in both the pass game and the run game. So, we've seen backs have great fantasy finishes getting only around 200 carries because they're very efficient in the run game and they're able to do good pass pro work and catch the ball out of the backfield and make hay that way as well. Several examples of that of guys finishing the top 10. I don't think Darrell Henderson is that guy that's going to fit that mold, but he will get enough volume that I think you can see him finish in RB2 territory.
Right. And the guys who finish like with 200 carries, aka Aaron Jones, it's possible, but likely not. So
14 touchdowns help that out.
Correct.
That true. That does help too as well. So all right, so let's head over to the Philadelphia Eagles now. And what do I want to talk about the Philadelphia Eagles? So stay away from running back. Let's do the big elephant in the room, Jalen Hurts. That's the big guy. Obviously, everyone wants to know about Jalen Hurts. Obviously, he did some decent work last year as a rookie, and I know he had some flaws it was pretty obvious, but he's got more weapons. Hopefully, everyone is healthy. Are you guys buying into Jalen Hurts' big season this year?
I can get behind it for fantasy football, and there's a couple of reasons for that, right? The biggest one is the rushing upside that he provides. He has the ability to scramble, get out of the pocket. He's not as good of a runner as guys like, a Lamar Jackson. He doesn't have that kind of necessarily top end speed or that shiftiness that Lamar has. However, when we look at fantasy football and when we look at this and we break it down, a quarterback that is going to rush the ball for 100+ times during a season, very rarely do we see them finish outside of QB1 territory. There's only been one example of that, and that was Cam Newton last year playing on the Patriots, and he was still, in a mid quarterback 2 territory. So even if the Eagles are bad, even if Jalen isn't great at passing and isn't efficient there, I think we'll see enough rushing work to make that very relevant there for him and see a top 12 finish.
Yeah, I can buy into it. He's not a guy I'm targeting.
No,
I'm not searching after that. Hey, I'm going to wait just a little bit longer on quarterback, but I'll grab Hurts because of the rushing upside. The thing that scares me the most is his passing efficiency, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's his completion percentage. Like, I need something higher than 54%. You got to get me something better than that. Now, the offensive line's healthy now. So at least to start, they're not, running out third stringers on the offensive line. So the protection should be a little bit better. He's now had a full season of training and film study and weight room time and just getting some chemistry with these wide receivers. I think that Jalen Reagor is going to help him. He's going to have a better year this year, having a true offseason and not the COVID shortened, wonky offseason that the NFL went through last year. And then you bring in the Heisman Trophy winning Devonta Smith, who is absolutely going to be able to make a splash. So I think top 12 QB1 status is absolutely in the realm of possibilities. His ability to run puts him there. I mean, we're talking, even at 40 yards a game, which for Jalen Hurts is pretty much nothing. But at 40 yards a game, that puts him with enough rushing yards to kind of leap into that next tier of quarterback and going from kind of the mid-range like Cam Newton was of QB2 all the way up into the top end of QB2. So 13, 14, maybe he hits 12, 11. I don't see him getting inside the top 10 unless he's able to throw for, 25 plus touchdowns to go along with all of his rushing stats though.
Right. And we've seen a quarterback have that kind of inefficiency at throwing the ball and still finish with a top 10 finish. Josh Allen in that sophomore season was a guy that was a sub 60% completion percentage, but because of the rushing upside, his legs, his touchdown work on the ground, we saw him finish, I believe it was quarterback 8 that year. So there's a mold and a path that we've already seen established in the league to get there. And that if Jalen's going to have that kind of finish, it will, I think, kind of mimic that Josh Allen second, sophomore season type of stat line.
I think he's a really sexy best ball quarterback.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Like that, I think that's where I like him most, right? Because there are going to be some games where Jalen Hurts is going to be having this learning curve. I mean, he only started 3 games. And then, really the third game, he got yanked because their, former coach is a doofus and just decided to blow off the rest of the season. So he hasn't had a whole lot of time, but I do like him in best ball. I think he's going to have some really explosive games, but I do think there's going to be some times where, whether it's against the Redskins, whose defense is, I think that defense, without a doubt, honestly, is the best in the NFC East. To say that, I mean, not that division's knocking down people's doors, but that Washington defense is legit. We saw it throughout the end of last year, and even against the Super Bowl winning Patriots in the playoffs. Like, they kept them in that game, and Heineke had a chance to really try and pull it out in the fourth quarter because the defense played so stinking well. So he's going to have some duds, but best ball's the perfect place for Jalen Hurts if you're not comfortable with taking him in a redraft.
Right. Super flex as a QB2, maybe. Like that's where I'm looking, but that's one of those that if the value's there kind of thing. I'm not looking to actively put Jalen Hurts as my QB1 in either a single QB league or a super flex type of deal. Like, he's not going to be my first quarterback on the roster that way.
I'd take him as my first as long as I could guarantee I'd get someone like a Matt Stafford who'd kind of be Mr. Consistent as my second for the team. Even Kirk Cousins, who's not a sexy name, but the guy's consistent. He finishes top 12 almost every single year in fantasy, and just kind of does it by being, Mr. Consistent. He has one bad game every year, and then after that, he just kind of files his way through it. So that's the situation where I would go ahead and take Hurts, right? If I do that, I'd be taking my second quarterback a lot earlier than what I would in a lot of different formats, just to make sure I had a good, safe floor for my super flex position.
That makes a lot of sense, honestly. I mean, the thing with Jalen Hurts is that and I'm starting to come around on Jalen Hurts just a little bit, but the what if scenario where if he gets it right this year, if he figures it all out, if the rushing is always going to be there, but if he can figure out the passing and get that accuracy up and get this offense moving, it's something that I'm considering, and I think it's more in Superflex draft. Actually, in Superflex draft is my QB2, or even in 1 QB leagues, honestly, because 1 QB leagues, you can usually find another quarterback to stream for most weeks if you have to, if it doesn't work out with Jalen Hurts. So if you believe in a guy like Jalen Hurts and you want to take him round 7, round 8, again, I think that's probably the earliest I'd consider taking him if I believe in him, then go for it, because you don't know what you're going to get, and it could be bad. If it's bad, what it is, you go out and get another quarterback, especially in 1 QB leagues. If it's great, you got a great quarterback there who could put top 10 upside up there. So it's just the way you see it, and I think it's potential there. We just don't know. I mean, it's a flippable coin, honestly, what's going to happen with Jalen Hurts this year.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson really did I should say did a disservice, but he really kind of distorted the view of the running quarterback in 2019 with his MVP finish, as I get all tongue-tied on us, because he had 35 touchdowns to go along with, over 1,000 rushing yards and the, 12 scores that he had on the ground. And, that's the high water mark. So everyone's trying to catch that. But what Lamar did was, going back to my original comment, was he was so stinking efficient. The Baltimore Ravens were the most efficient passing offense in the league in 2019. So it's okay. There you go. 2.8 in the cat division, huh? Sorry. But being the most efficient passing offense obviously leads to some of those things. Hurts has the weapons to do that. So it's all possible. It's how much does he use Goddard as that safety blanket? It's can he find those deep balls to Devonta Smith and Jalen Reagor and really make it worth it. But if he's only throwing at a 54% clip, I don't see him finishing top 8 like Josh Allen did, only because there's so many talented quarterbacks inside that top 10. at 54%, I don't see him passing too many of those guys up.
And I definitely get your guys' points on that. Let's see, Jackson and Hurts stack. That's interesting.
Yeah, starting off with a double quarterback there. I know in our division we had a double tight end start.
We did, yes. I saw that there too. So we're actually going to talk about your guys' pick real quick. But Kyle Pitts, guys, this is a quick question here. Are you taking him before round 4?
No.
Hard pass.
Pass. So pretty simple.
Hard
question.
pass.
Everyone's passing. I agree with you. So
I'm not a tight end early guy though. Like that, I've never been a tight end early guy, so I'm really not looking at Kelce in round 1. I see the allure behind it, and I understand that there is a place and there are formats for taking Kelce there. I just haven't got over that mental block of taking Travis Kelce week 1 because, good God almighty, like at 32 years old, if he gets hurt, I'm just flushing my season down the drain at this point. So I'm going with some other options who could also get hurt and flush my season down the drain, right? So it's not a guarantee that fading Kelce is going to keep me healthy on my team, but I struggle with Kelce, but I struggle with all tight ends in the top, 5-6 rounds.
Yeah, I have a hard time drafting a quarterback really before about round 10 in almost every format there. And Kyle Pitts, in order for him to return value on that, when he's going ahead of guys right now like Mark Andrews and TJ Hawkinson, who, by the way, will be the most targeted pass catcher on their teams. Yeah, that's one of those that you're spending a lot of draft capital that things have to go perfect, and he has to have better than the best rookie tight end season that we've seen in the past 30, 40 years type of thing. He would have to kind of, be on pace to break he'd have to be on pace to break Mike Ditka's single season rookie tight end receiving record, which was over 1,000 yards. Like that's the level that he would have to play at to return value, I think, at that number 4 tight end off the board with a 4th round pick.
And even in the last 20 years, the best has been 700 yards and 5 touchdowns.
Right. Evan Ingram. And, that's one of those that, even at that performance, if he mimics that exact performance, you're not happy spending 4th round capital on that.
I remember he had no Odell that year. I think Odell got hurt that year. I mean, he had the number 1 option. You have Calvin Ridley, so it's definitely not going to happen, and it's not worth drafting Kyle Pitts that early. Let someone else take that and just sit back if you're going to sit it back on tight end. So that's how I feel about it.
I agree. Pitts does not create this season. Pitts
Right.
does not create positional separation that warrants him being drafted where he is. He's a talent. Like he's very not even polarizing. I think everyone agrees the kid's a talent. Like he can play ball. We're waiting to see how the Falcons truly use him. We know they're going to throw the ball a lot just because of game script. They're not going to be leading in too many games. That defense is still, Swiss cheese. So they're going to get a lot of points hung up on them, and they're going to have to play catch up. But I just think that's big aspirations for a guy that we've never actually seen take a snap in the NFL.
Right.
I respect it. Yeah. And let's see, guys. Oh, we got a comment here. What's the comment say? Kyle. Appreciate it, my friend. Thank you for the GM. I got a promotion to GM now.
There you go.
GM
nice.
now, so, but I have my promoters here for sure. They helped us out a lot today. Couldn't ask you guys any more for doing that for us today. We do really appreciate it, and thanks for closing the show with us tonight. But before we close, tell us why you went running back in Superflex.
Well, Kevin, do you want to go with this one? You want me to kick it?
So, well, I'll start out by saying when the draft first started, we got to pick 4, and Derek and I were texting back and forth. He said, "Hey, what do you want to do here?" I said, "Honestly, I'm busy at work," and I glanced at the board and kind of saw where it is. And we got off the phone real quick, and I texted him. I said, "You know what? Zeke and Eckler would make me super happy. I like the scoring format. You get, kind of your bang for the buck. And I have really high aspirations for Eckler. I think both of these guys that we drafted are going to finish inside the top 5. So with the extra half point for the running back receptions, Derek and I were talking. We see Zeke at 50 to 55 receptions. He does it kind of quietly, but he's been pretty consistent around those numbers. And I think Austin Eckler is probably going to touch somewhere in that 75 reception neighborhood. And I don't think people are truly grasping this New Orleans style offense that the Chargers are going to have this season, but it's going to make them extremely pass heavy. They're not going to run a whole lot. And Eckler's better catching the ball out of the backfield than just about anybody else in the league. So it's the bonus points. So instead of going the tight end route, we went the running back route, take two guys who we know are the lead dogs, and lots of passes headed their way.
Absolutely. And Kevin and I both have Zeke. I think Kevin might be slightly higher on Zeke than I have, because I think he's got him at 3. I've got him at 4. So when you get a guy that's, both of you guys on your team see him being a top 4 back, and you're able to draft him at the 111, and both of us are guys that we really prefer, starting off running back heavy and creating that separation in a position that is consistent and will typically give you a high floor, and then you can build off of that. It made a lot of sense to us. And just to kind of echo that, when you've got a guy like Austin Eckler, who very easily could see 100+ targets coming out of that backfield, there's no reason not to take that, because he's got great hands, great ability to make a guy miss and get up the field. But that extra half point will create separation there for us, and allowed us to do that one over guys like an Aaron Jones and some of those other guys that were kind of still on the board then.
No, like I said, it was definitely, I think you and one other team have RBs back to back. So it's definitely interesting to take advantage of those running backs now, because obviously the quarterbacks aren't going off the board as quickly as the cat division. So it's interesting how these two divisions are working out together and how different they are. I mean, you see Saquon go at the 1-3-1, and you see Saquon go at the 2-7. So, I mean, it's really fun to kind of see how both sides kind of work there. I'll be posting, as we go for you guys, how both divisions are doing, so you can get an idea. But no, I think you guys are off to a great start, and I'm really excited to see if you guys are able to win this thing.
Awesome. So, GM Steve, I've got a question for you. Now that you've got you've had a chance to look at both divisions, you've seen some teams get a start, and I'm curious, out of the divisions, which team has your most favorite start?
Yeah, let me pull that up. That's a great question here. I'm pulling up both divisions now. Let me take a look. Just gonna quickly glance at both teams here.
Let me know if I need to start my hype train again, so that way, I can try and sway you here.
Is that why you did that? Did you try to sway?
No, it's not. But
it's not the team with Mixon, I can tell you that.
I don't think Mixon got even picked yet. So
no, he certainly hasn't.
You know what's interesting? Both teams at the 109 both got Derrick Henry and Aaron Rodgers. And that's not my team, but that was pretty interesting that both leagues at the 109 got both those players in both round 1 and 2. Let's see here. To be honest, right now, just looking at it, I mean, I want to see how they do in the next couple of rounds, but this guy got Tyreek Hill and Patrick Mahomes and Tyreek Hill.
It's a nice little stack.
And it was at the 1-4. So we got Hill all the way down at the 2-9. That was pretty interesting. I do like your guys' one. I do like that a lot. I get what you're saying. At first I was like, and then you guys explained it. I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense. You're absolutely right. The way this scoring system sets up, receptions through RBs make a ton of sense. And people aren't doing that. They're worrying about this quarterback situation, which makes a ton of sense.
Yeah. Pay attention to the scoring in your leagues, right? Like, we all talk about this. Every league's different, and you got to pay attention to it.
That's true. Very true. I do like the tight end duo, though. I do like the tight ends.
Yeah, that's an interesting one there. I've done that before where I had two tight ends. It was the year Darren Waller broke out. I had Darren Waller and Zach Ertz playing in a single flex type of deal. And I'm not going to lie, just trying to figure out which tight end you were going to start, because all of that deal, and both of those guys finished top 5 that season. I was not a fan of that lineup that was able to construct there, because of the way that it's constructed with the way it's going. You've got to start both of them, and tight ends are one of those that unless you've got Travis Kelce, who's Mr. Consistency, put you up 20 points and call it a day kind of thing, it gets a little rough to ride some of those weeks.
Agreed, 100% there. I know Chris Pinto did that last year on one of my redrafts, and he dominated the whole season. So I get why this person is doing it. So it's definitely going to be interesting. But we're going to wrap the show up tonight, guys. It is after 11 now, and I don't know if I have the words to finish even the episode, this show now at this point. But boys, I appreciate you jumping on for this last 30 minutes. You guys gave some great analysis there. And, of course, as always, thanks for helping out promote the show today, man. You guys were it was fun to watch you guys helping us out while I'm working, and it definitely was the promotion I needed. I didn't have a chance to do today. So I thank you guys both for jumping on and doing that.
You're most welcome, sir. Thank you for having us. Thank you for putting this on. It's for a great cause. Yeah, the donation link's right down there, bottom of the screen. Hit it up. Yeah, if the money's going to the Humane Society. So, help these guys, help a great cause.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you so much, Steve. And as Derek said, the Humane Society does a lot of great things for animals all the way across the country, and they're kind of an afterthought for some people, right? As you think of charities and everything else. So it's really cool that you guys came to this charity and decide that we wanted to do something for them, for all the things that they do for animals, and trying to rehome and find good homes for these strays that they either get brought to them or that they find, what have you. So best of luck to you. We love your show. We love having you on our show. It's always a blast, Steve. So go get some sleep, man, and take it easy.
I will, but real quick before you guys go, I have to let you guys shout out too. So what you guys got going on, let everyone know.
So right now we're going through a lot of draft strategy stuff on our show. You can find us live Tuesday nights. We go 11 p.m. Eastern. It's on, we do that on the YouTube Good Old Boys Fantasy Football Podcast YouTube channel. Do us a favor, hop over there, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button. You don't want to miss some of the stuff we're bringing to you. You can connect with us on our socials. We're Twitter, Instagram, Facebook at Good Old Boys FF. You can see it if I move my head there a little bit. It's up there. And Kevin and I are going to be starting to do we're going to start doing some more shows on a weekly basis. So as the season gets going, we're going to be bringing y'all a lot of, game analysis and early game breakdowns on Friday nights to help you get ready for your fantasy weekend there and help you try and win those cash and trophies.
Awesome. So if you guys haven't already, please subscribe to my boys over here. They're doing a great job. I love their podcast. And again, guys, thank you for jumping on this show today. And
absolutely, man.
Absolutely. And thank you all for whoever tuned in today throughout the entire day. I know we couldn't get everyone to stay on for 6 hours. I get it. People have lives. But whoever did join in today, I appreciate you jumping in. Of course, to all the guests who jumped on today, thank you guys all for listening in, or actually coming in and listening in. It was a lot of fun today. I'm exhausted now, but please don't forget to donate. The link's on our Twitter page. I'll post it there again. We're going to keep it open for the rest of this week. Hopefully we can hit our goal before the weekend is. I have to double check. We might have already done it. I don't even know. I'm too tired to even look at the numbers at this point. So thank you all for tuning in tonight. Thank you to all the guests again and all the ones who viewed the show. The Fantasy Coaches will be back next Monday with some cool things as well. So tune in until then and catch you guys all next time.
Hit up that donation link.